But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games
10,
with this presidency.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Victory feels life.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this presidency.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Victory feels life.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this presidency.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Victory feels life.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this presidency.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Victory feels life.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this presidency.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Victory feels life.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this presidency.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Victory feels life.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this presidency.
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Victory feels life.
All engine running. We have.
We are so back. We are so live. It is Wednesday, June 24th, 2026, and I have this amazing deep voice for seasonal allergies. I guess there's pollen
Because
in the air
he's
or
voice
something.
maxing. He's just
I'm voice
took the
maxing. I'm locked
peptide
in.
that makes your voice deeper.
The peptide that makes your voice deeper.
Wait, that
Incredible.
actually should be a thing. Wait, well, it's just called testosterone or steroids.
It's just called like pollen. Yeah. What's the tree pollen forecast in
Wow.
SF? It's probably pretty bad.
That's interesting. I mean, I'm also allergic to pollen similarly, but I've never had this effect from it.
Well, I don't know. maybe-
Seems like one of the better effects to get out
Yeah.
of allergies,
Yeah, it's like
to be honest.
I don't feel sick at all, and I get the nice voice, so I'll take it.
Yeah.
Anyway, guess what we're gonna do? We're gonna do something we haven't done in a while. We're gonna talk about politics because Alex Borez lost his primary today in New York City. Who is Alex Borez, you might wonder? Well, he is a candidate for New York's 12th congressional district, which is like much of Manhattan from like, Midtown, some of the Upper West Side and Upper East Side, and then all the way down to like, I don't know, Houston Street maybe. So it's much of Manhattan. This is not one of the like more radical like DSA districts, but it was a competition between this guy Alex Borez and Michael Lasher, and it ended up being sort of a proxy fight for AI, because Alex Borez was one of the first members of Congress to sort of explicitly support AI regulation and make AI regulation a big part of his campaign. He wrote the RAISE Act, which ended up getting passed in New York, which is like New York's. I think it was very early for the time. When was it signed?
Yeah. It was last year.
When was the
Act, New York.
I think Wikipedia might. Yeah, Responsible AI Safety and Education Act. It was written and introduced by Alex Borez in March 2025, so rather early, and it was signed in December of 2025. So the idea is large frontier developers, which have lots of revenue and develop frontier models, will write, implement, and publicly publish. That's redundant. They must write, implement, and publish a frontier AI framework describing how they assess and mitigate catastrophic risks, secure unreleased model weights, use third-party evaluators, govern internal use of frontier models, and respond to safety incidents.
Yeah.
They also they require mandatory reporting of catastrophic risk and critical safety incidents, and they provide for whistleblower protections. So all in all, it's like not an unreasonable bill by any stretch. But a lot of tech people ended up opposing Alex Borez. So the main PAC in question was Leading the Future PAC. It was supported by OpenAI, Greg Brockman, Joe Lonsdale, originally from Palantir. Ironic because Alex Borez used to work at Palantir for 5 years.
What
Ron
did he do?
Conway.
He was just an FDE.
I think he was an FDE.
Okay.
I guess we should talk about his background a little bit.
Yeah.
He was a data scientist. I think he was like the only candidate for Congress with like a master's degree in STEM, or like one of the only ones. He has a bachelor's in industrial relations and econ from Cornell. And he was elected to the board of trustees while there, which means he was probably the student body president. And then he got a master's in CS with a specialization in machine learning at Georgia Tech. So, he's technical.
That's true. Like, who else that is technical do we see currently, like, running for office?
Not a ton of people.
In California, I do not know of any.
Yeah, hard to think. So he joined Palantir in 2014. He worked with the DOJ, CDC, Veterans Affairs, and other government. Yeah, okay, so he was a U.S. government lead. And then he left because they renewed their contract with ICE. And then he did some more tech stuff, data science and whatnot, and was elected to the New York State Assembly in 2022. So much of his campaign was about, supporting some level of AI regulation and it becoming a big fight. So he was opposed by this Leading the Future PAC, Greg Brockman, Joe Lonsdale, Ron Conway, Perplexity, Andreessen Horowitz, and he was supported by the Jobs and Democracy PAC, which was backed by Anthropic. And his opponent, Michael Lasher, was much more of like an establishment Democrat. This guy actually has some interesting lore. Small digression. He was a magic prodigy. He performed on
No way.
David Letterman's show and then the Today Show. He wrote a book while he was 14 about how to do magic tricks. He went to Stuyvesant High School, which is like the elite New York like tech high school. Like
Wait,
the
that is
most
actually
elite New York
kind of
City
epic.
public school. Yeah. And he was roommates with Aziz Ansari in college. So yeah, this guy, Michael Lasher, was like very establishment. He, worked in every policy role you can imagine within like, New York state politics and the Democratic Party, and was elected for the state assembly in 2024.
Yeah. Yeah, Claude says he isn't an outsider, a policy entrepreneur like Boris. He's a consummate establishment operative
Yep.
who has worked for nearly every major New York Democratic power
He
center.
was funded by Michael Bloomberg also. Anyway, so if Alex Borez is this pro-AI regulation guy, should we expect his opponent to be an anti-AI regulation guy? No, this guy supports a full state and federal moratorium on data centers, which is way more radical than anything Alex Borez proposed. So now, instead of getting sort of a AI centrist in office, we're going to get a guy who hasn't thought much about AI at all and supports banning the whole thing.
Yeah.
So that is kind of unfortunate. And I think this is a bellwether for future races. Like the position of we are going to regulate AI to the point of basically allowing developers to do what they want, but requiring some inspections and auditing and transparency and licensing or whatever. This is actually, I think, going to become the pro-AI position.
What Boris is now is going to become the pro-AI.
I think what Boris is now is going to become the pro-AI.
Wait, it already
position.
is. I mean, of the two, right?
Yes. And the centrist position, if you take the center of the American electorate, is going to be basically banning the stuff.
Yeah.
Like, I think data center moratoria are going to be like extremely popular policies, and it will be like a test of really of both parties to see how much they can effectively resist this
Do
populism.
you think, it'll be like midterm running material?
I don't.
You think
Midterm
it's
is
that-
midterm is kind of short timelines,
Yeah.
but that's 4 months, so a lot can change in 4 months. I think if the
Like
midterms,
default right now, moratorium is the more popular thing, do you think? How popular are data center moratorium?
Yeah, so this is Michael Lasher's platform, holding big tech corporations accountable and putting safeguards on AI. There it is. In Congress, Micah will support a national moratorium on the construction of new data centers, while lawmakers ensure they will not destroy our environment or spike costs. This doesn't sound like radical, but like this is a totally radical thing. Like this basically means like you're not allowed to build you are banned nationwide from
No
building
more computer.
new computers. Yeah,
No
more
more big
computer.
computer.
We're banning computer. It's over.
Well, yeah, the thing that
Spearhead
I'm seeing
national
here,
wage insurance. This is also not like Alex Borez talked about like investigating the economic consequences of AI in the future to create like a targeted sort of disruption management thing. This guy's just like, no, we're doing wage insurance like right now, long before it's needed.
interesting.
So this guy is actually like quite a bit more radical on AI than Borez.
Yeah,
Dean Ball points out like maybe the tech people should have supported Borez in this primary because the alternative to Borez's AI regulation stuff is not no regulation at all. It's like we're just going to straight up ban data centers. We're just going to straight up ban AI.
Yeah. Well, this poll that I'm looking at on Gallup says 7 in 10 Americans oppose local construction of AI data centers.
Oh, I
but then
saw
you
that.
ask them, like, what was the question that they were asked or whatever? And it's, would you strongly oppose or somewhat oppose the construction of a data center in your area? Which is absolutely not the thing that you ask when you're actually trying to gauge, like, how people would feel about this sort of thing.
Well, I actually don't support constructing a data center in my area in downtown San Francisco because it would be very expensive. It would be kind of poor land use, but I totally support constructing data centers in, I don't know, the California Central Valley where there's lots of land. and
Yeah,
energy.
exactly. But that's what I'm saying. It's like the nature of the questions being asked, people just associate it with like, oh, this thing is going to come to my local neighborhood, and they don't associate it with like, oh, this can be like crucial infrastructure that is actually built out somewhere
Sure.
where it's like far away, it's like thought out very well. People don't really have any consolation that there's like any environmental planning at all.
I do think still, if you just ask the question, do you support basically the way that Bernie frames it and the way that AOC frames and the way that Michael Asher frames it is, if you asked Americans, like, do you support a national moratorium on the construction or upgrading of data centers until, whatever conditions have been reached, we figured out the economic issues or whatever, I think it would probably be at least 40% yes.
Yeah,
And
for
if
sure.
there's any like real job impacts, it's going to go to like 70% yes.
But these aren't like I guess the point that I'm making is that they're not understood or pitched as infrastructure. They are sort of pitched as like building that doesn't need to exist, but it could exist in your area. And obviously that doesn't resonate with anyone.
I think a
'cause
lot
that's
of people
crazy.
just don't get infrastructure. Like they
Yeah.
live such alienated lives from the production behind the things that they enjoy every day. Like, I don't know, what am I looking at in front of me right now? Monitor, camera, laptop. Like, where do these things come from? They don't come from the store. I mean, they do come from
They
the store,
don't?
but only proximally. Someone has to make them. There have to be like factories that assemble these things, and then factories for all of the things that are assembled. Or it's like same thing with food. This is basically just like food doesn't come from the grocery store applied to everything.
Yeah. I agree. I mean, I just think like not enough conversations or like political pitches are even talking about infrastructure. Like we have like a technician shortage or whatever, like electrician shortage, whatever. That's not really being talked about at the scale of like all this AI stuff. And it's like actually more important kind of than the AI stuff. So I just
gonna
think the
ask-
narrative is wrong.
Has there been any polling on whether Americans support a nationwide data center moratorium? I think like Bernie's proposal as written today would just not pass Congress.
No.
Because there would be like too much elite pressure to like not do that. But I think if we lived in like a literal direct democracy, like there's a chance.
Alternate universe where democracy is real.
Yeah. God. Oh, wow. Okay. So Data for Progress says that 67% of Democrats and 58% of Republicans, so quite bipartisan and not that big of a difference, support pausing the construction of AI data centers for at least 1 year. Heatmap Pro, basically same numbers. So about 60-ish% of Americans support a nationwide halt. I think like maybe Milltown Partners, 49% say they support a moratorium on construction of new data centers. Worth noting, this poll oversampled voters in states with current data center projects.
Okay.
Um,
I'm actually curious to hear about Texans because like we are a state obviously with a lot of, well, it's not we, but
We.
I'm not there right now, but it's a state with a lot of land where like, Stargate is being built. People sort of know about it more, and they also know that it's sort of being built like remotely, not in their neighborhood. So I would expect, if anything, the sentiment would be like a little bit more positive.
Probably.
Okay, let's see.
Texas just seems a little more YIMBY in general.
A bit.
Okay, this is in their community. 29% of Texas voters said that they supported the construction of the data center, while 56% were opposed. Actually, the Democrats are way more opposed than the Republicans in this case. The
Yeah.
Republicans are basically split, like evenly split, which is not the case for the other polls. Yeah. So
This is so silly. Like, it's like asking, like, do you want a data center where there currently is a public park in your neighborhood? That's kind of like the framing that this makes me think
I
of.
think a lot of people literally believe in this framing. Like I've seen these Instagram reels where like it's, a beautiful like national park or something like that. And then the comments are like, we should put an AI data center here. As if they're building AI data centers in fucking Yosemite and not in like the middle of nowhere in Texas.
So you know a proposal that would go hard? It's like for every data center that we build or whatever, you're also getting a public park.
Sure. I mean, yeah.
Imagine that. Imagine that.
AI labs should absolutely be like sweetening the deal if they want to survive. But yeah, let's take a look at what the actual land where data centers get built looks like. This is Abilene, Texas. This is where Stargate is. Stargate is somewhere outside of Abilene, Texas. Let's drop a pin on the map and see the beautiful land that we're looking at. Yeah. I mean, like...
Yeah, pretty much.
Is it that bad to put a data center here? I don't think so. Or like how the UAE, for example, we talked about the UAE yesterday because of the recent fundraise of MGX. The UAE is full of totally empty desert, like completely empty. Like there's just nothing here. It's just totally empty desert. The US also has a lot of mostly empty desert that is super sunny, actually among the sunniest land in the world.
Like Nevada?
Like, yeah, like Arizona and this part of California and Nevada. And you drop a pin out here on the map, and it literally just looks like this.
Yeah. Well, like, how do the cooling needs differ? And if it's like a place that's that hot?
They could totally build some solar panels here.
Cooling, yeah. Differ.
My impression of it is that it helps like a little bit, but not like a lot. Or like here, like by the Salton Sea. You have this like free body of water.
Beautiful coastline data center.
This is coastal. Well, the Salton Sea is like a fake sea. Do you know like the lore behind the Salton Sea?
No, not at all.
It was this like inland artificial thing that was built when California still did mega projects in like the 50s or whatever, that was meant to turn this whole inland valley into this agricultural oasis. But they like fucked it up somehow, and
so it's just this random hole.
So it's extremely salty, like the Dead Sea, and it is also shrinking constantly.
Oh, interesting.
And so they're like they tried to make like beach resort towns around it. All of these towns are now basically dead. You can see how far the shoreline is from the original shoreline. Yeah, beautiful, beautiful California beach resort.
Where's this?
California. But it's like way like south here.
Yeah.
All right, what does Claude say about heating and cooling data centers?
Claude says, and the desert is a genuinely special case.
Oh my.
It says, okay, the way that you measure the temperature is high dry bulb temperature. So this is like the temperature that the thermometer reads. Low wet bulb temperature. So it's the evaporative temperature, which is below the dry bulb temperature. And that's the wet bulb temperature is what governs how evaporative cooling works. And that's like good, the desert is good for that. Water scarcity. Okay, so that's one thing for the desert. So it says thermodynamically ideal here. Low wet bulb means that you can cool air or condenser water close to 70 degrees Fahrenheit, even on a 112 degree Fahrenheit day. But it drinks water. It can evaporate millions of gallons per day. So that's the catch. So.
Interesting. Well, yeah, that's the primary election. The only one that matters for tech. Probably not the only one that matters for tech, but the one that matters most directly. We also have some more politics, but it's international this time.
Ooh, scary.
The EU has joined Pax Silica.
Wow.
They bent the knee. They've bent the knee, and they have kissed the ring of the United States, and it's totally over for EU AI sovereignty advocates. So Pax Silica is
how popular was AI sovereignty in Europe?
Probably not.
Yeah, like
I think
they're not thinking about all that right now.
I saw this like YouTube video that was like encouraging Europe to do more AI sovereignty because it would be bad if they win the AI or if they lose the AI race. That That's right. It was. Do you know this YouTube channel Hoog? Really good. He's a Dutch guy. He makes like really good videos about like architecture.
Oh,
for
this is
example.
great.
This is a Barbican in London. This is like housing stuff. This is yeah, why Amsterdam doesn't build sky. Really good YouTube channel. I love this YouTube channel. You should definitely follow it. This is a video on Berghain.
Okay.
You know, the club in Berlin. Anyway, he did this video on basically on Europe 2031, like a summary of Europe 2031, but in YouTubeable format. Or he says, is Europe becoming the permanent underclass? And all the comments, look at these comments. If Europe loses the AI race, then I'm moving to Europe. Please don't threaten me with a good time. My garden is going to slap. People like literally just have these stupid folk beliefs that like, you know, we all used to live in basically like utopia until the evil people invented like capitalism and technology, and now they have to have a job and, you know, go to bed at bedtime at night. And like
Billionaire CEO here. Wait, go up to that comment. That's funny. Billionaire CEO here. My company develops a product that is so powerful, it can bring the entire software industry and therefore the world to its knees. It is so capable and moving at a pace so fast that within 2 months, all white-collar jobs will be automated away. The only company that will likely exist past 2030 is my company, which will be worth about $1,000 trillion dues. Wait, affirmations.
Yeah. MTS will be worth $1,000 trillion in 2 months, by the way.
Dollary dues, actually.
Dollary dues.
That's actually really good. I'm going to start using that.
Yeah. As a European, I don't particularly want AI. You know, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink.
You can lead a data center to water, but you can't make it drink.
Yeah. You can lead a Europort to data centers, but you can't make them want to save themselves.
Well,
It's
okay,
so
let's
over.
actually look at the story.
So the story is Pax Silica. What exactly is Pax Silica? It's sort of like the U.S. The U.S.-led international initiative focused on securing supply chains for advanced technologies, implicitly targets reducing reliance on China and countering its dominance in these fields. So it's kind of like, actually, what we read yesterday on stream is this article by Anton Leicht called "The Moonshot." TLDR, how, like, if you wanted to, how would a coalition of middle powers like the EU plus, you know, the UK, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, Japan, South Korea, et cetera, build a coalition that allows them to build a truly self-sufficient frontier AI stack, including a frontier lab and compute supply, without totally relying on the US? And so he lays out this entire plan. It's actually really good. It's a really good article. But they decided to just do the coalition of middle powers thing, except led by the US. So they've decided to become vassal states.
Yeah. The block is set to buy at least $40 billion, or 37 billion euros, of US AI chips. Yeah, so Europe is basically trading a degree of strategic autonomy for guaranteed access to US chips. Well, that's okay. I mean, no shade to them, but it's like, what chips were you making, bro?
Well, they have important parts of the chip supply chain.
Yeah.
They have ASML, and they have Zeiss, and they have Trumpf. Seriously, there's a giant German
They
company
don't actually manufacture
called
any
Trumpf.
chips, do they? Does Europe manufacture any chips?
Have you heard of this company? They do laser technology.
Accounting for just under 10% of global production. Specializes in power chips for EVs, industrial automation, and advanced manufacturing equipment. Well, we know what that is.
They actually do have a lot of like advanced industrial automation stuff. I mean, like
Where,
for
in,
all
like,
for all the
Germany?
jokes we make about Europe being cooked, they're not that cooked. Like they still have like a real part of the global economy and the global tech stack. And if Europe vanished from the planet tomorrow, like it would be really bad for the global economy.
Yeah, Sure.
How will this affect the economy?
How will this affect? It's like a GIF of just like a nuclear explosion,
Yeah, I mean, like,
turning Europe to smithereens.
there's other countries.
No, my ASML. Well, actually, though.
I'm not going to name, but there's some other countries that if they disappeared, their impact on the global economy would be much less than Europe. Yeah, I mean, like Europe still has like, a good 700 million people and probably a quarter of global GDP. What percent of global GDP is
I
Europe?
forgot about global foundries.
Ooh, about 20%.
It's not clear to me. Oh, well, global foundries is also here.
Pax Silica, by the way, seems like a really good thing that is happening. Like
We love Pax Silica, actually.
Yeah. Like the AI policy of this administration is so like all over the place and ranges from like really good stuff to really bad stuff. This is in the really good stuff category.
Yeah.
So-
Big Pax Silica fans here.
Mm-hmm. So, oh wow, Argentina, Chile, Costa Rica, Kazakhstan, and Panama would also join this. This is like the World Cup.
Whoa. The world chip.
Yeah. Dude, I don't know what we would have done with Pax Silica without Kazakhstan.
Thank you, Kazakhstan.
Thank you, Costa Rica. I'm just kidding. We love Costa Rica.
No, we love all of those countries. We love all countries.
Every single one. OpenAI and Broadcom have finally released their chip, which is called Jalapeno. I don't know why they would call
that
it that.
goes so hard.
That's so unserious. I bet this was some internal code name, and then they're like, "Oh, what should we actually name the chip?"
And no one could think of anything. They were just like, sure.
Yeah, they were like, "Let's
Fire
just
it."
keep it."
Yeah.
Sam Altman is dripped up as usual. This is Hock Tan, the CEO of Broadcom.
Octu. What?
Did my Google Chrome just die? That was weird.
I said Hawk2 and I cast a spell.
You literally cast a spell and destroyed. Yeah. Wow, I didn't know Hock Tan was born in Malaysia. He worked in finance at General Motors and PepsiCo.
Mm-hmm.
Then he worked at Commodore, which I think didn't Tim Cook work at Commodore?
I don't know. Commodore?
Oh, okay. So private equity bought out. Oh, okay. I see. So he got into semis early. He joined this computer manufacturer Commodore in 1992. 2 years later, he joined Integrated Circuit Systems, which is a chip maker, and then he worked his way up to CEO. And then the company was taken private and sold to a private equity group. And then that same private equity group bought out Agilent Technologies semiconductor products, and he led this new company, Avago, as CEO. And then in 2015, it merged with Broadcom.
Oh, that's
which-
why their ticker is AVGO.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
And then they merged with Broadcom, and then Hock Tan became the CEO of Broadcom. And now Broadcom is like a $2 trillion company.
Got an early award.
He's one of the highest paid CEOs in the world. Highest paid CEOs in the US. There was like this. Someone made a chart of highest paid CEOs. There it is. It was the Wall Street Journal. Yeah. So this is kind of crazy, actually. They ranked like 400 CEOs on their comp. The 391 CEOs combined made about 10 billion in comp. Elon Musk in 2025 made $160 billion in comp from Tesla. So
Insane.
wow.
Oh, his comp at Tesla is not subject to the same thing that the SpaceX comp is, right? Of like the getting to Mars thing.
Oh wow. The lowest paid CEOs.
Is Elon Musk's comp
It is.
tied? It's also tied at
It's
Tesla.
tied to performance, but not like getting to Mars. There's like other targets.
Okay.
I've heard of like almost all of the lowest paid CEOs. Andy Jassy from Amazon makes only 2.1 million, broke ass. Tony Xu from DoorDash, 400K. Warren Buffett, 400K. Brian Chesky, 200K. And then Jack Dorsey, like $3. $30?
Really?
Yeah. So Elon Musk, look at this drop off. 158,359 million, and then number 2 is Shank Mitra of Welltower. He made 821. But Hawk 10 is number 4. He made $205 million in 2025. Not bad. Pretty solid, I would say.
Yeah. How long has he been CEO?
Hawk 10, like 10 years. Okay. So OpenAI, this is actually kind of important. OpenAI designed the chip from scratch around its deep understanding of LM fundamentals. So it was a totally co-designed thing. It's like real custom silicon for specifically LLM training and inference.
Developed from design to production in 9 months. Okay. Aw, such a cute photo. Do you think it's AI generated?
What photo?
The one of Sam and Hawk.
Yeah. So good. Oh, it says on the image, it says jalapeno intelligence processor. May we scale smoothly, exponentially, and uneventfully through ASI?
Production.
Does that say ASI?
On. Oh.
Are we up? Oh, we're up. Yeah, may we scale smoothly, exponentially, and uneventfully through ASI. Good luck with the uneventfully part, bro. I don't know about that one. May we scale exponentially, but also uneventfully.
May nothing ever happen.
May
Amen.
nothing ever.
Amen.
I hope it's full of events, like positive events. You know, I hope they cure cancer and all this amazing stuff. That would be great.
Okay, what else do we have? It's designed with flexibility to work with all LLMs,
I
guided
feel like
by
I need to-
OpenAI's insights into the inference needs of current and future AI models. Blah.
I feel like I need to be less tolerant of jaywalking. Because if we really are, so close to the singularity, like this is needlessly increasing my mortality risk.
Yeah, I've actually been thinking about that a lot. Like I used to be like a chronic jaywalker. Sorry, law enforcement.
No, jaywalking is legal in California.
Oh, okay, cool. So I used to spam jaywalking like a lot, but I think now I need to be careful.
Yeah, I'm low-key slightly worried. I wonder how many more micromorts. You know this idea of micromorts? It basically is
I can infer it from the name.
Quantifying like how likely you are to die based on.
Yeah.
So like on the way to the office, there's this two-way intersection that has no stoplights, just like stop signs. And I wonder how much it increases my mortality to walk through this intersection every day. If a driver isn't paying attention, they just clip my ass and then I'm dead. And then, then I don't get to live in the glorious, singularity, transhuman future.
The glorious simulated heaven.
Yeah.
A micromort, by the way, for the audience, is a unit of risk, which is a 1 in a million chance of death. So that's a micromort. And a micro probability is just a 1 in a million chance of some event.
Yeah.
Wait, that's such a good word. When I say there's like a micro probability of so-and-so happening.
But you can also like do math on micromorts. Like how many micromorts is it if you start smoking cigarettes? It's like a lot. Like I know people who smoke cigarettes. I guess maybe it's an AGI pill thing to do because like, no one ever dies from cigarettes in their 20s, but they die from it in their 50s and 60s instead of 90s. So you're trading off like future, like way out in the future lifespan.
Yeah. Or I mean, at least like, if we're able to just like have super accelerated AI health or whatever, you're at least trading money that you have to spend in the future to like fix your problems that you picked up when you were younger. So.
So leading cause of death for 20 to 24-year-olds.
Wait, the micromort Wikipedia page is great because it talks about.
Oh, does it have like a table?
It has a table of like leisure and sport activities that increase micromorts.
Oh, I see. Scuba diving. So that's 5 micromorts per dive. I've scuba dived before, but not that deep.
Only
like,
5 per dive. Okay,
maybe
what about
only 20 people.
skydiving? 8 per jump.
Skiing is 0.7 micromorts per day. Seems like fine.
But these are kind of
paragliding,
just
74.
measured by like people, like data
Whoa.
of people who die from these, right?
Whoa, look at this. Ascending Mount Everest. is 38,000 micromorts.
Oh
per
my
cent.
God.
Okay, that's not good.
Wow.
So 1 micromort is traveling 8.8 miles by motorcycle, 30
Dude,
miles by
motorcycles
walking.
scare the hell out of me.
Yeah, I'd never do that.
I've been on one before, but
Giving birth is 120 micromorts. That's like not terrible. I mean, giving birth used to be like probably 200,000 micromorts.
yeah.
So we've made some progress on this.
Oh wow, it has COVID infection
Oh,
by
this
age.
is good. This is good reference. Like if you get COVID at age 25, that's on the same order of micromorts as giving birth.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not terrible.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, yeah.
1 additional micromort from drinking half a liter of wine, spending an hour in a coal mine, living 2 months with a smoker, drinking Miami water for 1 year. Uh-oh.
It's over.
Eating 100 charcoal broiled steaks. Wow. So like
Aw,
why
man.
why would I ever not do that? Is the increase in cancer risk from charcoal broiling that small? That's crazy.
Let's go.
Anyway though, yeah, leading cause of death for young people. Don't do drugs. Don't
The age-old
drive drunk.
adages are just so true. Like just in the age of ASI.
Never kill yourself.
Number
always-
1, never kill yourself.
always
Number
good thing to
2,
do.
don't smoke. Number 3,
Number 3,
go to
don't-
bed
Don't get
at your
murdered.
bedtime.
Don't get murdered.
Don't get
Um,
murdered.
Don't get cancer. But even still, this is only 3.5% of deaths
Wait,
for young people.
then couldn't an argument be made, don't give birth? As we established, it's not actually a high risk, but
yeah, it's a minor risk. I don't know. If you wanted to like fully decrease your micromorts, you could like lock yourself in a basement all day.
I mean, Brian Johnson, right?
I guess. COVID-19.
Does he know about this micromort thing?
Surely.
Yeah. Wow, fascinating.
Yeah. So almost all, let's see, 44.1 plus 17.2 plus 15.5. So about 77% of deaths among young people happen from unintentional
you know-
injuries, suicide, and homicide.
You know, though,
So avoid those.
another micromort, like reducing thing would be just like autonomous vehicles, like
Yes, absolutely.
completely, yeah,
I
taking
think
off.
for people our age, this is probably the single biggest intervention.
Is like, yeah, I mean, yeah.
Anyway, this is
Also,
actually
other
good.
cities are probably like associated with different micromorts.
Surely, yeah. This is such a good segue into the next thing, which is Nan Rensehoff from Stripe's Moonshot to end the common cold and the flu. These are things with like actual micromorts involved.
Yeah.
We treat respiratory infections as a minor nuisance, but that's really not the case. Most of us will spend 5% of our lives sick from these viruses. This like makes sense, you know. How many days is 5% of the year? It's like 18 days, like 2.5 weeks.
Yeah.
They kill.
I can actually imagine, sorry, this is a segue, but like I can imagine a version of social credit, like a social health credit or whatever, that is based off of like how often you get sick.
This is the plot of the book Erewhon by Samuel Butler,
I haven't read it.
who also predicted AGI in 1863.
Yeah, I will have to read it actually.
You should actually read this book. It predicts AGI and looks maxing in the same book that is 160
Holy
years
prophet.
old.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They kill 1 million people a year. This is true. Like most people forget about this. Like they kill a lot of people.
And also there's some sort of cumulative like risk if you get sick all of the time.
Yes. A lot of people have this idea that getting sick all the time is good for you because it builds immunity. This is actually
Nah,
not
bro.
true.
Nah, bro.
Yeah, so
good.
waterborne diseases used to kill lots of people. Like cholera, typhoid, dysentery, and they still kill lots of people in like Africa. But they don't kill people in the West anymore because we did these moonshots to figure out like sanitation and vaccines and other things that helped fewer people die of like diarrhea. And dying of diarrhea is really unpleasant. You don't want to do that. It's not
Didn't
a good way
this
to go
happen
out.
to like Elvis or something?
No.
He like died in the restroom.
Yeah, but that was different. That was like drugs
Yeah,
and
yeah, but-
obesity. He was not a healthy guy.
How did Elvis die?
Oh my God. In 2021 alone, there were 12.8 billion infections globally, mostly caused by viruses.
Oh yeah, he had a fatal heart attack
These
while straining to have a bowel movement. Actually,
Ooh, that's terrible, bro.
yikes!
Imagine being so unhealthy that you go out trying to take a shit. That's so bad.
Oh my god.
Don't strain too hard on the toilet. Just like, chill out and come back later. If Elvis had just chilled out and come back later,
And
he
lowered
would
his
still be around
cortisol.
today.
Yeah.
I think Elvis could actually still be alive today. He was born in 1935. So totally, he would be like 90. That's totally imaginable.
Him and Warren Buffett.
Yeah.
Be just kicking
Warren
it.
Buffett was born before Elvis.
Wow, that's really insane. Yeah.
Yeah. So respiratory infections raise our risk of serious illness often years later. 10x asthma risk by age 6 if infected with HRV, which is, what is HRV? HRV virus. Human rhinovirus, right. So that's like the cold. So if you get the cold as a baby, you have a way higher asthma risk as a child. After the flu, your heart attack risk is way higher. Your dementia risk is way higher after severe influenza. It's bad. It nukes 1% of global productivity. Severe prenatal and early postnatal respiratory infections might lead to reduced adult earnings and educational attainment later in life. So 2 technologies working together. Basically removing pathogens from the air. So they're working on 2 different things. Broad spectrum preventatives. So shot, nasal spray, pill that defend individuals against a bunch of viruses simultaneously.
Okay, that's cool.
That is cool.
It's like sunscreen for your immune system.
Yes, it's like sunscreen. That's a good analogy, actually.
That's cool.
Direct acting antivirals, innate immunity modulators, host directed. Like, this is such an understudied thing, and I'm so glad
definitely.
that they're working
That's
on it.
really cool.
So they think it is, if this doesn't happen in the next 10 years, what do you think the primary reason will be? 40% of people said technical feasibility, but 50% of people said lack of funding, resourcing, and or TAM. I don't know why they said TAM. There's obviously huge TAM for ending the common cold.
It's literally everyone on Earth.
Yeah. And then the other technologies, air cleaning technologies, which is air filtration, far UVC light. At Lighthaven, by the way, they have far UVC light set up.
We were talking about
to
this.
Oliver Habrica about this on MTS like a week and a half ago. Seasonal infections based on uptake of both of these things. So they estimate that they could cut seasonal infections by like 75% if they adopt both technologies. But the decreases would be much less substantial if they adopt just one of the 2. Okay, so they have a $500 million fund that will make grants and investments to de-risk projects and advance them far enough for capital markets to kick in and take them the rest of the way. This is like great stuff. Nan Renselhoff wrote this amazing article, basically 2 amazing articles, like why aren't there more general managers for pressing problems? And then the other one, so true. And then the other one is there's huge amounts of philanthropic funding that's going to be flooding into the ecosystem because of AI wealth. And what are we going to do with it? So now she's going to be the general manager for ending the common cold, which is pretty great.
That is awesome. Yeah, we do need PMs for like all of these like civilization like scale problems, but that are also like just kind of small in general.
Look at how cracked this list is. Our anchor funders include Stripe, Anthropic, Flu Lab, Openai Foundation, the Collison Brothers, a dozen individuals from Jane Street, Bill Gates, Coefficient Giving, which was open philanthropy, and Anthropic employees, individual Anthropic employees. Intercept will be advised by Oh, I know Michael Kramer, I think.
And Nan does public goods at Stripe.
Yeah, Michael Kramer is like a UChicago development economist. Symposium attendees. Wow. Holy cracked.
Cool. Yeah, so this probably,
Patrick Hsu will be involved in this project. That's great.
yeah, ARC Institute people.
Will Menidis had a good tweet about this. Our best friend, Will Menidis. We love you, Will Menidis.
We're like Jesus.
Yeah, come on the show. Anyway, he had a good tweet about this that was, you should keep your software company private forever so you can pay Charlie Petty to cure respiratory viruses. That is kind of true. If Stripe announced that they were going to devote a bunch of money to curing the common cold, and they were a public company, would their stonks go down? Possibly.
It's possible, yeah.
Oh, they also
Stay
did this,
private, boys
this
and girls.
cool website. Oh, that's so cool.
Wait, do it again.
Look at it. You do it again, and it's like, ooh, viruses, and then you scroll, and it gets nuked. Wow.
Nice.
New modality. Wow, okay. So there's a huge wave of investment in vaccines and whatnot, but infectious diseases are just like way underfunded. New AI-enabled tools and data sets. So now, yeah, we have lots of new stuff from AI, to say nothing about when AI itself becomes good enough to automate much of this research. Increasing pandemic risks. Days to make a virus. It used to take 2 years to make a synthetic polio virus. Now it takes more like a month and a half. Air cleaning technologies. Yeah, so like, I don't know why, for example, I think the most obvious place to deploy these is public transit, like a subway. You have literally an enclosed tube full of people that are constantly flowing in and out with probably not that great filtration and ventilation, probably no filtration at all, and no antimicrobial light, and it's probably just like a super spreader place.
Oh, you want to know something else that's cool? Is that there's like certain plants that are known to filter like household toxins naturally. So what if we just like bioengineered plants for the home that could do this better?
I mean, we have HEPA filters. I don't know how much a bioengineered plant would.
Maybe at some point.
Maybe at some point.
It's also cool.
Oh, we have one more little story. Mythos. Oh my God! Wow.
It's just like keeping up with mythos.
It's just
at this
mythos
point.
every day. Every day
Yeah.
there's more mythos
State
news.
of the mythos.
So basically, Anthropic's Mythos identified vulnerabilities in highly sensitive U.S. government computer systems during a testing exercise. Some senator said something like, they hacked into all of the NSA's systems within hours. This is probably not true. Yeah, Mark Warner said he was informed by the NSA chief that Mythos broke into almost all of our classified systems, not in weeks, but in hours. Whether this is actually literally true, we don't know. But
Yeah, we've talked about this prior.
yeah.
About how just like who are they referring to when they say mythos? Like who are they referring to when they say mythos? Like is it a red team?
Yeah, it's a red team.
Yeah.
So probably they had some level of access to these systems or knew about their operations. Like if you have like NSA red teamers who know about how these systems are architected and they also have Mythos, you can imagine them hacking into it quite easily because they have this knowledge. Anyway, do we have any bangers?
No, but you know what we do have?
What?
Ad reads.
That's right.
Insert seamless transition.
Insert seamless transition.
Neon. Scale your startup on Neon. The Postgres backend for apps and agents built by Databricks. Neon.com/MTS. Oh, we need a soundboard for this segment. I want to hit like a...
Yeah. I was just thinking, when you said soundboard, I immediately thought of the...
Yeah.
What about 11 Labs? We can
For
make our
jam.
soundboard with 11 Labs. AI that communicates at human level across every channel and modality. 11labs.io/MTS.
And of course, Granola, the AI notepad. Try it once and never go back. Granola.ai/MTS.
What about Kong, the AI connectivity platform? Connect APIs,
Kong
LLMs,
activity.
agents, and systems with serious security and governance. KongHQ.com.
Wow. That's crazy. You know what's also crazy? Autonomous software development for enterprise code bases, such as the one that Blitzy provides. Ship 5x faster. Blitzy.com.
Merge. Build once,
We're
connect to
emoting
every
now.
API tool and LLM. OpenAI, Dropbox, and Ramp use Merge to get AI to production faster. Merge.dev/MTS. Yeah, we need emotes for every one
Wait,
of these
quick,
ad reads.
pass me an ad. Just like ad quick. Make your brand a billboard. Out of home advertising as easy to scale as digital. Adquick.com.
What about Macroscope? AI code-based understanding for engineering leaders. Macroscope.com/MTS.
These are going to be like TikTok dances by the time that we're in like 4 months. We're just going to be doing full TikTok dances that are like sponsor themed.
I know, it's going to be awesome. Well, it's been great. We'll be right back with Pleometric, the purple
Our
penguin.
goat, avant-garde artist, Pleometric.
All right, we are back. We are live with Pleometric, the purple penguin, who is on X.com. He works at Pangram now, but for a while he's been talking about basically AI content of all kinds and what this means culturally. By the way, I just playing this game Anthropium. I just got one that was dead on. I put it in Egypt in 1500 BC, so I got that one perfect. Anyway, welcome.
Congratulations.
Pleometric.
Welcome, Pleo.
Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here in my digital penguin form.
So do you think this is closer to who you actually are than who you are in real life? This penguin?
I think I just quite enjoy playing with personas, and
I see.
I think the part of the internet where you can be whatever you want is kind of going away, I think.
Really? How so?
Well, I think there is a global trend towards better identification as less and less of the internet is human-produced content. We still, as people, have a strong preference for interacting with actual people, and as it gets harder and harder to tell who is a person and an agent or just a simple spam bot, I do think you start moving away. In platforms, you're seeing that human content, faces looking at the camera, are being pushed more and constantly outperform just purely persona type things.
Yeah, and then
But aren't
so-
personas also crafted to be very human-like, as in like if...
Well-
Go on.
No, I mean, yes, in a way. And you can argue that even if you do use your real face, you are playing a persona. But I think that
That's deep.
this whole idea that you can, on the internet, no one knows you're a dog or whatever it is,
or a penguin.
Or a penguin, that is going away in the sense of both from a governance point of view. Governments want to know who is saying what, where, when. Also, a platform-wise, people want to know if the content they're consuming what's the provenance of that? Is it person doing that? Is it a farm? Is it an artist with a strange penguin? Is it an actual person? And as it becomes harder and harder and perhaps impossible to be 100% sure of what you're reading, I do think you're going to start having these segments of highly verified, is this a person or not a person, versus,
Well,
the
there's also this trend cutting in the other direction where people find that like Opus can tell that they have written something that is unpublished if they have enough of their training or if they have enough of their writing in the training corpus.
Right. Yeah, I mean, you do have the game of, do you know Pleometric, and you ask the latest model and they accidentally dox your name or whatever. I do think that there's a reasonable part of it, but my chief concern is honestly in terms of where do communities go, where are humans interacting with humans when most of the internet is not non-human traffic, right? I think 2 weeks ago we officially passed bot traffic in terms of most of the internet right now is non-human traffic versus purely human traffic. I expect over the coming few years we're going to see smaller and smaller clusters of purely human actors interfacing with each other. And other than that, it's just this the Red Queen hypothesis in biology, if you allow me to abuse it a little bit. It's basically that species are competing in the same niches, kind of to stay in place. So the parasite adapts, and then the host has to fight that off, and then race to stay in place. And it's the same thing here. The platforms are trying to identify the bots, and so the bots get better at passing themselves off as not being bots. This has been happening forever in cybersecurity. You have the antivirus, and then you have better virus. I think this race will keep happening. You keep having the tooling to try to identify what's authentic and what's not authentic. But all the effort you have to put to know the provenance of something is usually enough for people to just give up and say like, oh, I don't care anymore. Just show me whatever. And so, how much are people going to care whether the content is human made? How much are they going to care that it's human? Because if you make an AI meme, we see this every day on this platform, for example. You have these very viral images. They're clearly AI, but they're funny because they're contextualizing a joke that exists between people in the network, or they're making it very cheap for you to do an absurdist thing. There's this meme going on right now as a speaker, like, or whatever in whatever person challenge. So pour milk on your grandma challenge.
I saw that.
Like 10 years ago, you would have to actually go through the ice bucket thing, and now you can just generate an image. So if it's funny the first time, and it helps it spread very quickly, I don't think people care it's AI that much. You obviously do have a share of the user base who strongly are against AI. But I think the trend is, so long as the output is good enough, most people will not care if it's packaged in the correct way. And by packaged, I mean you have enough information to know whether like this is a AI meme account, or there was a human behind the this AI leg of production. I think it's all about the level of choice people are going to have in terms of what can you choose and how much you can choose. You do have on short form, for example, now on TikTok and Instagram, you do have people who explicitly prefer AI slop as a type of content. It's more absurd. It's faster to generate. It has faster iteration cycles. So the joke
But people
started. Yeah.
people are consuming it as sort of like meta slop. Like they know that it's slop. They don't think that like AI interracial like fruit cucking edits are like the most artistic, beautiful, high-minded thing they could be watching with their time. It's like much of the entertainment is in laughing at how bad it is.
I think I'm going to disagree. There is the part of like laughing at how bad it is, but in the case of AI soap operas, you can call it, and this happens in China as well, they have a much more advanced short platform. I recommend, if people are interested in seeing the state of things, TikTok launched a new app recently called Pine Drama, which is just this absurd fruit creatures and animals cheating on each other kind of thing. So you can see what I'm talking about. But I do think that these things are playing on a very human element, which is people like stories, and people like stories about things that are important and that affect our lives. So, the cheating, drama, the backstabbing, all of these are fundamental parts of like human stories that people like. And in the case of the AI fruit, the only thing they're doing is basically taking what daytime television figured out since like the early 90s that works, and packaging it in a novel coat of paint, So I don't think most people are, laughing and saying, "Oh God, it's so bad," but they really want to see like what's going to happen. Now that the lemon CEO is cheating on his wife with the strawberry secretary, what's going to happen next? Stories, and that sounds a little bit of like a platitude, but stories are such a powerful thing that if you scribble like circles on a paper and you just move them around a little bit to showcase their talking, if the story is good enough, you can go viral with that type of content. So in that case, I don't think AI is. Yeah, go ahead.
What do you think about Obsession, like the movie Obsession, as sort of a counter to a lot of narratives that everything is going to get AI-ier and sloppier and more short form forever? This was a movie that was original, totally original. It did not rely on existing characters at all. No existing, cinematic universe or IP. It was, an indie budget thing. It didn't come from a big studio. It became like immensely popular. It's the first movie since E.T. in like 1980 to increase in box office over consecutive weeks. And basically people seem to be a big fan. And of course there's no AI involved. And it's very long form. It's 2 hours.
Right. I think the doom and gloom of everything is going to be horrible, short form, whatever, is exaggerated because a lot of the problems why aren't people going to movies? Why aren't people watching like long form as much as they do? And it's, I think where short form shines and where AI content shines, that it has very fast iteration loops, right? You can make hundreds of videos in the time it takes to do like one long form video. Or in the case of a movie, it takes months to make a movie. It takes a lot of money. I think Obsession is interesting because it comes from a director that already had an audience. He had, I forgot his name, but he had already proved himself. He has very popular sketch comedy style things he does in short form. He
Kane
brought
Parsons?
an audience. Yeah. So I don't know if you know, but both Obsession and Backrooms are both they brought audiences. They were both already crushing in social media before. They're not like some unknown director, and that's one of the things that studios are going to try to leverage now. They're going to try people who like already prove that they can command and already have this captive audience who know they are. And so I think that what Backrooms Obsession shows, it's not that like people don't want to watch movies or they don't want to long form or whatever. It's just that movies have the discovery problem. Number one, like which script are you going to work on? Because you're going to have to invest all this time, this money, this. So if you took someone who kind of already understands the Gen Z, the themes that Gen Z might think it's interesting, that person already has an audience. And so if you just give them the time and the money to do something more expensive than they were doing before, it's not hard to see why it would work. Now, if you compare that to like a script writer that is not up to date with like whatever the current trends are, they have to go to a studio and justify by saying, hey, I think this, like what's going to do well? Well, Marvel still kind of do well. Let's do a superhero. So it's very hard for them to branch out. There's an old Matt Damon interview where he was like, DVD, or I don't even remember if it was him, but he was like, DVD sales allowed those more experimental movies to kind of be made, because if you failed at the box office, you could always sell like the DVD. Like Family Guy famously got canceled, and it was such a popular DVD stuff that they brought the show back. You don't really have that venue anymore. You kind of have to like get a home run from the get-go. And on short form, you can do whatever you want. Like you can do absurd things. If the audience likes, it's getting tested in real time. So I can see in the future, I think that short form was going to be a great startup place for you to test a narrative, a format, a niche. And then as you get an audience, you can try to start doing YouTube, because YouTube is still a touch above in terms of startup cost and short form. And then from there, there's a path to like maybe a web series, and this is not new, by the way. I think this has been happening since the early 2010s. You do see YouTubers or streamers or whatever trying to branch out into these other formats. So I think that the cause is kind of inverted in the sense that like, oh, short form is destroying everything else because no one has the attention span. Well, I think it's just that short form is better adapted at discovering what people want to actually see. Because last month you did AI fruits, and then that got adapted, copied, and now this month we're doing dinosaurs cheating on each other, and then we find out that the dinosaurs are more popular or whatever. And that happens in many other different types. So like fan fiction, for example, is very good at this, at tagging the type of content. This story has all these, it's enemies to lovers, and it's set in medieval France, and it's for this audience, maybe it's a story with a lot of violence, or maybe
Are there like any truly novel AI stories that we're seeing, or is it just kind of like this same stuff as always? Like cheating stories are like
I don't
the
think
oldest.
I don't think there's anything new under the sun.
Yeah,
that's my point. I just think that AI is this powerful accelerator to this trends we've been seeing on the internet for a while. So like these cheating stories are not so different from what you would find in fan fiction. They're playing with keywords, they're playing with these tags, they're remixing them very quickly, and they're to put comparatively very high quality visuals, whereas in the past you would have to have like a 3D animator or a 2D animator, or sometimes it would just be like I said, static images where you move the mouth to showcase that they're talking. And these things still exist. They're still popular, and they're competing with AI, and their audiences there are like, oh, you know what? Actually, I don't want AI at all. So they're still watching the cheating stars, but it's hand drawn by some guy on a post-it note that's filming with your phone. Both things are coexisting right now. So I think the summary of what I want to say, basically, one of the reasons short form wins is a combination of low startup cost, high, fast iteration cycles, high audience feedback. I post something, I get 200 people commenting on it. Next day, I post based on that feedback, and maybe someone saw my thing and changed it a little bit. I don't think it's the death of cinema. It's just that it's perhaps a change in. It used to be maybe in the 70s that you had to find movie studios and even the music industry you had to build a person from the ground up. You had to build an artist. You had to bet on their first album or their first movie. You had to do like a student film to get noticed and all that. They're basically just going to start harvesting that directly from the source where people are trying to put themselves on camera and directing that. And in that way, I think you kind of have a short form and these web platforms as the top of the funnel of creativity for the future. But the attention, everyone beholden to the same new attention economy. You can in some way pay your way through success with multi-million marketing budgets, but the thing is, real attention from real people is still one of the most powerful things you can do. If you can command short form audiences and translate that to, or YouTube or whatever, and you translate that to the box office, we're seeing the absurd success that Backrooms and Obsession and all of that are having. And I think that the last thing I'll say is short form should not be understood as content. So like, it's not the type of content is irrelevant. It should be understood as what I said. It's about velocity. It's about remixing, and it's about how little it costs both from the producer and the artist. Like, you can whip up TikTok, scroll for 10 seconds and put it down if you want. You have to go to the cinema, you have to pay for a ticket, you have to sit down. Like, everyone involved with media, all levels, has a level of involvement in how to pay. If someone's listening to us talk right now, they've been spending the last 20 minutes watching the Penguin talk, they're investing those 20 minutes. And you guys are investing your time being here. So streaming also has this high cost. If this was I could make a 30-second video on TikTok saying the same points I'm making now.
You
it's
should,
the cheapest thing it's going to.
Yeah, you.
I should,
totally
but so I guess my thing is, like, I understand all the distaste people have for short form. Like, I think there are many good criticisms to be had. We want people to be running around in grass and not, rotting in their beds watching it. But it is there's a reason why it's so popular. It's not just getting tendrils going into your brain and you're gonna get, the AI is gonna get you and we're all gonna die. I think that it's also the fact that it is very good at finding discovery. It's very good at showing you new things to look at, finding new information that's relevant to you, and seeing faces. We like seeing faces. We like seeing people. We like seeing what our friends are doing. And TikTok and Instagram, all that things are kind of like default third spaces for a lot of younger generations now.
Sure. So
Totally.
Tell us about Pangram. What are you doing at Pangram?
Pangram, I think, fits very well into the narrative I'm talking about. So they do AI detection, working on current text detection, so like just to see if something was written by AI or not. And I think that it fits very well into the idea I was talking about choice. Like, AI content is not going anywhere, but I think what consumers want is the choice to know whether what you're like. I at least let me decide if I'm going to see AI stuff or not, right? So like every platform started tagging AI, and Pengram is kind of a third party that you can plug into browser, your email, or you can just pay something there to see whether the text you're reading, the Substack you're reading, the post on X you're reading was generated by AI or a person. So that's what Penguin does, AI detection. It's moving into all forms of AI in the future, but right now it does text. And I was hired, so basically I'm doing some work in expanding it to other platforms. So I'm working on a mobile version of Penguin right now. And I'm also helping them with TikTok, creating content. So, most people who use TikTok or whatever, they don't really use a laptop unless they have to. So I think it's important that if you're going to have tools for detecting AI, that they're accessible from your phone. So you can just you're scrolling through X, you can just highlight the text and send to Pengram and seeing if it's AI or not. So you don't have to go to your computer, save the post, and do all of that. I think you have I think the vision of the future for this type of not just Pengram, but I think for all types of media, because platforms also want to give people the option to see if it's AI or not. I think the vision for the future is you get to set your feed. So give me the unadulterated feed. Show me whatever people's posting, and then you can do show me 50% AI, or show me 100% just human content. And of course, as I said, this is going to be a race to stay in place, because for every person working on AI detection, you're going to have a bot farm that's working on obfuscating content as much as possible. I don't think detection is never going to be solved in the sense of security is never going to be solved. Secure software is something that has to advance as tools change, as all that changes. You have to work on security. There's a reason why cybersecurity as an industry exists, right? I think AI detection is a new category or product, basically. How much people want to interface with AI is going to be a product choice in the future. And I think a lot of people scoff at the idea of I just do this, and that, and no one can detect and it's AI. And that's fair. But we're talking about, our parents who may or may not be familiar. Granddad might not be so familiar with AI content. So I think it would be important for people who are not deep into familiarity with AI, people who spend a lot of time with AI can clock if Claude or GPT or whatever wrote a text in a glance just by looking at the sentence structure.
Absolutely.
But
I don't know why some people can't.
Most people can't. I went to a toy store to buy a gift for my nephew. He's 5, and playing Suno generated AI music, nonsensical kid-sounding music on the store. And I turned to a friend that was with me and was like, "Hey, this is AI." Really? I really can't tell. And it was, for me, it's just absolute slop. But for people who are not familiar with it, it's plausible. It's good enough.
This kind of stuff makes kids stupid.
What?
I feel like this kind of stuff makes kids stupid.
I don't know. It makes people stupid or feel stupid? I didn't.
No, it makes kids stupid specifically to have these insipid, bright colors and terrible music without much informational content. They should be learning about the world at this age.
Yeah, I think one of the most pernicious usage of spam, and I'm going to call it spam. You can call it slop, but kids' content has been one of the primary vectors by which bot farms and such operate in. In the late 2010s, you had the Elsa Spider-Man. If you remember that,
I do remember
bot
this.
farms.
Oh my god.
Content farms figured out that they could just produce nonsensical content to farm YouTube payouts and just make absurd things that are, like I said, it's about keywords, right? The kids cannot discriminate between stories or not. So just put Elsa and Spider-Man fighting, beating there to a pope or whatever, and it was shocking, and the kids are going to look at it. So I think that, like, for example, if you're talking about putting kids content on the internet, that is a great place to have better moderation and better content restriction. But you can't. It's very hard to do that at scale, and that's where I think automated, not just AI detection, but auto content could be used in tandem with traditional moderation solutions, because otherwise, the classic image of the kid getting the iPad and no one's watching, they're watching, you might be thinking, oh, they're watching some Disney stuff, but it's just some horrifying type of content. And platforms don't care because they're only looking at like user retention and time spent on device, and if the kids are just watching the screen all day. But I think the point is, I think the point here is just that, like, every open channel that has this, let's say, liberty of content, like Roblox, for example, is vulnerable to that type of attack, which is a high volume, low quality type of thing. And I think if you're gonna focus on quality of content, kids spaces would be a good place to start.
Totally agree. What do you think is the best content available out there for kids? Do you have any opinion?
I think that's very hard. I don't have children of my own, but
Pleometric TikToks.
I do think pleometric TikToks for the children. No, I do think that the difficult thing about children's content is that, and I think we could do a whole talk about this, but the children directed content it does not exist the same way that it existed 20 years ago. Club Penguin and Neopets and all these websites that were made to be exclusive for children. And I think that fell out of fashion. I'm not familiar whether there was a business model problem or not. So I do think that if you have something like YouTube, you recognize the brand name and you see like YouTube Kids, you don't stop to think like, oh, because if Disney puts out content for children, most people are going to trust that Disney understands what's good for children or not, right? Disney, in that sense, has been vetted and it is familiar to. But now, if you talk about like Cocomelon, the controversial Cocomelon, like where did it come from? Who produces that content? It's on YouTube, and I trust YouTube. I understand that might sound shocking to some people, but I think most people just trust YouTube because it's a Google company, So if they see a channel marked under YouTube Kids, and it's recommended to them, a lot of people will rightfully assume that there has been some vetting process to whether that is good or not. And there's also, I think, the fact that even if it's content made exclusively for children on these open platforms, you still fall to the same dynamics that social networks will fall. So like they're vulnerable to content farms, they're vulnerable to like, the politics, the comment section. People will turn children's cartoons into a political issue if they find a reason to do so. And so I think from what I see two trends right now from parents I know. There's a trend of people who want to do the millennial style, no screens in my children's lives. I think that's one alternative. They're going to look after books. I personally think that that's at some point your children will interface with screens. And I do think that like thinking that they're not going to point being content with these things is a losing strategy. Not saying give the iPad to the baby, but just to make myself very clear here. But I also think that like there is a lack of, shall we say, curated. I think old school television, cable television, ends up doing a better job because you to go to the whatever channel Disney is displaying those things. I think Netflix and that sort of thing end up becoming the default choice for most parents, because there is, in some sense, a curation process happening there. What I see most parents doing is just like Netflix or Disney Plus or whatever. So I think the best kind of perhaps would be, whatever the 21st century equivalent of a Mr. Rogers would be, public access television or whatever. But I don't think that industry is. I'm both not familiar with the state of the industry, and I also don't think there is a lot of money being put in that, in the sense of like, let's make the children safe and let's be profitable at the same way.
Yeah.
It's much easier to just, do AI slop on Disney Channel and Mickey Mouse having Spider-Man like they were doing.
Yeah. Well, Puyo, it's been great having you on as usual. It was nice meeting you at Manifest as well. So thank you so much for coming back on MTS.
Yes.
All right.
Also,
Thank
shout
you so
out
much
your
for having me.
location on Twitter, which is the Pleorama. Is that a reference to the pleroma from Gnosticism?
Well, it's very close to it, but the Pleorama is actually a 19th
Is that a real thing?
century. It's a real thing. If you search on Wikipedia, you can see it. It was basically a kind of like proto-cinema.
And we're back.
You know who else might also be back?
Who?
Fable.
Oh, that's so true. Fable might be back. Leo, one of our favorite AI leakers, he's great. Breaking. Claude Code v 2.1.190 introduces several string changes that hint at preparations for a Fable 5 return, with it being permanently included in subscriptions with weekly usage. The string "You've used your Fable 5 usage for this week" has been added, and "purchased separately from your plan" has been removed. So that's pretty good. Like, Anthropic did warn that Fable after June 22nd, June 23rd, would no longer be part of plans, including, $200 a month the max plan, and you'd have to pay for it separately. I'm looking at his Discord server right now. Where is it? One of the channels is just people's cats. It's so cute. Oh, there it is. Twitter ping. Okay, so this is a leaks ping. This is also a leak. Where's the other one? He also says, update. Fable 5 has now reportedly also reappeared in Amazon Bedrock. Chat, ... So the prediction market odds for Fable returning have increased substantially just in the last day. Mm-hmm. These are pretty big and important prediction markets. It is a big deal if Fable returns.
It's actually very genius to make Fable like a standalone product as opposed to being part of the Max plan. I'm kind of like, wow, why didn't I think of that?
Genius, like evil genius?
Not necessarily evil, just like profit genius, Like all the people with Max plans are probably willing to spend additional money to use Fable.
I mean, at that point, why would you bother paying for a Max plan? You could just pay for a Pro plan and get as much Opus as you need and save $180 a month.
I don't know. But I think the pricing model separately thing might actually, become the meta.
Yeah. So we don't know when Fable will return. This is an interesting poll from Leo. If AGI is achieved, which superpower would you rather see holding the keys? And only 58% of people voted the US. That's
Are there only two options?
Kind of narrow margin. I wonder where this account is based. Europe. Poor guy can't even use Fable when it comes to that. The myth of consensual releases. I consent. I don't. Isn't there somebody you forgot to ask? I love how they took off Sam's shirt but not Dario. This is homophobia. That's crazy.
Wow.
Oh, BiDi stands for bidirectional voice mode. Everything will be safety maxed and you will like it. Oh yeah, and Claude Sonnet 5 is also coming out soon, but I don't care about that. The only types of models I care about are the smartest frontier models.
That's it.
And the cheapest.
I don't even care about the, well, I guess I do care about the cheapest. But
Speaking of frontier models, Representative Anna Paulina Luna of Florida used Anthropic's Claude AI chatbot to draft an amendment to a defense bill. Claude responded. That's so funny, actually.
I wonder what the solution is, because obviously Claude is being used to draft bills and whatever, and I don't think there's any actual harm in it's unrealistic to expect that it will not be used for that. But what is the proper public facing hygiene of this? Of should you disclose that Claude was involved? Because this is just embarrassing.
Well, putting it in the text secretly is embarrassing, but it's not as if. How do I say this? It's not as if before Claude, representatives are writing their own bills.
Exactly.
They have staffers, and the staffers are anonymous.
It's all the staffers, yeah.
You don't know who they are. So I think just adding Claude to this list of staffers is not
Yeah. I just think there should be some sort of disclosure. Like increasingly, there's just going to be like people using AI to like do all of these things that people are going to be mad about. And this is going to keep happening, and we're going to keep pangramming everything and being like, this is so embarrassing. Like,
Pangramming bills is probably hard. Because they're written in this very specific style. Also, she says, yeah, my staff used AI to correct a draft text and didn't edit. Not a shocker. Most staff use it. I've told them to make sure they are double checking and more thorough. What dork planted this story? By the way, love Claude, but Grok is way more savage.
oh my God, no.
Okay.
I was kind of following until that last line.
Grok is so Grok is so epic.
Grok is so epic bacon. Hashtag epic sauce.
Yeah, literally. What is your staff
am
there
becoming
for if they
you.
can't do a proofread? My staff is incompetent, has to rely on AI. I don't think like using AI at work makes you incompetent. This is just stupid. Like,
No.
does this mean every software engineer is incompetent because they
Like,
use
yeah.
Cursor?
Like I said, it's just going to be either like the status quo will have to change, or there's going to have to be some sort of like, we used AI label attached that people slowly get desensitized to.
Yeah.
Because people are going to use AI. Like, the future is now, old man.
Yeah, it's just going to happen.
Um,
Young Macro wrote an article.
Oh, Young Macro has been crashing out on the TL.
Has he?
Yeah, a little bit.
I still think it's really funny that the Chinese in his name translates to like Young Macro Legend. There's a solved issue in finance, by the way. Oh, that's funny. They should invent a way to be employed without having a job. He says this is a solved issue in finance because of gardening leave.
What is gardening leave?
Garden leave is when you are like in between jobs, but something non-compete, and so your employer pays you to do nothing, which is incredible.
Okay.
Some people get like a year of garden leave, where, to protect data and prevent former employees from joining a competitor, you continue getting paid, your big finance salary, but you just don't work for up to a year.
Wait, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's finally back from his long exile.
So
which
he
we
wrote
missed
this
him.
like X article a few days ago.
I love how this was his last tweet in April before disappearing for two months. Crazy mid-20s black pill that life is short as a platitude is not some metaphorical declaration on the futility of earthly delights, but actually very literal. One comes to notice that 75 years is just very few years. Yeah, kind of true. Sad.
Well, he's not AGI pilled enough. It's not the lifespan.
Okay.
It's going up.
Maybe, but you got to hedge.
You do have to hedge, as we talked about in the prior segment.
And so Mr. Macro disappeared. He posted his last tweet on April 19th, and then MTS launched on April 20th. So, coincidence?
Actually, yes.
Actually, yes.
Actually, yes, a coincidence.
Of course, I'm worried about AI safety, he says.
Oh, the one that I read of his recently was AI safetyism, utilitarians, EA, EVs, Anthropic, etc., which was basically him just like crazy, frantic keyboard typing out thoughts, if you read that one.
Oh, yeah, I did. I like scrolled through it.
Yeah.
This one, AI safetyism, utilitarians, AEA, EVs, Anthropic, etc.
Like there's a point in here where he is kind of just like questioning whether AI alignment is like a noble, morally refutable thing to be pursuing.
This guy edited his profile picture to be fat.
A very important point.
Yes. I did just notice this. Oh, that's so funny. So let's look at this article about AI safety. Yeah. In the prevailing discourse, there's a strange perception that your attitude toward AI risk should cleanly map to your attitude toward the general political questions of our time. If you're growth pilled, then you should be very unconcerned with AI going wrong, and if you're very worried, then you must either be a fanatic or a warmth of collectivism, anti-free market, pro-degrowth radical. This is true, unfortunately. Consider a hypothetical. Basically, you run into a demon, gives you a bargain. With unknown probability X, it wipes out all of humanity. With unknown probability 1 minus X, it endows humanity with endless riches. Do you consider it justified to agree to the bargain? Probably not, right? Maybe. Like, I mean, this is just like bad metaphor, I think, because the probability is not totally unknowable, nor are there such binary outcomes. This is standard like EA rationalist, like Pascal's mugging stuff. What if the demon instead told you that X is 5%? With a 95% probability, everyone will get endless riches, but with a probability of 5%, all of humanity will be wiped out. I assume it's still a no. No, I would.
Like
I would take
you
that
were
bargain.
making this choice. Just
It's not about getting
like a trolley
endless
problem or whatever?
riches. It's about like making everyone's life like vastly better and more worthwhile and incredible. And all of humanity will be wiped out with 100% probability within a century anyway, because you personally will die. So like I just think this is a bad formulation.
Okay. Wait, go this graph. Just this.
Oh yeah, this is pretty funny.
That's good.
Greed. Let's go back to the hypothetical. Consider the same demon keeps the conditions of the bargain constant, abundance for all with some probability, end of humanity with some probability. But in either case, you become a trillionaire. The demon promises that the two outcomes will be non-immediate. In the meantime, you get to be a trillionaire. Do you agree to this bargain now?
No. Low-key. What do you?
I would agree to the bargain still. Yeah, this argument does have the feel of a Pascal's mugging. Absolutely. Do you know what Pascal's mugging is?
No, but I have heard of this.
It's the idea that basically, like, with very small probabilities, if the issue is bad enough, then it outweighs all positive considerations.
Hold on. Oh, yeah.
So basically,
rational
like,
agent.
you should consider like very small probabilities with very severe outcomes, like vastly more than
Yes.
other things, because the probability or because the outcomes would be so severe. Like, what's an example of something that would be really bad if it were to happen with low probability, like a supernova? So,
Sure.
like, the entire Earth should be focused entirely on supernova mitigation or something, which is obviously absurd, right? Like, these things are really quite unlikely.
But what about something like climate change?
Well, climate change is not like extinction level, and it is like the problem with these things is that this is like a totally contrived philosophy class example with, you know, defined outcomes and defined probabilities and only two outcomes. And like with climate change, this is certainly
There's
not
actually
the
like
case.
a million outcomes, I think,
For AI or for climate change?
for climate change.
Yeah, for climate change, there are tons of outcomes. The outcomes are shapeable. It like
They're
I think
shapeable through time as well.
Yes, but the Pascal's mugging version of climate change, which was, you know, argued 10 years ago, is like either the temperature is increased and essentially like the world ends. Not literally the world ending, but, you know, like billions of people die through a combination of like famine and weather events and all that.
Yep.
Or we do like degrowth communism to like vastly reduce the industrial output of the planet and save the world. So it's basically like AI risk, but less substantive. Like, I think that this kind of framing for AI risk makes more sense. But like the climate change doomers, I hope at this point most people can recognize that they overstated their case and that it turns out this stuff is actually not as bad as they thought, which is a great thing. But the point is, like, you can't make these contrived philosophical probability examples way in advance, totally a priori, to do a Pascal's mugging where you say like, oh, you have to do this thing or else you're risking the total death of all humanity.
Yeah, I mean, I just think that like we will look back on this sort of like AI existential risk in the same way that we look back on climate change now, because there will just like have proved to be so many nuances and so many like, I don't know, like, you know,
that is
society adapts around it.
Have you ever heard of the anthropic principle?
Of course I have.
Lowercase a, anthropic. So
Yeah.
for audience, the anthropic principle is the idea that like basically we live in like the shadow of all of the decisions that produce like continuous humanity. The range of possible observations that could be made about the universe is limited by the fact that observations are only possible in the type of universe
Yeah,
that is
this is a really
capable
schizo.
of developing observers in the first
rabbit
place.
hole.
This is also a Nick Bostrom thing, by the way. Pascal's mugging was a Nick Bostrom thing. Bostrom is, I think, like the most underrated philosopher in the world. In the same way that Hansen is like the most underrated economist in the world, and so on. We should get Nick Bostrom on MTS.
How?
That would
Can
be
we?
crazy.
That would be crazy.
I think we could. Yeah, let's try that. There's also this idea of the anthropic shadow, which is basically like, we can only observe the past that exists, and our ancestors have never been wiped out. So we only live in the worlds in which like civilization has not been wiped out.
Yeah.
So
Wait,
therefore
this makes perfect
should,
sense.
Yeah, so
So
therefore
this is kind of like quantum immortality.
it is kind of
but
like,
like applied at the civilization scale.
quantum immortality is like the most cope bullshit ever.
Wait, I kind of
hope
believe in it.
I hope it's kind of correct. Basically, it's the idea that you can never die because, we live in a branching Everettian multiverse. And so if you fall off a bridge or something and splat on the pavement, your consciousness will just transfer to one of the other Everett branches where that didn't happen. So you can
Well, I
never
think
die.
like more of the argument is like,
This is some like Professor Jang shit.
No,
where
no,
he was
no.
like, Trump can't die.
wait, that was
Trump
so
can't
funny.
die, so
no,
he's
no,
gone.
but there's an actual argument, like the Schrodinger's cat thing, where like you hook yourself up to the like 50% chance of radioactive decay machine, and since there's always or you can imagine like this is hooked up to a gun or something, and then every time that you shoot the gun, there's a 50% chance that it like kills you, but you will like your consciousness will just sort of remain in the universe in which the 50% chance where it didn't kill you, like it will just continue doing that, and everything has a probability attached to it.
Oh, this is Tegmark's idea.
So, yeah, that's basically the argument. It's like because of probabilities, the thread of consciousness, like your subjective consciousness, will always appear to be in the universe where it's alive.
Why don't we try this with an empirical experiment?
You give me a gun.
Oh, the surviving branches might be ones where you're alive but severely impaired, not a pleasant immortality.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Could be true.
It's essentially untestable. You could never demonstrate it to anyone else, and even verifying it for yourself would require betting your life on a contested interpretation.
And also, it would be inherently subjective, right? Like somebody could die in this universe, but in their like subjective universe, they continue living. If there is like the multiverse interpretation.
Yeah.
So it's messy, but how did we get here?
Young macro, Pascal's mugging. Yeah.
Yeah,
So I
thanks, Young
I
Macro,
still
for
don't
the rabbit
understand
hole.
the like jumping between worlds, between
It's
Everett
not
branches.
jumping. It's just probabilities.
That makes no sense.
What do you mean? How does that not make sense?
It's just probabilities.
Like everything has a probability attached to it. So if you jump off the bridge, there is some probability that you survive for like XYZ reason. And so the quantum immortality argument is just you will always exist in the universe where the probability that you're alive, like, yeah. So like something could fly under you and save you last minute if you like jump off a bridge, right? There's like a non-zero probability of that happening.
Sure, but like you observe other people jump off a bridge and then they just die
Yeah, because
they're not the main character.
because skill issue.
Yeah, I don't get
No,
this.
it's not. That's not why. It's like, I think it's like kind of a solipsistic thing, a little bit, where it's like everyone has their thread of continuous conscious experience, and so one universe where you're alive doesn't necessarily mean like you will be alive in my universe. I will just continue to be alive in mine, and you will continue to be alive in yours.
Not super convincing, I must say.
Hey, you don't have to be convinced. It's crazy, but
Yeah, I mean, I hope this is true, but, I'm not convinced.
it's just a game theory.
Yeah, but hey, that's just a theory.
What else we got?
Let's see. We got Some MTS tweets. OpenAI and Broadcom just announced their custom AI chip. Trump signing the bill with a Sharpie. Sometimes the best investments are the ones you don't make. This like Trump meditating statue is so funny. Yeah, this one's true. Claude Code. We talked about. They made shorts of
They
me
shortified Theo.
yapping. Me and Sophia Do. They put Sophia Do in there for like 1 second.
Yeah, they're just like, she's also here.
Mm-hmm.
They.
Who's they? The internet overlords. People in SF are obsessed with health trackers. This is true.
Yeah. We will probably talk to Max Marchioni about these later.
We're watching the stream on the stream again for the 3rd time. Let's look at some bangers. We have a good amount of time for banger review. This is really cool, actually. Just reverse engineered my Aura Ring 5 so I can control my computer like a wizard.
Whoa.
At Aura Ring, please send my love to whoever buried a feature to stream live accelerometer data. This is kind of what David Holtz's first startup Leap Motion was like. Really cool, actually. You now need to buy a second ring and put one on each hand and invert 90 degrees and make a racing wheel.
Wait, I'm actually super bullish on like hackable wearables. Like if somebody just open sourced some of the technology in Aura or like a watch or something, and then you could just use it for like all sorts of applications.
Yeah. I think this would be awesome.
They probably exist.
What other
actually.
things do you think you could apply this to? If you could like move your hand to control
hand
your mouse
tracking.
on your computer, hand tracking.
Well, hand tracking is possible with just a camera, though.
I guess like window management, like on the Apple Vision Pro, you could do like that and then move a window. But like, how much of an advantage does any of this have over just using a mouse? I don't know. It makes you feel cool. That's it. That's the real.
Well, that is
advantage.
enough of an
Makes
advantage.
you feel awesome.
I think it's too early, but it's possible that like all interfaces turn into this.
Maybe. I mean, this is kind of what the Apple Vision Pro interface is.
Mm-hmm.
It is a really like cool thing to play with. I love the Vision Pro.
Yeah, you just want to be like Jarvis.
Got to get one for the studio.
Um,
At Grok.
Oh, and also some of the technology in the like Meta wristband is really fascinating as well, because it just like detects.
I used one of those too. It's so sick.
Yeah, it detects like pre-movements or like micro movements like from your wrist or whatever, so you don't really have to even like move that much with your hand. But you do have to like scroll with your leg, so you have to like point this at your pants and go like that, which is a little inconvenient still.
Interesting. We said, situation update. The Trump administration has been happier with Anthropic discussions since Dario Amodei was replaced by co-founder Tom Brown in White House meetings about Fable 5, per Wired.
Oh, wow.
Tom Brown, nobody knows who this guy is.
Yeah, this is like...
Oh, wait, I know who this guy is, because I wrote about him in a footnote in one of the MTS newsletters. So we'll pull that
He's
up.
a very DL co-founder.
That's not what DL means.
I know, well, I know what DL actually means, but
Yeah.
like he's very under the radar.
So Tom Brown is a co-founder, one of Anthropic's 7 co-founders. He's also chief compute officer. He studied CS and cognitive science at MIT. He worked as a software engineer and founded a YC-backed friend-finding startup called Grouper. Just as an aside, I think this is a really cool concept, actually.
The Grouper, yeah, we should talk about that.
So Grouper, it would like scrape your Facebook profile. It would grab information about you, and it would suggest groups of people that you should meet. So it would say like you and your 3 friends should meet this other group of 3 friends in this bar in New York City at this time.
It's like platonic polygamy.
Yeah, it's like platonic. Well, platonic polygamy is just having
It's just
friends.
a friend group.
It's just friend group.
I'm referencing this one niche thing that you probably
I know what
haven't
you're talking
seen.
about.
It's like the My Little Pony thing.
No.
Okay, it's like
Okay.
this My Little Pony post where it's like, we're the first polyamorous platonic quad or something. It's just like the most
It's
ridiculous
just a friend
thing.
group.
Anyways, go on.
Yeah. It's. I guess a similar thing is like, what if they invented like
Yeah, here it is.
like a ship between like
I'll send it to you.
yeah. So I think it's a cool app. I think we should bring this back in our era of like phone addiction, where everyone's on the damn phones all the time instead of making friends in the real world. In 2015, he attended a Center for Applied Rationality workshop.
I sent you the meme. by the way.
CFAR.
I sent you the meme.
Oh, okay. I'll
iMessage.
take a look. CFAR is a spin-off of Miri and Less Wrong. So it's Eliezer Yudkowsky's thing. It's okay. That's really funny. From Turning Red. Do
You
y'all
can't see
not
it on
have
the
friends?
screen. Unfortunately.
Unforged. So CFAR ran these boot camps. It still exists, actually. It's still around. It runs these boot camps that teach you how to do rationality and cognitive biases. But it did it in the Less Wrong tradition. So this included like pilling people on AGI. So Tom Brown, after this, I'm not sure if it was because of this, but I'm sure it played somewhat of a part. He left Grouper in order to join Openai in early 2016 as one of the first 20 employees at a time when AGI was just this total niche curiosity. It was total sci-fi. People at that time thought that it wouldn't happen for decades, if ever. And now 10 years later, we are this close. So at OpenAI, he was a co-author on the RLHF paper, Deep Reinforcement Learning from Human Preferences. You might also recognize some of the other people on this paper. Paul Cristiano, who's at Casey now, leading safety. Jan Leike, who was at Anthropic, leading alignment, and previously led super alignment at OpenAI. Shane Legg, who is he's like the chief scientist of Google DeepMind, and then Dario, of course. And then this guy, Miljan Martic. I don't know him. AI plus Web3 researcher.
He went into Web3. Wow.
Holy fall off. I'm sorry. Okay.
Hey, I believe in Web3 eventually.
Eventually.
It's not RN.
So he went to Google Brain for a year, returned to OpenAI, was also on the Kaplan scaling laws paper, Scaling Laws for Neural Language Models, which became incredibly important. Also on this paper, Alec Radford, who basically invented the GPT paradigm, as well as Jared Kaplan, Sam McCandlish, and Dario Amodei, who went on to co-found Anthropic. Those are so 4 of the 7 Anthropic co-founders on this paper. And he led the engineering behind GPT-3. He was actually the first person, the first author listed on the GPT-3 paper. And also on this paper were Ben Mann, Jared Kaplan, Amanda Askell, Sam McCandlish, Jack Clark, Dario, basically all of the Anthropic people.
Insane.
And at Anthropic, he was on a lot of the early research papers. He was doing actual research. And now his job appears to be the chief compute officer, acquiring compute for the company. So I wonder, has there ever been an interview with him? Oh, okay. He was on the Y Combinator podcast. Cool. Oh, and that's right. He was also in this. Have you seen this podcast?
We should watch that. How long is it? Oh, it's 51 minutes.
Yeah, we can't watch the whole thing, but
I kind of want to watch an old Dario interview on stream. We should low-key do it.
Yeah. Well, let's see what. First public talk on GPT-3 by Tom Brown.
Language models are few-shot learners.
87 subscribers.
Wow. Criminally undersubscribed YouTube channel.
Holy. 80,
People who are
88 subscribers, including me,
like
just now.
Engineers who are going to try to... And this was something that the scaling...
Recorded in August 2020. So basically... Holy gem find. 600 views.
Wow.
We just found a gem, guys. Gem alarm. Gem alarm. There's so many more videos like this, by the way, by like absolute titans of AI today who at this time were just like total niches.
When we started out, we didn't seem like we were going to be successful at all. OpenAI had $1 billion and like all of this star power, and we had 7 co-founders in
Why are we working on AI in the first place? I'm just going to arbitrarily pick Jared. Why are you doing AI at all?
I mean, I was working on physics for a long time and I got bored and I wanted to hang out with more of my friends, so...
Yeah, I thought Dario pitched you on it.
I don't think
AI is like one of these fields where it's kind of like finance a generation ago, where you like look at the backstories of these like finance people, and it was like, oh, you know, this person was working as like an unemployed like surfer bum in a beach town, and then decided that they wanted to get into finance, and then landed an internship at, you know, the most prestigious company. It was kind of like this. It was like these are like nerd like physicist grad students or whatever who would study, you know, some STEM subject, and then decided that they wanted to go into this like total niche field of artificial intelligence, which was like sci-fi bullshit. And now they are like billionaires who control the light
You have to
cone.
always bet on the sci-fi bullshit.
Yeah, always bet on the sci-fi bullshit. It's probably a good place to wrap because we have a guest about to join the Situation Room, Zach Shapiro, so we'll be right back.
We will be.
Oh wait, internet overlords are
Wait,
in the
they're
bathroom.
Gone. They've abandoned us.
It's so over. I guess
Wait,
we
they're
can,
racing.
we can yap for another. The internet overlords, come back.
Come save us, free us.
Save us. We'll be right back. We'll be right back.
We'll be right back.
We'll be right back. We'll be right back. we are back with Zach Shapiro. He's a managing partner at Rains Law. Started his legal career at Davis Polk, clerked in federal court, and co-founded and served as general counsel of a venture-backed startup, and now runs an AI-native law practice. And today we're going to be talking about Kirkland & Ellis supposedly putting $500 million into building its own AI platform rather than simply renting tools from legal AI vendors. The point being that the budget might be the easy part. The hard part is getting thousands of lawyers to actually change how they work. So Zach, welcome.
Thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely. So what is going on with Kirkland right now?
So Kirkland made a sort of very public announcement that it was going to invest $500 million in its own legal technology. It's a little bit hard to know what that means, but we have some clues. One is that they have announced they're partnering with Palantir to help build internal systems that they can use to automate some of their workflows instead of relying on legal AI vendors like Harvey and Legora. I think another thing we can take from this is that this is sort of the starting gun in a race between a lot of the top law firms in America to think about how to integrate AI. Frankly, I think some of these legal AI vendors have served as a crutch for top law firms to say that they are doing something with AI without having to think too deeply about what that thing they're doing is. There's a challenge for a lot of the biggest firms that the efficiencies AI brings cut against the core of their business models. So for people who are not familiar with working with really large law firms, the way that these firms primarily make money is based on the billable hour and the leverage model. They charge millions and millions of dollars for large litigation matters when someone is suing someone else in court, and for transactions like mergers and acquisitions. And they bill by the hour. And these firms have some of the very top lawyers in the world leading these litigation matters and transactions, but those lawyers only have so many hours in the day that they can charge hours for. And so while the sort of per hour rate for the top lawyers are very high, sometimes around $3,000 at this point, the real money is made billing out armies of junior to mid-level associates, sometimes for about $1,000 an hour to do grunt work. So in a litigation matter, when you have discovery to read through all of the documents that might be relevant to the case. In large transactions, there's due diligence. You have to look at all of the contracts that a company has and make sure there are no sort of hidden landmines in a company that's being acquired. And this grunt work, even though this is not why clients are choosing these top law firms, is what the bills are made of and is really expensive, and is what it allows these firms to be so profitable. Kirkland & Ellis, the firm that made this announcement, is the most profitable law firm in the world. They had $11 million of profits per partner, and so these partners are making a huge amount of money billing out these businesses. And for Kirkland & Ellis in particular, a lot of their client base and a lot of the reason they make so much money is they focus on private equity transactions. And big private equity firms are great clients. They do big, expensive transactions that involve lots of documents to review. They are repeat customers. They make lots of acquisitions. And so that is the sort of reason why Caney does so well, along with the fact they aggressively go out and laterally hire what are called the rainmaker partners who have sort of the most lucrative clients. But what I'm hearing from folks in the private equity space is that they are sort of tired of paying big law rates for transactions that use similar documents again and again. And private equity is all about efficiencies, right? Their job is to go out, acquire companies, make those companies more efficient, and then sell them for a multiple. And it's no surprise that when they look at these enormous law firm bills from firms like Kirkland & Ellis, they start to look around and say, hey, this really should be stuff that LLMs make easier. And there have been announcements, partners leaving Kirkland & Ellis to do sort of private equity focused startup law firms that do the same work for cheaper. And I think this is a pressure that Kirkland & Ellis in particular, but I think a bellwether for other firms, has been feeling to, all right, how do we address this AI moment, which might be a threat to our business model?
Sure. So what do these AI tools actually look like? Because there's like a limited amount of partners in a firm, right? So most of the work that actually is being done is like other parts of the business. So like, I'm not sure how it works at Big Law, but I assume there's like a lot of paralegal work. I assume there's a lot of supporting like services. So what actually is like being adopted and what is the most important?
Yeah, we don't know yet. I mean, that was not part of the announcement. The announcement was just they were going to spend a lot of money. And Spending a lot of money might be the right answer, right? I do think that firms, the business of law is going to change, and that is worth a large investment. I think, building some tools internally as opposed to relying on third-party vendors is smart. I think you want to actually work with the AI directly and build workflows that fit the way that your practice works rather than what some tech company's idea of what AI assisted law should look like. I think that is smart. But announcing that you're going to spend a lot of money is the easy part, especially for a firm like Kirkland Ellis that has so much money. The hard part is actually translating your current practice into AI assisted practice of law, especially when you have this classic innovator's dilemma of you are making so much money billing out more junior lawyers to do grunt work that is the stuff that is most easily automated away. And so the test here, and we don't know, I wouldn't count Kirkland Ellis out of this, but we don't know, how are they going to reorient their practice to actually get efficiencies from the AI? How are they going to change their business model so they're less reliant on associate leverage and less reliant on the billable hour, and then translate what sort of at the base should be a good thing, right? Like the margins of delivering legal services should go way up, because if you're a big law firm, your real big cost is talent. It's the associates that you hire out of top law schools and pay a huge amount of money to, despite their utter lack of work experience. If that is going away, you should be able to deliver top quality legal services more cheaply to a greater number of clients. You just need to move from a cost plus model, which is what the billable hour is, which has all sorts of bad incentives, to a more value-based model, which might be flat fees, it might be subscription fees, it might be success-based fees. And if Kirkland Ellis is able to serve the same clients it's serving now under this new model, this will have been seen as a sort of a genius play and the future of the practice of law. But if not, spending the money alone doesn't get you there. You actually need to drive the change inside law firms. And I think this speaks to if I zoom out and look at the economy as a whole right now, I think there's a dynamic where the tech world and industry are somewhat talking past each other, but they really do sort of need each other. The tech world is looking at how fast AI capabilities are moving, which is genuinely fast or exponential, and saying, wow, we're about to hit AGI. Like stay out of the permanent underclass, all work is going to be automated in like a year. And they're right about the tech, but they're wrong about, I think, the timeline on which it's going to be transformative in the industry. And industry is saying, well, we're spending so much money on tokens and we're not actually seeing huge improvements in productivity yet. And so I guess this whole AI thing is fake. And they are right about their lack of increased productivity from AI, but they're wrong about how amazing the tech is. And so this gap between what the tech can do, which is truly amazing and increasing capability every day, and actual diffusion into enterprise is, I think, the biggest problem right now, right? Like the AI companies' valuations depend on being able to drive the type of efficiency that enterprise are willing to pay exorbitantly for. And the enterprises, if they're not going to be outcompeted by AI native startups, need to figure out how to get those efficiencies using the technology that's available. But closing that gap is the biggest challenge. And for people who are able to do it, right? If Palantir is able to do this for Kirkland Ellis, that's, I think, the biggest and most interesting business opportunity of the next decade.
So why don't the labs themselves just eat these law firms? Like, why don't they just come up with Claude for law, ChatGPT for law, with frontier models that are certainly going to be better than whatever the law firm can come up with?
They could hire the lawyers, right? Like they could.
They could poach people directly from the law firms in order to work for Anthropic or OpenAI or whoever.
So there are two reasons for that. One is based on our peculiar legal ethics rules in the United States, non-lawyers can't have an ownership stake in law firms. So they just are not allowed to buy law firms, and private equity is not allowed to buy law firms. It's a whole mess. But the other sort of deeper reason is that Anthropic is not really well situated to do Claude for law, right? I am someone who I write about my AI usage. I own a law practice. I use AI in every part of my law practice. I think, pretty confidently say that the best Claude for law is just Claude. Like Claude is really, really excellent at law. You don't need a different harness. You don't need different post-training. The thing that makes for good performance with Claude on legal tasks is actually the input rather than the output it's trained on. It is the prompt you give it, it is the instructions. It's the custom skills and workflows that you really do need a lawyer to build as part of their own practice. And so, I haven't fully come out of stealth on this yet, and so I can't give so many details, but for the last, almost 2 months now, I've been working with, two AmLaw 50 law firms, some of the biggest law firms in the United States, to really try and use my methodology to help drive change inside these much bigger organizations. And we're seeing a remarkable amount of success so far, but that success really comes not from, we built some sort of amazing technology. It's sitting down with the partners who are amazing lawyers and helping them translate the tasks that they would either do themselves or delegate to more junior lawyers, and instead delegating them to the AI. So step one is just getting good at prompting, explaining in a detailed and specific manner what is the output you are looking for, right, when you're doing legal work. And then second, it's just pointing the AI right back at those prompts once you have enough training data, and then telling Claude to build custom skills, plugins, workflows that automate the training data that comes from the lawyer's prompting. But I think there just isn't a substitute for having the lawyers teach their work to the AI. And that is an asset, the lawyers who can do that, that's an asset that the big firms have. They need to learn how to sort of use that asset to translate their work into AI workflows, but it's not something that I think Anthropic can do on its own.
Right. So you actually wrote an article, the Claude Native Law Firm. So could you summarize some of your main arguments there and how you actually
call it
practice?
the claw firm.
Claw. Wait,
firm.
That's true. The Claw Firm.
Yeah, so I wrote a series of articles. The Claude Native Law Firm is the one that went the most viral. I think I had something like 8 million views on that. That was really just describing in my law practice, which is a 3-person legal boutique that serves startups in venture deals and corporate work, how I use Claude in every part of my practice, right? From drafting emails, reviewing and editing contracts, drafting deal documents, doing legal research. It really is sort of just to describe in detail what my sort of day looks like with AI. And in many ways, how much better and more efficient it is. Like most lawyers, I used to spend 4 to 6 hours a day in front of Microsoft Word, hunched over my desk. Now, when I do my sort of most difficult, cognitive work, I'll go outside. It's beautiful out in New York City right now. I'll go for a walk. I'll use the Claude app on my phone, and I'll just free associate into the microphone for 3 to 4 minutes at a time about what I'm looking for in a particular deliverable. And then by the time I get back to my desk, I'll have a first draft of that. And that's just, I think, an awesome way to practice law. It's made my life so much better. And the challenge, it's easy for me, right? I compete with big law firms on cost and speed, and I have 2 associates, not thousands of associates. And so I'm not eating into my own margins by doing this. It just makes me more competitive. For the big law firms that, run on this leverage model and run on armies of associates, that there is just a different structural problem. And so I wrote another article called the 10X Lawyer on this, about sort of how I see that shift. And then, another called the Input Layer on, what it takes to sort of be quote unquote good at AI, which, as I mentioned, I think boils down to being detailed and specific in your prompting, which should be something that lawyers are good at, because writing a contract is just an exercise in being detailed and specific. Your job is to take a business agreement that your client has entered into and describe it in language that is clear enough that there's never going to be a dispute or any ambiguity about what those terms mean. It is the same skill when you are describing to AI your work. But all this to say, I really do think that the frontier models have hit a point where they're just genuinely deeply useful for lots of types of white collar work, but certainly including the practice of law. And the challenge now is to teach lawyers to wield those tools in a way that is going to be transformative, which I've seen in my own sort of tiny micro case, but it's a much bigger and different challenge to do that at scale. And the Kirkland announcement is great in that they're taking this seriously. But it's one thing to say you're going to spend money, and it's another thing to say, all right, we understand this challenge of how to fully integrate AI into our practice.
Right. Well, super interesting stuff. It's going to be amazing to see how all of these different verticals, law, finance, shipping, banana sales, get just totally eaten by AI over the next couple of years. So thanks so much for coming on MTS.
Thanks again for having me.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Zach. And we'll be right back.
right, we
Hello,
are
everyone.
live with Sid Yadav, the CEO and co-founder of Circle, which works on communities, membership businesses, and they just announced a new product called Eclipse. So tell us what Eclipse is.
Yeah, first off, Theo and Sophia, thanks so much for having me on.
Absolutely.
Big fan of the show. Quick context on Circle. We're a all-in-one platform for digital businesses. So we started off with the focus on community, and the thesis was the future of the creator economy really relies on folks going outside of just this box of like building an audience of YouTube, monetizing ads. And the thought was really to have a long and sustainable shelf life as a creator. What you need to build is a community alongside it. That kind of stays with you, sustains you, helps you grow, et cetera. And so for the past 6 years, we built this really kind of all-in-one full stack platform, much like a Shopify for the creator ecosystem. So you can power community with website, events, email, payments, workflows, the whole raw deal. And so, we're 6 years in and all of this cool AI stuff happens, and we kind of get back to the drawing board and really ask ourselves, like, what do the next, 6 years look like? And basically what we come up with is this idea that it's really going to be about giving folks more of an ecosystem versus a platform. So, the idea with the platform is, you get in there, you have to do all of the work, and the gap between idea to reality is pretty vast, right? So thinking about all the things that creators have to figure out in order to build a thriving business. You have to build your landing page, checkout funnels, build a community, run the community. There's just a lot of things along the way. And what AI lets us do is really kind of bridge that gap and make it as kind of short as possible. So it's basically three things. So there's Circle AI, which we're calling the AI partner for your digital business. So imagine if you're like a creator, you build some kind of an audience, let's say on YouTube, or you have a newsletter. You can get into Circle, describe what you want to build as a business, and it just kind of guides you throughout. And over time, it'll take more and more work off your plate. So everything I talked about when it comes to your basics with your website, landing pages, funnels, all the way into actually design your community, your business model, your pricing structure, and the whole raw deal. And the idea here is to kind of unleash the creator economy into the ecosystem with something like a lovable /Replit style product for that ecosystem. And then happy to go into more depth, but that's really kind of the pillar of Eclipse.
Yeah, I'm curious, like how you're thinking about this platform versus ecosystem thing. So in my mind, like if you're a creator, you work across platforms, right? So you have like maybe your like Discord community, you have your YouTube channel, your Patreon, whatever. You're like, it's all of these basically different platforms and like verticals. So are you thinking about how to like unify those into like one strategy, or how are you thinking about like how all of those play together?
Yeah, basically the idea with Circle is we want to build a world where essentially like you have your YouTube channel and you have Circle, and ideally that's it, right? We want to be the one true platform for the entire ecosystem. And so what we see these creators build, as you mentioned, right? It's like you end up with, I don't know, community on Discord, maybe a Slack, maybe a newsletter on the site, et cetera. And it's just very bifurcated.
Yes.
It's bifurcated for you to manage, and it's bifurcated for your members to have like multiple logins and to be a subscriber, follower, member across like 6 different platforms. And we actually think it hurts engagement when they have to bounce around from one platform to another. They kind of don't know where you are. It's just not good for kind of any party, whether it's a creator or the member. And our dream is to build that kind of Shopify-like, Shopify scale product to be the one true product for the ecosystem.
Got it. So how would like sort of the consumer, so the more fans or the more like community side utilize this product?
Yeah, so from the community side, actually the second thing that's part of Eclipse is something we're calling Circle Discover. And the idea is similar to how OpenTable spent all these years getting into restaurants, logistical kind of like payment management workflows, and then eventually switched on the marketplace. we spent the last 6 years curating some of the best communities. So we have over 20,000 communities. Some of those communities includes communities from folks like a Johnny Harris, a Tim Ferriss, a Jay Shetty. So some of the best communities actually live on Circle. But what we haven't done yet, and we are starting to now, is kind of curate that member side access to the best communities. And so with Discover, the idea is, let's say you're a member and you want to find your next place of belonging, your next transformation. We want to be that one destination that you go to find that. And then if you're a creator, eventually we hope like that could be your number one or number two growth channel, where we've curated these members that are actually out to look for experiences, transformations, memberships like yours, and we can match them up to you.
So what does Eclipse make possible? Like what kinds of new businesses and communities are you going to be seeing that weren't possible a few years ago?
Yeah, I don't know if it's as much seeding a new type of business versus just reducing all the friction, right? And I'll give you guys an example. So we're testing Circle AI with new types of customers. So just yesterday, I was reading like a very long thread that a professor of religion, who's a YouTuber who has 80,000 subscribers, who's not very tech savvy, had with this thing. And as I'm reading through, I'm realizing first off, actually, we built a powerful product, but it's also complex. And as he's in there, as he's talking to this thing, it's just guiding him through just basic concepts like, optimizing your checkout funnel or the way you set up your membership, pricing tiers, access models, the value prop that he's going to provide to his members, subscribers, et cetera, right? And these are things that, as I'm looking through, I'm realizing, well, in a pre-Eclipse or pre-Circle AI world, that might have taken him like months to figure out. It would have probably led to like, I don't know, 15 to 20 support tickets I read in there that it was just kind of resolving for him just through that chat experience. And then, it's visualizing everything for him as he's building it. And so I think just that gap from idea to reality just gets shorter and shorter. And as a result, we'll see, many more creators actually build these things. Whereas previously, let's say you have a thriving YouTube channel and you make some money on ads, but it is a major commitment to then, tack on a membership, a community, a course model, events, et cetera. Whereas now all of this is just way more possible in a much shorter amount of time.
Yeah. So I'm curious, like through developing this, have you noticed a pattern of like people are becoming like sort of the nexus of their own communities? Like people are the business now?
Yeah, I mean, that's the bet we took from day one, which is we had this insight. And I think, I kind of saw this firsthand at my last startup, Teachable, as a founding member. So that was a Shopify for online courses. And what we saw is that, the value of just static content, like selling static video content, was not going up. In fact, if anything, it was like flatlining or going down. And then at the same time, we saw some of the best course businesses have a community on the side or do a cohort-based experience or IRL events, et cetera. And once those things were coupled onto that, the value prop was much greater. And so the model that we came up with, it's a very simple model of like reach versus LTV. So if you think about any creator business, it's really about those two variables. And what a lot of people focus on is the reach side, right? So, they want more subscribers, they want a higher CPM, they monetize through ads, but they never end up focusing on the LTV side, which is really about, deeper engagement. What can you sell to your, 1,000 true fans over a period of time? Because the more of the LTV side you solve, the smaller audience you really need to have like a very thriving and sustainable business over time. And so this thesis developed that the thing that helps you solve that LTV piece are the people, right? So whether it's community coaching, running events, and really sort of engaging your members who will then stick with you and want to buy more stuff from you over time as you empower them through what we call a transformation. So some kind of a change in their life and maybe multiple changes in their lives. What that ends up is a world where not every creator has to monetize through just growing subscribers and having to become like a quasi Mr. Beast. In this world, you can have like millions of creators have very thriving and sustainable businesses.
Right. And do you see that business model also becoming like way more interactive? So you mentioned like offline, like there's now like activations, like the courses evolve into like in-person events. Like what else do you see as like the natural evolution of these kind of products?
Yeah, so I think it's worth acknowledging, like in the macro, basically a lot of what's prompting these movements is the abundance of AI, right? So from a content perspective, there's just a ton of content out there, and it's easier than ever to make content. And what's happening as a result for a lot of creators is one, like you're competing with a lot of other content, and not even just AI content, right? It's just more creators making content, which is what's making it harder to monetize. And then I think, the industry already has this like extreme bias towards the reach, and they're not even thinking about the LTV. So the moment you step out of that and say, okay, if content and ads, if that's not where my next, $1 million a year, $2 million a year is, where is that? And then you start to think about really the value prop that you can offer beyond that through community, through events, coaching, etc. And really the one big thing that people miss quite often is, they'll start a community, whether it's on Circle or Discord or Slack, and add a bunch of people in, and they expect it to take off. And it rarely happens, right? And that's usually because they haven't defined what the members actually getting from it. And our model there is either access, so access to a very exclusive group that's actually worth paying for, and or a transformation, which is really commitment towards, becoming something more than you are in some way. So, by joining this community in 3 months, 6 months, I will achieve outcome X. And they haven't properly defined that. And then they end up, starting these communities on the side, and then it's like crickets in month 3 or month 6. And so we're really just trying to, solve both parts of the equation.
How is AI specifically helping with building communities for creators?
Yeah, that's a good question. So I think there's maybe 3 aspects to where it helps. So one aspect of it is just the build, or like the boilerplate side of things, right? It's just helping you figure out very basic terms, like what the structure should be, what your pricing model should be, like just the very basics of what otherwise you would have to rely on, like, I don't know, reading articles or watching videos or attending like virtual conferences or what have you. Just helping you figure that out. And then there's the next piece, which is actually helping you do it all, right? So imagine if I'm starting a community and I'm this religious professor, and we saw him do this, he ends up like in 2 messages, ends up creating what we call spaces in Circle, which are kind of like Slack channels with beautifully designed cover images and layouts and everything, right? And that takes him about 5 minutes. So imagine him having to do that in a world before AI, right? So of course he can manually create the spaces, but that kind of feels like a lot of work. And then, if he's putting in cover images in there, or if he's putting in like starter posts, etc., that's a lot of work for him to do. And at some point, one can imagine you just get kind of like demotivated, or you might be like, let me tackle this later. And that really kind of limits you. And, the last piece is really the management side, right? So what happens in month 6 and month 12, once this thing is up and running, once you've got members in there, and you're dealing with an influx of like, hundreds of comments and posts each day, right? And you just want to be creator, you want to make videos, you want to run your events, etc. But then this starts to feel almost like an inbox to you. So what we can do is help you triage that, so we can point out which comments or posts that you should be engaging in. We can summarize kind of what your sentiment is basically on a daily basis for you. And, at that point, it feels less like this inbox you want to keep up with, and more just like this very helpful kind of business partner that's helping you run this thing.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So maybe to end, I'll ask you like maybe a more future-facing question about the creator economy. Like, what shape do you think it's going to take? What's your craziest prediction about like how many more people are going to be able to participate in the creation economy and all of this?
Yeah, so I think I have 2 predictions. I think from a volume perspective, I just see there being like millions and tens of millions, and eventually, who knows, like hundreds of millions of creators. I think that's where the world is headed. So if you think about on LinkedIn, for example, right? A LinkedIn member used to just be a professional with a LinkedIn account. And now a lot of us who have jobs are on LinkedIn, and we're posting stuff about our work. We're all turning into creators, just not even calling ourselves creators, but we're doing the work that creators do. And for startup CEO like myself, I'm now posting a lot more because that's become a part of my job. And so number one, it's like there's the kind of access and just the scale piece of the creator economy, which I think grows. Number two, I think the volume of or the value of content is really kind of trending towards zero. It's a simple demand and supply thing. I think there's like so much of it these days. I don't really need to watch a creator's video to consume stuff, right? I could just talk to my AI. And so as a result, all these creators are also competing with each other for finite amount of attention. And if you want to build a thriving business, you're gonna have to like figure out what that LTV side of the equation is to have a long and sustaining kind of business. And that's obviously why we're building this platform to help with that.
Absolutely.
Awesome.
Well, congrats on the launch of Eclipse. Sid, thank you so much for coming on MTS.
Thank you so much, guys. This is fun.
Absolutely. And we'll be right back.
Take care.
to talk about our sponsors. That's right.
That's right. We got you good.
Mm-hmm. What funny, hilarious, quirky angle can we come up with today? Quirk? That sounds like quick, like ad quick. Make your brand a billboard. Out-of-home advertising is easy to scale as digital. Adquick.com.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's AdQuick. We also have Neon, scale your startup on Neon, the Postgres backend for apps and agents built by Databricks, neon.com/MTS.
M and S are letters that are in Macroscope. AI code-based understanding for engineering leaders.
We're really scraping the barrel now.
Macroscope.com/MTS. And yeah, we are. We've done this like 11
Once upon
times.
a time, there were 11 labs. AI that communicates at a human level across every channel and modality. 11labs.io/MTS.
Mine was better.
That was pure like X token prediction.
Yeah, straight up.
Straight up. That was a Pangram 100.
Merge. Build once, connect to every API tool in LLM.
Oh my God, I just thought of the next ad read.
OpenAI, Dropbox, and Ramp use Merge to get AI to production faster. Merge.dev/MTS.
I'll tell you off air so that we don't spoil it. Spoil the surprise.
Okay.
But in the meantime, Kong, the AI connectivity platform, connect APIs, LLMs, agents, and systems with serious security and governance. KongHQ.com.
And we also have, of course, Blitzy, autonomous software development for enterprise code bases. Ship 5x faster at blitzy.com.
And of course, Granola, the AI notepad. Try it once and never go back. Granola.ai/MTS.
So shout out all of our sponsors: Neon, Databricks, 11 Labs, Granola, Kong, Blitzy, Merge, AdQuick, Macroscope. And we'll be right back with Max Marchioni from Superpower.
Our goat. And we are live with Max Marchioni, the founder of Superpower, which is
This
a company.
third time on the show, right?
Third time on the show.
Huge.
3X guest, Max Marchioni. Superpower's focus on preventative and personalized medicine, combining health testing with health data, oversight, GLP-1s, peptides are something that Max tweets about routinely, and we talk about routinely. So welcome, Max.
I'm excited to be back. I was getting sad missing you guys for a couple of weeks. So here we are.
So many things to do takes about. What should our first take be? Oh, maybe relevant to today. Stripe just announced a new $500 million project to basically end respiratory disease, so people will no longer get a cold or a flu.
Mm-hmm.
They released this blog post, and they are starting with $500 million in funding to help enable technologies both on the level of like vaccines to prevent people from getting sick, and also sort of civilizational defenses like far UVC light.
Mm-hmm.
So any takes on this?
I have not seen this, but I'm not surprised. I feel like the Collisons have been interested in bio for some time, obviously making their kind of ARC Institute play. I'm so curious to actually look at the mechanics and kind of how that works behind the scenes, because one hypothesis I have when hearing this is that the Collisons are doing the Elon thing, where your companies are actually very incestuous. They seem like different companies, but you use the big one to kind of feed the small one, or you use the kind of existing capital base to allow you to make your incremental bet. Elon obviously did this a lot with Tesla. Elon earned the right to do that. There are very few founders who have earned the right to do that. I think the Collisons have. So excited to dive into what that like practically means.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about before how like you mentioned getting sick a lot when you were younger. And so do you know anything about sort of like how something like a respiratory illness or like a common cold can like over time like degrade your immune system, or like what that means, like getting sick all the time is actually not good for you? And yeah, what are your general like takes on this?
Probably four different takes.
Yeah.
So one is I tend to see a correlation between the amount of time someone gets sick and how much bacteria or how many viruses they were exposed to when younger. So if someone grew up in a very sterile environment, no animals, no eating off the floor, no dirt, later in life, I see sickness happen more often. I see autoimmunity happen more often. I haven't seen any papers on this, but as an observation that is the start of a hypothesis, I think there could be something there. Mechanistically, it is plausible, right? Our immune system is built up by exposure to the things we want to build immunity against. So it makes sense that a child exposed to bacteria or dirt or viruses builds up immunity over time. That's kind of the first thing. The kind of second thing is, if I look at treating an acute cold, there are like two ways I think of treating an acute cold. I used to get sick all the time. I never really get the cold and flu anymore. And if I look at the two ways to kind of treat an acute cold, one is kill the bad stuff, right? Povidone iodine, throat gargle, silver nasal spray. And then the second thing is support the good stuff. I used to support the good stuff by vitamin D, vitamin A, vitamin C, glutathione, NAC. Now I primarily support immunity of the good stuff by thymosin alpha-1, which is a peptide that allows your immune system to work more effectively to respond to a cold or flu. The kind of final take I have here is another early hypothesis, which is that many diseases that are unexplainable, things like Alzheimer's, potentially certain autoimmune diseases, could have a viral or bacterial cause, right? Latent viruses in the system might not result in a clinical symptom today, but they stick around and result in something more serious down the road. So I think one thing that is massively underrated is doing broad viral screening to see if you have any of these viruses dormant. Because if you do, there are increasingly things someone can do to address them very, very early.
Yeah, another interesting thread that I've found is like allergies. So I feel there's certain groups that like have basically been found to have less or more allergies. And I think it's associated with like agrarian societies as well. Like the Amish just have like overall incredibly low rates of asthma and allergies and all these things that we actually have like kind of weirdly normalized now in our society. Do you think this also could like play into this thesis basically that like childhood exposure and environment.
Yeah, well, you know how like India and Israel both have like way lower rates of childhood peanut allergies because kids are exposed to peanuts really young?
Right.
Totally. So allergies are a very modern concept. If you rewind 100 years and you look at the prevalence of allergies compared to today, it was far lower 100 years ago, which means something has changed, right? And if I was to hypothesize around what has changed, I think it's partially that people are exposed to less dirt as a general category of things early on. I think it's partially that airways and kind of mouth and palate structure don't develop the way they used to because we eat softer and mushier food, right? Face sizes have shrunk, airways have shrunk, palates have shrunk, sleep apnea has increased. And I think that impacts allergies. Potentially vaccines or kind of exogenous medical interventions could impact the allergies that end up emerging to people over time. Potentially disrupted gut microbiomes or exposure to all sorts of synthetic toxins could drive allergies. I'm still not fully sure. I do believe, though, something has changed in what we do in the past 50 years, which has driven the change in prevalence of allergies.
Yeah, I think it's entirely possible as well. So another thing that you posted about recently was like GLP-1s and the loss of desire. And so I'm really curious about this. Like, what are the like emotional effects that come from like physiological treatments like GLP-1s?
So there's one argument, which is if we know that GLP-1s decrease cravings for food, and there are also studies to show that it does the same thing for gambling and addictions, right? We know that is true from the studies and from the real world evidence and anecdotes. The interesting question then becomes, if GLP-1s kill desire for those things, do they also kill desire for other things that we might want, such as romantic desire, right? That's the big question. And when this kind of comes to life, we have to look at what do the studies say? What does the mechanism say? And what do we see in the real world? At the level of studies, we have very, very few studies that comment on GLP-1s and romantic desire. We had one observational one that was released a couple of days ago that showed that women on GLP-1s for 6 months have a 29% higher likelihood of marrying, right? So maybe they increase desire or romance in some sense, but we have very limited study data. Mechanistically, there is an argument for why GLP-1s might reduce romantic desire, right? The same way they modify the dopamine circuitry and dopamine response to food and addiction and gambling could apply to dating and romance. So then we have to look at, okay, what's the real world evidence show, right? What do we actually see happen? What do people report? What's the anecdata? And we don't see much there about people talking about GLP-1s decreasing romantic desire. I think on net, GLP-1s likely increase romantic desire because when you lose weight, you have more energy, your insulin sensitivity improves, you sleep better, all which we know happen on GLP-1s. Romantic desire likely goes up, right? So I think that argument for them increasing desire is actually more likely than the opposite argument.
Well, we have a related study on this, segue into the next thing, which is Rebecca Diamond, Harvard econ professor, just published a study that went kind of viral that says GLPs for weight loss impact lives beyond health. My new paper shows single women's marriage/cohabitation rates rise 29 percentage points, and employment among non-employed women rises 27 percentage points after a year and a half or more. So seems like actually GLPs make women at least more likely to be in a relationship.
I think GLP-1s treat discrimination that comes from obesity. Right?
Yeah.
GLP-1s increase social status that comes from changing weight. GLP-1s modify weight, which impacts first impressions. And this is sociological more than it is purely biological, right? And we see that in this observational kind of study. We see that women who are in relationships and in jobs don't have their outcomes actually change materially based on being on or off GLP-1s. But women who are not in relationships are then more likely to marry if they're on GLP-1s and more likely to be employed if they were previously unemployed. AKA, when someone loses weight, the world sees that as a positive and outcomes across employment and relationships improve. So like maybe one way of putting this could be GLP-1s are like a social status drug, or they're treating discrimination rather than just obesity at the first order.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. Another thing that I see or I've heard a lot as like a point of like unease around GLP-1s, and to be fair, I guess like any drug that you take for a long time is just like the dependence or the like, oh, I don't know if I'm ever going to go off of this drug. So like, what do you think is the proper way for somebody to dose? And do you think that it could be plausible that people will just be like open to lifelong treatments, like GLP-1 treatments?
So when someone is at a certain body weight for an extended period of time, their body starts to hold that weight as an equilibrium. So I think it's actually quite useful for someone, not medical advice. In my not medical advice hat, we produced some recently. I forgot it.
That's how it would go hard. I would buy that.
I think it's quite useful for someone to be on a GLP-1 to hold a certain body weight for an extended period of time, so that that becomes the equilibrium that their body is used to and starts reverting to. Right? I think once someone's held an equilibrium for some time, it is biologically easier and likely psychologically easier as well to then wean off the drug, get off the drug completely, or take it far less frequently and maintain that level of weight. So if I had a gun to my head and I had to predict how GLP-1 use is going to evolve, I predict people are going to take a very strong GLP-1 to get to their desired weight. Retatrutide, for example, be used to get to someone's desired weight. Then they will actually slowly titrate off that and probably move to a weaker one that maybe doesn't impact muscle as much, such as tirzepatide, and they'll take a low maintenance dose. And that could be for life, right? If the food system stays as addictive as it is, but the dose will be far lower.
I thought retatrutide impacts muscle less than tirzepatide. Or is it because if you're on Reta, you're just eating a lot less?
No, retatrutide impacts muscle more.
Really?
Yes, more. The papers show that on an absolute basis, you lose more muscle on retatrutide, and on a relative basis, you lose more muscle on retatrutide.
Yeah. Yeah, interesting. So on the Midjourney scanner, there's a lot to talk about with like sort of like if this becomes like a status symbol or like who gets access to this machine first. Like, how do you think that the Midjourney scanner, if this was to be something that anyone can basically use routinely, like how do you think that that would like reshape like preventative healthcare?
One of the holy grails in preventative health for a long time has been something which is MRI-like without the cost and time of an MRI. Right? An MRI has a massive capex cost to build, right? They're big, expensive machines. They've got a high variable cost to run because you're essentially cooling something to sub-zero temperatures. You're cooling something very low to allow the supermagnet to kind of work. And you need to enter a machine and have this magnet spin around you at very fast speeds for an extended period of time, which is cumbersome. It's expensive, it's cumbersome, it's time consuming. So the holy grail for some time has been, how can you build the MRI-like machine that is fast and cheap? And Midjourney seems to have done something which is in that direction. If that works, in the ideal case, they develop a machine that is patented and proprietary, that has some sort of compounding advantage with scale, maybe as they introduce kind of the AI interpretation layer on top of the diagnostic, and it becomes a default standard of care thing that people do every year. That's one case. An alternative case is that dozens of other companies see the way they have used Sonar and other technologies and develop similar machines. And this becomes a new category of machine, of which Midjourney is one player. What I loved about their launch, though, was that they didn't just want to be the kind of diagnostic machine producer, manufacturer, researcher. They also wanted to be the vertically integrated consumer company and brand, right? So they're launching spas, they're launching the experience, and they've designed that, at least at face value, very thoughtfully. Rather than lying on an MRI bed prone, you submerge yourself in water in a spa. That's a fantastic experience. Right now, I want to go get my scan versus having dread for my scan.
Yeah. I think for that to work though, it would have to basically be so geographically available that it's like gyms. Like eventually it would have to be like gyms are everywhere. You could probably find one every like half mile or something.
Nah, I don't know. I think people would drive like an hour or 2 hours for this every so often.
Possibly. But I think they should be like possibly in the future integrated into gyms or in some way. But yeah, I'm fascinated by it.
If the diagnostic proves very predictive and low cost and very high ROI, then payers will cover it, which means the effective cost for many people will be zero. And that is likely what's required to make a preventative diagnostic mainstream, right? We live in the SF bubble where people are willing to do prevention and spend dollars for it. That is not true at scale. So that's what the bull case likely requires for this to be a scan that the average person gets.
Do you think like the average person will become obsessed with preventative health? Or
no, I don't. I think very, very few people care about preventative health.
Yeah.
And even the people who espouse high levels of care about preventative health actually typically only do the preventative things which improve quality of life today, right? GLP-1s are preventative health, but people don't do them for prevention. People do them because they don't want to be fat. They want to look sexy. Like that's the reality, right?
Yeah.
I think fitness, that's preventative health, but people don't tend to do fitness just for prevention. They tend to do that because they want to be fit today. So I think that it's important for things that are used for prevention to also drive some sort of outcome today, because the brains of 99% of humans are very short-term minded. They need to see results. They're far more driven by an outcome today than some delayed outcome many years down the road that is immeasurable and hard to understand.
Yeah, I think the like success of all of the like consumer products in health and even things like protein bars or whatever is basically the idea that like something that is good for you in the long term can also be good for you in the very, very short term. So like, so protein bars and protein drinks as a category, to me, this is the appeal because people kind of know like, oh, not only is this protein, which is good for me in the long term, but it's also like tasty, or it also kind of feels like hyper palatable and like delicious.
Yeah, it's not always tasty.
The idea is that it should be, but
totally, it's kind of like if you want people to eat greens at scale, you probably need to engineer your greens to taste like chocolate or be healthy, right? Yeah. I like default assume that the average person is like reasonably monkey-brained, is pleasure-seeking, is short-term minded, doesn't want to put in massive amounts of effort to change their behavior. And I think that's a good default operating assumption because it forces you to recognize some of the fundamental at-scale facts of kind of human psychology that are very biologically primitive. We have evolved to have these facts emerge over centuries, and it's hard to all of a sudden change that.
Totally. So do you think these drugs could have any effect on like labor force productivity?
Yes. These drugs meaning peptides.
Yeah, peptides. Yeah, GLPs, and then eventually peptides.
Okay. Yeah, I think GLP-1s will improve productivity. I think in the short term, the nausea from them could get in the way of productivity. But in the medium term, improved insulin sensitivity, improved sleep, higher energy levels from carrying less weight, likely higher levels of testosterone, all of that should improve productivity. And I think we're going to see that as kind of an impact that come from GLP-1s. If I even look at our team, a third of our team roughly are on GLP-1s. Now, many of those people are not on GLP-1s to lose weight. They're on GLP-1s because they don't want food noise, because they like to focus, because they like having better insulin sensitivity and not feeling as fatigued post-eating carbs. They like the feeling of maybe being a little bit less inflamed. And I think we're going to see GLP-1s increasingly being used in that kind of way.
Yeah. So like obesity is like the biggest, I guess, segment for like just like health products right now. And I tend to think the second one is sleep. Do you think that sleep will become like a much bigger category for, either like wearables or, I mean, maybe even peptides eventually down the line? Like, what do you think is the second biggest thing that could be improved just by technology?
The really interesting post-GLP-1 question is, what is going to be the next human enhancement drug.
Yes. Yeah.
Right? GLP-1s were developed to treat diabetes and obesity. They're largely used to make people look better, to maybe increase energy levels. They're used for human enhancement. I think the next big human enhancement drug is going to be something that allows you to sleep less, but feel the same and live the same. And Eli Lilly has actually made a bet on this. They acquired a small molecule that targets narcolepsy.
Is it orexin?
Now, narcolepsy is a sleep disorder. And when you want to commercialize one of these drugs, you typically need some sort of disease endpoint.
Okay.
But the reason they're paying $6 billion for this is not because it's a narcolepsy drug. It's because they think this same drug could allow normal people, average people, everyone to sleep 4 hours a night, 5 hours a night, and feel like they've slept 8, right? And this drug is an orexin agonist, so it increases orexin. And higher orexin levels are what we see in people who have the short sleeper phenotype, which is why this is one of the main ways people are trying to go after giving people that short sleeper phenotype.
So are there like gray market orexin agonists that you can buy like peptides, or is the tech just
Become
not there yet?
nocturnal? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to sleep from 1 to 5 every day.
Yeah, I haven't seen them yet. I'm sure you could source some. I think the challenge is we've seen very little human use and very few human studies with these orexin agonists. So the peptide versions I haven't seen on the gray market. I believe there are some orexin agonists that are already FDA approved, but I'd have to check that.
Yeah. What about like male pattern baldness? Could that be theoretically cured via peptides?
Theoretically, I think minoxidil and dutasteride and finasteride get some way. I suspect a lot of people are going to be using minoxidil and finasteride topically before they have hair loss, right? I think what we're going to see is men in their 20s start applying it topically so that they never actually have hair loss even start. We haven't seen that yet. I haven't seen a company do marketing for that yet, but I do think it will be a big market. The topical application is also good because it doesn't impact DHT as much as taking it orally, which makes it a little bit more approachable for more men.
Yeah. There's also peptides that like make you more tan, and all of these like sort of menial looks maxing. No. It's maybe Max knows the name of it. Yeah.
Yeah, melanotan.
Melanotan. Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Melanotan 2 is the one that many people are taking.
Doesn't it like literally give you skin cancer though?
I believe that people say it reduces skin cancer risk because it increases melanin production, which means that someone can tan faster with less UVA and UVB exposure. And therefore, if someone spends less time in the sun, they reduce skin cancer risk. I think that's the argument. I'm not fully sure.
Yeah. Well, I think like you could make the argument that looks maxing to a certain, like before you get to the like clavicular levels or like the steroid use levels, is generally just like pro longevity, right? Like I feel like people who are maybe looks maxing now, as long as they're not going to extreme measures, are kind of destined for better health outcomes, right?
I think one of the best ways to look good is to be healthy.
Yeah.
Right? So 100%. And it's very fortunate that these two things go hand in hand.
Yeah. Definitely. So I guess like before we wrap here, we'll hit you with a crazy forward-facing question that I like to hit people with. So what is like a bet on biology that people are not thinking about right now that you think could be really big?
I think we're going to see germline editing for embryos. And I think that we'll get to the point where that is the default. I think that the majority of people will be on some sort of peptide therapeutic. I believe that looks maxing will be mainstream. The majority of people will do it because of how it is biologically primitive, because of how it is incentivized by social media and how perverted dating apps are in today's world. And I believe all of these things will improve improve health overall, right? The correlation between these things and lifespan is actually quite high. To your point, Sophia, if you're slimmer, you look better and you live longer, right? If you're fit and exercising, you look better and you live longer, which is a really kind of positive externality that comes from what at face value seems like this kind of meme-ish Gen Alpha theme.
Yeah, for sure. The Gen Alpha, they're all going to be looks maxing too. There's probably like 9-10-year-olds that are already looks maxing. That's
I see
so
this on
bizarre to
Reels.
think
I
about.
see like literal 12-year-olds talking about looks maxing.
Yeah. So crazy world we're heading into. Well, thank you so
Yeah.
much, Max.
Thank you, Max.
Thanks so much
guys.
for joining
This was
once
fun.
again.
Catch ya.
We'll be right back with Monetary Matters.
Hello and welcome to Monetary Matters live on MTS. I'm Max Weethy, joined as always by Jack Farley. Today as well, we've got a guest in the studio. We've got Kush Bavaria, CEO of Orn. We'll be talking with him in just a moment about the big round that they just raised, led by A16Z. They're focused on compute futures. It has the potential to be perhaps the biggest commodity in the world, but as well, we're going to be talking about markets in just a little bit. We're getting Micron reporting after hours. We're going to be talking a little bit about Cerebras and the week that they have had. But let's get right into it with Orn. Kush, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me.
All right, so big round, 33 million raise, A16Z led, a lot of great names following along behind them.
Share screen, yeah.
And you know, we talked about a month ago, you know, this has really taken off. There's a bunch of new people coming into the space trying to chase you guys. What are you doing with this new round?
Look, I think number one is hiring for us. Having an exceptional team is probably the most important thing to any business today. Like, if you probably understand now, coding is pretty much like solved by AI. And so I think having the right people, fun on the go-to-market side too, but also on the technical side of things, we're trying to basically create a market for something that doesn't exist today. And so a lot of it is we have to innovate first, and then people behind us will follow what we do. And so there's kind of like a unstepped path before us.
Yeah. So last time we talked, I asked you about physical delivery, whether we were going to start to see physical delivery. I know that's a big part of what's coming up for you guys. Talk to me about what that means for compute futures.
Yeah,
Stop share.
We've been working on physical delivery for the last 5 or 6 months so far right now. And it's very complicated in the sense that if you look at oil futures or coal futures or some of these natural gas futures, even that they're tied to a real sort of product. So when you buy a oil future, you actually get the barrel of oil delivered to you in a warehouse. That means that the price that you're actually buying at, you can trust that, hey, this price is like what people can actually pay for it. We're trying to do the same thing for compute prices. A lot of people say, oh, how can I trust this price index? How is this real? you could get a actual compute hour based off of this index at this price is what we're building towards.
Okay. And I guess my question would be like, if you take delivery of a WTI contract, I think you have to pick it up in Cushing, Oklahoma. You don't get your choice on where you pick it up. Obviously, there's data centers all over the country, all over the world. What does physical delivery look like for this commodity that is very different than a barrel of oil?
No, I totally understand. So you can think of delivery, and this is much easier in that sense since it's delivered electronically, you could say over the internet. So we have our own cloud platform called compute.orn.com. And you can buy compute hours similarly do on AWS or GCP. And for you, it doesn't even seem like you're buying a financial contract. But in the back end, we sort of tie everything else together in.
Okay, so
sorry, so is a compute hour, like if I'm in New York buying a compute hour, is that the same as if I'm buying it in San Francisco? And if I'm buying it from a data center in Austin, is that the same as if the data center was in Norway?
Yeah, so we have the compute hours region specific. So very similar to how electricity trades on different grids and then different nodes. The same way in compute, it's very data center specific, right? If you're running inference, you want probably the data center to be closer to you. If you're running training, you probably don't really care where it is. And different nuances of that. And that's why we specify between data center and different facility site.
Okay, so then how do you get from this market that seems like it's priced between data center to data center and a clean looking price chart? Maybe we could show this right
share
here.
Screen,
yeah, we've got the chart of H100 pricing. So obviously there's a bunch of people running H100s all over the country that you can rent from. How do we get to this clean price of $2.31?
Yeah, exactly. So on the price itself, our methodology is very simple. We do minimum grade or above. So we have a minimum specification of a chip that we will put into the index based off of where it is. Right now, that index you see is the global average cost of a GPU hour. We have a specification by region in our proprietary data set that we sell to institutions.
Okay, so this is a combination of all these.
Exactly.
Okay, got it. So Kush, what is going on? Why did compute prices surge from April to May, and why are they headed down right now?
Yeah, so back in May, I think demand caught up extremely fast compared to what supply was available. And you see a lot of neo lab platforms and inference providers and everyone just buying up compute. So there's a whole 2 to 3 month period where there was just not enough supply. And so prices rise up as people try to get rid of them. Now I think prices have gone down slightly as more supply has come into the market, more data centers are being built, but it's still a lot higher than it was back in April or February of this year. And you're continuing to see this elevated price increase that no one really thought would exist, right? Everyone's saying, oh, these chips depreciate, no one's going to use this compute, but that's not really true. Prices have gone up actually.
Yeah, so I think like maybe 3 weeks ago, I could have definitively said that literally every data point that I had seen over the past 6 months does not confirm the narrative that these GPUs are like, they're like cars that the second you ride off the lot, they're a depreciating asset. Obviously they are a depreciating asset, but maybe 5-7 years is appropriate. And like that argument is wrong. So just to be clear, the price that has gone down, has it been more supply coming online? Has it been like the Uber executives saying, whoa, this is too expensive? Has it been a demand? Like, do you have a visibility into what's going on?
Of course. I don't think demand has really gone down at all. If anything, I think demand has probably gone up over time, but I think more and more supply is coming online and people are switching over to new supply, new data centers. I think publicly the biggest example is you probably look at SpaceX signing long-term deals with many different inference providers, like the Anthropic deal that they did, Reflection AI that they also recently did, and many more of these. There's a lot of smaller deals like that are happening in the market that most people just don't hear about in the news. And so that's helping sort of drive the index down slowly.
So look, we have the price here, but we're also getting to see these deals come across the wire like you're talking about. What should people be paying attention to? I mean, should they be trying to track an aggregated price index like this, or is there value in those one-off deals?
Look, I think the aggregated price index makes it easy to track and look at what's happening overall in the market. And of course, people can also the easiest way to verify this is you just go to the news and you literally look at like the deals that are happening. Very similar to like oil, you can just verify if there's a war, prices go up, etc. Same thing in compute, except it's a little more nuanced and the deals are a little more private transactions. But I'd say both. I think we just make it easy for people to look at what prices are happening in compute. And this product is completely free, available online for anybody.
Yeah, people should check it out. Index.orn with 2ends.com. So technically, I think what we're looking at, right, is not a futures chart. It's a spot chart. Like
exactly.
So what you have data on, I assume that we don't have as a free user, is like what the curve looks like. So, if you have a backwardated curve in oil, like the price of oil today is way higher than the price of oil in a year. What does the curve look like in compute?
I think it's also very much backwardated, and the prices decrease over time for compute as well. And if you sign like longer term contracts, obviously prices will be less. In the long term, as we said before, these assets are depreciating. Well, no one knows what the depreciating length is, but they are going to decrease over time. So the curve is backwardated. And yes, we have a futures curve on our data platform that comes from many different exchanges that we trade on right now, and also future exchanges that we will work with.
Did we ever see a period in time when prices going up that we had a little bit of contango, kink in the front of the curve?
I think probably if you look at it in May, early May, when prices were going up, people really thought that demand was going to skyrocket and increase. But I think besides that, no, I think the concept of like, hey, GPUs are a depreciating asset is still going to be true over time. Just the time length and how long are these depreciating for is still unknown to people. And I think it's longer than most people actually expect them to be.
Okay, so this is the H100. So a lot of this used for inference. And then this is Blackwell, a slightly different, the more advanced chip used for training. Tell us about any differences you're seeing between inference and training demand.
Yeah, I mean, I think specifically between the Blackwell and the Hoppers, right now, everyone's trying to get Blackwells. They just don't exist in the market. And that's kind of why you see prices have gone up. And actually, the Blackwell prices have gone up more than the Hopper prices. This chart, I think, is only 3 months, but we have the year and 3-year chart. And those charts show that literally, I think a year ago when Blackwells came out, the prices were much lower than they are today. And prices just have gone up for those as more and more people get onto them. And there's a huge supply constraint. I think Hoppers are mostly more available in the market right now, but Blackwells are definitely a lot harder to find.
All right. So you're partnering with ICE. When are we going to get to the point where I can pull up the actual futures contract?
Intercontinental Exchange, which owns New York Stock Exchange, to be clear.
Yeah. So sorry. I should have clarified. Intercontinental Exchange, ICE, owner of NYSE. You're partners with them. When are we going to be able to look up like these futures contracts on the Bloomberg terminal and see them trading tick by tick?
Stop share, please. Yeah.
Very soon. I think the planned launch date is towards the end of the summer for us. And so we're working very hard to get there with that. And I think regulation wise, we've already been on many of the US CFTC regulated exchanges, as a call sheet today. And we're also on many decentralized exchanges as well. So we trade both onshore, offshore, and everywhere.
Okay, very cool. But what about the evolution? Like we've got the B200s now, we've got the H100s. Like a barrel of oil in the 70s, although the grade can change and everything, like is a barrel of oil. It's the same volume of oil. We're probably going to get new chips. Are contracts going to go out of fashion and not trade and die off? What is it going to look like? It's going to be very different, it feels.
Yeah, I mean, I think every new commodity has a new sort of structure that's traded off of. Oil was the first one, and then electricity contracts became popularized with node trading and different sort of mechanisms to how electricity trades. I think compute's going to be very different as well, as every chip new generation needs its own sort of indice and new sort of product based off of it. And we recently launched a token index as well. The tricky thing for token futures, and I know a lot of people have been thinking about, oh, why can't we just do token futures much more standardized? The models change much faster than the actual GPUs do. GLM like 5.1, 5.2, there's KMK 2.7, 2.5. It happens every like 2 months or 3 months or so. And the prices generally just go down over time for tokens, right? No, the price for KMK 2.5 tokens right now is essentially free. Compared to KMK 2.7. And so it's much harder to do futures off of that. But we're trying to work towards a more elegant solution on tokens as well, and seeing what we can do there.
So why would somebody want to trade tokens versus GPU? Why would they say that it's cleaner?
I mean, I think that the tokens are much more standardized in the sense that they can run on multiple different GPUs. Even though the market right now is probably 90% NVIDIA, no one really uses anything else. There's still other different chip types and different people running tokens on other sorts of things. So it helps like solve some of that complexity.
And so I understood Max's point earlier that it's like, if for oil, what it's going to be, but if the correlate or the analogy held, it would be like, oh, in 6 months there's going to be super oil that's even more powerful. So maybe that's why you have a backwardated curve. Is just the market is saying, hey, like these things are going to be somewhat outdated by the new technology.
I mean, that totally makes sense. And I think that's definitely true. As we look at the Rubin performances of the new NVIDIA chips, they completely dominate any of the Hopper or the Blackwell series and across the board of any other sort of chip producer. So I think that over time, that new sort of chips will come into play and older chips will sort of die off. But right now, I think even older chips are just increasing in prices.
So this is Ampere, the old one. Is RTX older than Ampere?
Yeah. RTX
okay, so this is the oldest chip we have. So you could sell that huge. It was like so cheap because it's such an old chip. But then the squeeze was so big that even people were paying $1.33 to rent a super old chip.
Exactly, and I think the mid squeeze, the mid squeeze we had earlier was just so large that people were just trying to buy up anything that was possible. But you start to see that die down, and the curve for even the older chips looks pretty much flat, right? It's find a price level where supply and demand are equivalent, and there's not much volatility. But if you look at the newer chips, there's much higher volatility as the market still hasn't found a sort of steady price.
Okay, so who's lining up to make markets in this?
I think every single market maker that we've spoken to, and they're very excited about the new product. And it's very exciting because it's the first time in the world that there's a new commodity that's coming online since the 2000s when electricity started coming online. And ICE was obviously the first one to do that as well. And so we're very lucky to work with the largest exchange to do this.
Do you think, is it all going to be dated contracts? Is there going to be a perp? Are you going to have dated and perps?
So on many of the offshore venues and hopefully soon on the onshore venues too, there's going to be perps on this as well. But for ICE specifically, we're working with dated futures.
Options
as well.
Whoa. That's a fun quantitative puzzle of like where the skew is going to be. I guess, I don't know, looking at this, maybe I'd want a little call skew just because it could surge higher faster than it could crash lower.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely going to be interesting. And it's cool that this is a new way to sort of trade semiconductors. You look at NVIDIA or AMD and your hedge fund has a large position in these. There's no real way to hedge that risk, right? How do you hedge your AI risk? And one way to use is these contracts that will come online.
Okay.
Or the hedge fund being long semiconductors, maybe short this as a hedge, or if you owned like the neoclouds like CoreWeave, Nebius, that'd be a more direct hedge, just shorting these.
Well, Jack, you're like the volatility skews upwards, but as you said, in a few months we could have super oil. What if somebody releases a chip that's just like produces tokens at such a cheaper price?
Yes, but we would think that that's already priced into the curve, right? The curve that we can't see, but that Kush can see and clients can see.
Yes, perhaps. So I guess, look, with all new public data, there are bad takes that come out. So I'm sure you have seen your orange charts next to some pretty nasty bad takes on what these prices mean. So like what are the bad takes that you have seen that you think, like, when people look at whether it was rising prices a month ago or falling prices now that you think people are getting wrong from looking at that price?
I mean, I think the falling prices thing is pretty funny. People are like, oh, there's no AI demand, like prices are going down. It's not true. It's just more supply is coming online. So the demand is honestly increasing, but as more supply comes on, prices will go down. And prices recently are also higher than they were even 3 months ago. So that's probably the funniest one. But I generally think that there's still a long way to go for this whole AI economy, and prices are, I think, in my opinion, will continue to go up and down as supply and demand sort of increases, decreases, and new models come out.
Okay. And how much more supply are we talking about here?
I mean, I think recently you can take a look at the actual numbers online, but we're talking about different gigawatts scale of compute coming online in different quarters time. And so there's this huge, I think the other wrong thing that people think is like, oh, data center deployments are like delayed. This is delayed. I think all of that's kind of wrong. Some of them are like surely delayed, but most of them aren't. Most of them are still going on track. And people look at what catches the headline rather than actually reading the data and what's going on.
Yeah, people love to hate AI.
Exactly.
Yeah, Jack just did an interview with somebody who was like bearish, and it just like exploded in popularity. People just really want it to be a bubble.
Probably like 125,000 downloads and views.
Yeah. People just really want it to be a bubble. So what about the number of data centers that you're getting data from? I think the last time we talked, it was in the like low 400s. What are we up to now?
Yeah, I think it's around 500 it might be 600 at this point, but it's in the mid to high 500s. And so we're continuing to increase that number as more and more co-location facilities, data centers, independent GPU providers, all of these different players that own GPUs or have GPUs come online.
Any interesting geographic trends and where these new data centers are popping up?
I think the US is definitely still the leader in many of these, but Europe especially is like is starting to increase over time. And then you look at Southeast Asia projects that are being funded by a lot of Chinese companies and Singapore as well that are starting to pop up. But I still think a lot of it's US based, but more and more Europe and
that's a question. Yeah. Why is China not building as many data centers as we are?
I think part of that, I'd say, is not have access to the chips to put inside these data centers. And that causes like, okay, I build the data center. They have much more power than we do, but they're just not able to put the chips inside the data centers. You look at the different bans that are put in by the Trump administration on semiconductor exports to China, Russia, and other countries.
Okay, that makes sense.
Sorry, just reposting the stream.
It's okay. We do have Micron earnings.
Yeah, what happened with Micron?
It's pretty good. They're expecting like 30 something for revenue, and it was 41 billion. GAAP net income was expected to be like $20 per share. It was 24.67. So just assuming no growth, 25, let's say 25 times 4, 100, like it's at a 10 PE because the stock's at 10,000 or 1,000 now, probably a little higher. So yeah, seems like a pretty good quarter. One thing I notice is that it's not just like you'd think, oh, it's just the core data center business that's growing, but it's general cloud business as well as mobile and client business, as even automotive. Like it would be like if NVIDIA was like, oh, we don't just have explosive growth in our data center business, but in our graphics business is also growing, 300% per year, which is kind of what's happening. Like the squeeze is in everything. Yeah. Because it's an input into literally everything.
I mean, what do you think about some of these bottleneck areas like memory? Do you have any views?
Yeah, I mean, I think memory and HBM memory and the whole stack of memory is going to be a constraint, but also power. I think power is going to be the next constraint as different municipalities and sort of state governments, local governments are sort of banning data center deployments, having policies around them, bring your own power, is what happened in Texas recently. But I think power and memory are going to be the biggest bottlenecks. I think chips have slowly caught up to what's available, but it's still like there's still constraints across the board for everything.
Are these new data centers that are coming online, are they all behind the meter, or are some of them going on the grid?
So I think it's a mix, right? If you look at smaller co-location facilities, those are not behind the meter. But if you look at the bigger gigawatt scale deployments done by like Crusoe or Galaxy or CoreWeave, for example, a lot of those become behind the meter. It just depends on the actual deployment that you're looking at.
And behind the meter means you're not connected to the grid. So that means what? You have to have access to natural gas and your own turbines, or does it help like if you're on land that has its own natural gas?
So I mean, it's a mix of that, right? So you don't connect to the grid, and some actually it's weird. Some of these data centers actually sell power back to the grid because they generate so much behind the meter. Behind the meter just means that you generate your own power.
Mm-hmm.
So if they're selling back in, so they are connected to the grid still.
Yes, exactly. I mean, they're connected to the grid, but they generate the power that they use for the data center. They don't pull from the overall grid that's being used.
Yeah, but some of it could be solar as well, right? It doesn't.
Can it? I mean, he's the.
Yeah, I mean, some of it can be solar. I think we've seen less and less solar data centers. A lot of them are turbine based, as you said before. Natural gas turbine are the big ones.
And there's a big shortage there. So the shortage is not really technically in power. It's a shortage in gas turbines, which are made by GE, Vernova, and Mitsubishi. What's the third one? It's
Bloom.
Okay, yeah.
Some people like FTAI.
Yeah. I'll also throw Baker Hughes in there, actually.
Yes.
They make small turbines, but they would work.
Yeah, I talked to an industrials investor who is not a fan of FTAI. He's like, if you're going to you're just going to invest all this money into a data center. Do you really want a turbine that's been pulled off of a plane that's been flying around the world for 20 years? Probably not. You want something new.
Yeah, that does seem like a pretty stretched case for FTAI. I mean, they're making a lot of money in just.
Well, there's shortage. There's a shortage.
Yeah,
they're taking advantage, but is it the long-term solution? Like they're over earning. That's the argument, right? Is that they're over earning right now in the shortage, but once once the market catches up with the power bottleneck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think everything is just markets, power, energy, capital, compute. So
yes, indeed. Speaking of, are there other commodities that are going to start to be traded? I mean, is memory going to be?
People have tried memory for a long time, and I think it will eventually. The problem with memory is there's only a few suppliers of it. So it's very concentrated on supplier pool, and you don't get perfect price discovery off of memory.
Okay, so memory won't. Is there anything else?
I think it will. I mean, it depends on, right? If there's more suppliers and the supply sort of fragments, it's very different.
Well, also, it's one of those issues where the price has gone down for every year ever except this year, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So, is there value, or is there a use case for a commodity that goes down in value literally every single year, or obviously with the futures curve, market players can find value in that and hedge, but could they still find that value if it's like literally $100 now and it's going to be $10 in a year?
Well, I think it's a lot of it's price discovery, right? Like how are you going to discover prices, and what do I need the price to be? If I'm building a memory sort of plant or fabrication facility for memory, what's the price of memory I'm going to be able to sell 3 years out from now, 4 years out from now, 5 years out from now? You want to know that. But memory is a little different because there's no real spot market that exists for it. I think most of the deals are just done in long-term sort of 3 year, 2 year.
Yeah, three suppliers, well, four with China, and now CXMT, shout out the semi-analysis piece, was reading that today. What about, and the number of buyers is probably 10 or 20. It's not like a huge number of buyers.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's all the people that make chips and all sorts of computer equipment, but it's pretty much concentrated as well. So there's a concentrated supply pool and a concentrated demand pool. And for compute, it's kind of the opposite, right? There's tons of neoclouds and there's tons of buyers of compute.
Well, that is interesting. And it's kind of like when I'm conceptualizing how big could the market be. I mean, who is the largest employer? Obviously, I think it's Amazon, and they're in the, they're in the hyperscaler business. So let's take Walmart, right? Like a company like Walmart, they employ a ton of people. If some amount of labor is going to be done by AI in the future, is a company like Walmart going to be hedging their compute? Like what is the vision you have for the end stage of the market? Is it just going to be these players who are in the business of selling it, or are the true end users going to be hedging?
I think the most of the economic output by America in the next 5 years, 10 years is going to be based off of compute production, which means that people are going to take in compute. They're going to do some service on top of it, produce tokens, et cetera, and they're going to have some output that creates money off of it. So they're going to turn compute into dollars at the end. And that process is going to happen throughout more and more enterprises, that people are going to use compute as a sort of fuel going forward. I think if you look back to the 1900s, most of the companies and the largest enterprises are all powered by oil. And now everything's being powered by compute. And so we're trying to figure out a way to sort of create this market. And I think all the enterprises and even the Fortune 500 companies will be hedgers of this as their compute bills go up off the charts and all sorts of different things that happen.
So they'd be buyers.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Be buyers of compute. No, but to Jack's point about the falling compute price, it sounds to me like that's what you think is going to happen.
I mean, I think the price will go down, but no one knows how low it will be, right? So they can buy contracts depending on that.
Okay. Do you think that we're going to get, is the volatility that we're seeing in price right now to be expected moving forward? And, I'm sure you're formulating your ideas. You're a student of the history of these things. Like, how did oil trade originally versus where it is now?
I mean, oil started off trading bilaterally between people, very similar to how compute looks like today. People did one-off contracts, and then slowly over time, markets are being created. And Cushing, Oklahoma became the sort of hub where people traded oil. They used that to create the benchmark, and then that became a whole market, and people price all sorts of things off of what the oil price is. And I think compute will sort of follow the same sort of pattern that happened there.
Okay. So do you think basically what you're saying is we're going to get a more orderly market?
Exactly. I think over time, the markets start to mature and things start to come together, and more liquidity as well, right? Like right now, the indices that we publish are on an hourly basis. And we want to get to millisecond ticks or even nanosecond ticks, very similar to how oil markets operate.
Yeah. Do you ever, is it very continuous like oil unless there's a huge event, or is it like natural gas where it's oh my God, from 4 p.m. to 4:20, there was a 60% increase in price for some random reason?
Yeah, I mean, that right now is true for our compute, right? Between 4 and 4:20, there might be a random sort of increase in price. So it's less mature than the oil markets, and I think over time it becomes more and more mature like oil. But right now it's a very new market. We're the first ones to do it, and we started the company around 9 months ago. So it's been very quick.
Well, congratulations. Where can people find you?
Orn.com is the easiest way to find us, but also on Twitter and LinkedIn. I think it's Kush_Bavaria.
Bavaria_Kush.
I don't even know my own handle. There we go.
And the handle is at Orn Exchange with two N's.
Exactly.
Hey, Jim Chanos, legendary short seller. He follows Orn Exchange. That's awesome.
Yes. So I just want to close with a final question about what to expect. You guys just took in a bunch of capital. We've got futures launching with ICE, physical delivery launching. What else can we look out for?
I think we're going to continue to grow both of these platforms up right now. And I think we're hiring as well. So if anyone listening wants to join the team, feel free to DM me, send me your resume, and we'd love to take a look.
All right, Kush. Well, thank you so much. Thank you for joining MTS.
Thank you for having me.
All right. Sounds like we're going to have a lot of announcements again soon.
We will.
All right.
Thanks very much. Have a good one. All right, Max, let's see. Micron, how much are we up? We're up 14%. Looks like a pretty strong quarter. Let's see if I can find some financials. We also got a story about Alibaba, Anthropic accusing Alibaba of stealing all of their models.
Oh, but also, Jack, I mean, Korea just loving it.
Yeah, what's EWI up?
EWI is up 6.21% on the Micron.
Okay.
So obviously Micron, competing, I believe, with SK Hynix somewhat.
Oh yeah, totally.
SK Hynix just, I believe, also got their ADR.
Yes.
Or filed for their ADR. It's not approved. I don't see any reason why it wouldn't be approved, but I think it's like a 29 billion in total value of American depository receipts. So when you trade a foreign stock here in the US and it's listed in the US, that's an American depository receipt. It's very similar to owning the shares. In some cases, there are slightly different rights that you have. It's important to be aware of that. Voting rights and whatnot, but it's, for the most part, it's kind of the same thing as owning it. So, but it'll trade on US hours. So you won't have to be up at 2:30 in the morning to trade Korean markets.
Yeah, and I think SK Hynix is seen as being the best memory producer in terms of the quality, as particular when it comes to high bandwidth memory, which of course is it's like stacking DRAM on top of each other. If you look at the revenue, so let's see, last year $11 billion, now 13.6 billion, 23.8 billion, and now we got 41.5 billion. So this reminds me just of NVIDIA's huge sequential surge in revenue. Normally a company that's in high growth mode and is profitable is 20%, 30% year over year growth. But sometimes, like if it's everyone buys it for Christmas or whatever, it's holiday season, it's a very seasonal product. Like it's a sign of exceptional strength when you have just rapid quarter over quarter growth like this. Like we're not just doubling every year, we're doubling every quarter.
Yeah, it's pretty spectacular. And also, just going to the broader market reaction, it's not just Korea that is reacting. The whole semiconductor supply chain, the SOXX, is up 4%.
I'm glad to hear
after
Max.
hours. Yeah, I know you are, Jack. So what else did we get from Micron?
Okay, well, if you just share the screen, I mean, look at this this fellow right here. He's pretty locked in.
Yes.
I think
what do you think he's monitoring?
He's monitoring that chip he's looking at.
Yeah.
Let's see. Well, I didn't know this until preparing, is that they're bringing extreme ultraviolet lithography to memory as well. So they are, talking a big game in terms of how technologically advanced there are, but like basically everyone I've talked to who knows semiconductors says SK Hynix is the best. Let's see. Yeah, they're driving unprecedented. I think what Max, the verbiage doesn't matter, because everyone knows that AI is driving unprecedented growth in data centers. Everyone knows that, quote, agentic AI is structurally reshaping data center infrastructure. I guess having them say it again matters, but I mean, what really matters is the number. And then let's talk particularly about that guide of $50 billion for the next quarter. So literally like growing $8 billion in a single quarter, which is what their quarterly revenue was, 2 years ago, and their revenue that they did this quarter was bigger than any year before 2024. Any year, not just any quarter. So this is it's a tremendously cyclical industry, and it's kind of like an oil price shock, except if only four companies produced oil.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. I mean, going back to SK Hynix, one of their competitors, you're seeing all these articles now about how like catching an SK Hynix employee is like the top of the dating market. The merch, like SK Hynix merch, like people walking around in the SK Hynix vest, sort of flexing, like in the same way you see finance bros in New York sort of like peacocking around with their banker bags, being like, I work at Goldman, I work at this firm. Like that's what people are doing in South Korea with the SK Hynix vests.
I gotta get an SK Hynix vest.
Well, it's gonna cost you, is kind of what I understand.
But less than a chip would.
Yes, indeed. I mean, what's interesting to me, Jack, looking at that is 86% gross margin. I mean, that I don't know what their net margin. That's not even
operating expenses are $2 billion a year. So it's pretty much pure profit and taxes for Micron. Yeah, it's interesting. Like, why did it used to be such a commodity business that everyone hated? And why is it such a great business now? Okay, so one, we have AI on the demand story. So just demand is going up so much. And then we also have, it's a highly oligopolized market. You used to have all of these producers. Now we have four. And the one that's Chinese, CXMT, came from a bankrupt German company, I believe. So, its supply is not going to respond as quickly. I was just looking at like the semi-analysis piece, and supply is going to grow probably something like 50 or 60%. And just reading the Micron stuff before this earnings call, like they are investing in capacity. So new supply is coming online. Like I think to be a bull on high bandwidth memory and DRAM from now, it can't just be, the supply is going to be constrained. Like you also have to believe that AI demand is just going to continue to ramp so much higher.
Yes, but to your point about how did we get here, right? This is not unique to memory. The tailwinds powering it forward now, this is unique to memory. This is a unique thing. But after the housing bubble in the US, like the home builder services, suppliers, like all of that got consolidated. It was an extremely fragmented, disjointed market with lots of players, and the stocks, people were able to buy and consolidate at very, very low prices. So, that's an example of how this goes over time within these industries. And in the same way that, housing went through a tough time, 2008 to however long you want to extend out the housing crisis, like memory was in that for maybe a decade, like continuously, right? So it's just an extreme version of the cycle. And it just so happens that it didn't just come back to like rosy times like we saw before. It's a completely unprecedented wave of demand that's driving this. But it's pretty common for hated industries to consolidate like that down to just a few players.
Yes, but I don't think we've ever seen a change in demand grow as quickly. Like for oil, it's, I'm sure demand in the 1900s was like going up 40% year over year, but it wasn't like doubling year over year. Like this is kind of crazy. Interestingly, if we could share the screen now, for this quarter, so DRAM average selling price, ASP, was increasing the low 60% quarter over quarter, and the average selling price for NAND increased 80% quarter over quarter, mid 80s%. So prices are literally going up 85% quarter over quarter, and this is why stocks like SanDisk have gone up so much. And it's also interesting, Mask, in terms of like technological complexity. You go NAND, DRAM, and then HBM. HBM, as I understand it, is like DRAM stacked on top of each other. But actually, even though HBM is the cause of the bottleneck, I think DRAM prices, as we see here, like have gone up more than HBM prices, and NAND prices have gone up more than DRAM prices. And I know for DRAM and HBM, they literally are interchangeable. And specifically, something about HBM, they're very inefficient, so they use a lot of wafers as well. But I think there's a move to go from HBM to DRAM even so that, so in terms of on a fundamental level, they're moving away from the bottleneck.
Okay, moving away from the bottleneck, but yet prices have remained high.
Yes, the prices have gone up the most at not at the eye of the storm of the bottleneck HBM. They've gone up for DRAM and NAND, and that's why like SanDisk has gone up more than Samsung. You know.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So I guess, is that just because there's more overall demand? Like there is a greater bottleneck in high bandwidth memory, but there's still overall just more demand for DRAM and NAND.
It's that the players moved from like they converted the DRAM to HBM, so there wasn't enough of DRAM. I think.
Okay, so I see. So when the bottleneck in HBM kicked off, everybody just started producing that, and the stuff that suffered was DRAM and NAND.
Yes. And then there's
so who's hurt by this, right? Like we're talking about the winners. We all know who they are.
Like Xbox, I would say. You know, like companies that Apple. Now Apple's profit margins are so high that they can afford to eat it, and they can also have the pricing power to just raise their phone prices. So I think, you know, iPhone prices are going to go up hundreds of dollars. I think I've read that. And it's funny, everyone, you know, I thought iPhone prices would go up because of tariffs. So I felt like a fool for not buying a new iPhone before the tariff thing happened, but then they didn't go up at all because, you know, Trump had a carve out for Apple and many other companies as well with China. But the real reason Apple's going to raise prices is because of this memory squeeze.
Yeah. Now, one thing that's interesting, there was a chart from
Semi-analysis?
No, Warren Pies put this out 6 hours ago.
I'll find it.
Yeah, you'll find it. Yeah. And it's a macro chart, but I think it's relevant to what we're talking about right here. It's the next one.
This one.
Right?
Oh, yeah. I retweeted this today. Yeah.
Yeah.
Share screen, please. Yeah. Yeah. Tech expenditures in investments is bigger than residential fixed investment. So basically, the technology sector, specifically in IT, information equipment and software, is investing more money than in the housing market. So yes, housing matters because people live in it, and also, you know, it's a store of wealth, and no one really, there's no wealth effect if like the price of a GPU goes up. But in terms of actual investment, tech is bigger than residential housing. It has been for several years. I'm surprised I didn't know this, and it's also growing way faster. You know, residential fixed investment peaked in 2021 or 2022, actually.
Yeah, basically 2021. Yeah. But, you know, I think the question that Warren asks here, which is if the Fed hikes here, can they actually slow down tech spend, or will they just further crash the purple line? How will John Q. Public receive the tightening? The effect of monetary policy in the form of raising rates, obviously it's priced on the long end, so it's not direct. It's not the Fed funds rate that we're borrowing at for mortgages, but, you know, higher rates generally mean higher long end of the curve. There are some questions. I think there's a task force exploring whether interest rate policy or balance sheet policy has a greater effect on the housing market and on specifically. So we'll get something on that, who knows, in a year or so. But clearly the pass through is way stronger for housing. And so I don't know if raising rates is going to cool off the tech investment. I don't. Yeah, it's not. Based off the statements that I've seen.
I mean, if you go from 4% to 14%, yeah, it will. But 4% to 4.5%, is that going to stop, you know, Meta, my favorite, from building another gigawatt data center? No, of course not. I mean, there is an increasing interest rate sensitivity that maybe is more we have now than for normal for tech, because a lot of this is going to be funded with debt that's, you know, technically off balance sheet debt, where they enter into long-term, you know, rental things, which is, by the way, it's not some like shady 2008 type thing. It's like, well, what's it called? Walgreens, which has been a very bad stock. It's taken over by a private equity company. Like all retail companies, they enter into long-term leases. So it's not like it's, you know, it is technically off balance sheet. Anyway,
but I mean, it's a famously bad business, retail.
Yes.
Yeah, retail does it. Famously terrible sector.
Yes. But I mean, like Apple, they have long-term leases for their office buildings, right?
I would be surprised if Apple doesn't own them outright.
Okay, but companies that are good businesses enter long-term leases with office You enter.
Yes, I would agree with that. But I would say like Apple's main campus, like I'm sure they own it.
Yeah, that's true. But it doesn't really matter. What matters is that is it going to be a good investment or a bad investment? Anyway, my point is that it's interest rate sensitive because they're borrowing from short-term private credit markets.
Yes, indeed. But I guess, look, they're trying to fight inflation. Warsh doesn't want to be seen as continuing the Fed's failure to bring inflation back to target. But at the end of the day, like, people are kind of unhappy. As we just talked about earlier, people really love to hate AI. It is outside of the tech and finance worlds, it is nearly universally hated. Here in the United States, there are countries where it's very different. Like India, for instance, is a country where people generally have like very positive views of AI. And a lot of people,
they need to make more semiconductors.
They do not make that many semiconductors, but they have some of the most users of AI. They report I think it's the highest usage of OpenAI in the world. And they report generally positive views about AI. So it'd be interesting if the AI industry,
that is interesting.
If the AI industry is looking to improve their palatability with John Q. Public as.
By the way, Max, sorry. The only thing that people love more than a lot of John Q. Public people hating on AI is tech people talking about people hate AI. What can we do to change that? There's like so much conversation about it.
Yeah, well, I mean, apparently, look, one of the most important people in the world that you need to like AI is Donald Trump, and it sounds like removing Dario from the room did a pretty good job.
We'll go.
There might be a few people that if you put them in a closet and say, focus on your work here, we'll handle all the public speaking, might help. But my point being that if we were in a world where it gets even more unaffordable to buy a house because mortgage rates are moving up again because we're fighting inflation, if we're doing that, that probably means inflation hasn't been beaten yet, and people are still experiencing goods inflation. And then it's going to be less affordable to buy a house. And at the same time, the party goes on for AI and tech and Wall Street. I just interviewed somebody today talking about like what's happening with the buy side in banking. And he was like, we just had 2022, bankers got no bonuses. It was like the worst year for banking ever. Like, the sell side is back. Bankers are back. They're doing better. Private credit is having its concerns. Private equity is not really getting exits. The big exits are coming from venture, not necessarily the traditional LBO shops. And so, like if we're going to have Wall Street bankers getting huge bonuses because M&A is back and IPOs are back and tech is up and to the right, and housing is unaffordable, like, I can't imagine a worse cocktail for sentiment around AI.
But what about that would be new relative to now? It would just be a continuation of a trend.
Well, yes, it would be a continuation of a trend. It would certainly be a continuation of a trend heading into midterms. I mean, it might have political implications.
Yeah, I think that the moderation on Iran was a very wise political move.
Yes. But my point being that it's something we talk about all the time. It couldn't possibly get worse, and then it does. Like, that's something that is like a fact of life in markets and in sentiment.
For companies when you own a stock, for sure.
Yeah, for companies when you own a stock. Why would it be any different this time? Like, we're all like, oh, it's already bad. Like, it couldn't possibly get any worse. Well, it definitely could.
Yeah,
it definitely could, especially with the potential for new people in power. You never know.
One thing I wonder, Max, is everyone talks about, okay, all these IPOs are coming and that's going to drain the public markets of liquidity because people have to sell their stocks. They have to sell NVIDIA to buy the new issues. Okay, sure. But also, what about the mirror image of that, which is you have all these private market participants who now have tons of cash.
Yeah, they
have tons of things that they can invest in. And that's a huge liquidity event. And also, like, assuming that, like, if VC like limited partners are like paid out in shares or something like that, then the institutional community is massively under allocated to venture capital.
Yes, I think it will probably be positive for venture capital, and specifically, like you hear about, oh, there's going to be X number of new centimillionaires, billionaires coming out from some of these companies that are IPOing, and people said, look, they're not going to retire and go to the beach. A lot of them are going to become VCs and angels. Like it might be one of the best times ever to go be a founder because of the dry powder that's coming back to venture after what was kind of a slow period post 2021.
Absolutely. And not just in VC, but you also now have a huge resource, AI, that's being massively subsidized. And you can get compute that probably should cost $15,000 for $2,000. So yeah, I agree. It's a good time to be a founder.
Yes. But the same thing, you're competing, right? That everybody's like, oh, AI is going to make it so easy for everyone to invest. It's like, well, you're going to be competing against, if you are you and I, there are professionals who are very, very smart, very, very well capitalized, using all of these same tools and better tools to look at this information and analyze it. And if you believe it all in some degree of efficiency in markets, then that should work its way into price faster.
Stop share. So yeah, Micron up 16% now, $1,200 bucks. So it's at current PEs, even with the 15% pop, it's at 10 times earnings. Here's what I have to say, Max. 10 times earning is not cheap for when you sell a commodity that just went up 5 times, or a multiple. Like an oil company in 2022 at whatever price the oil was at the peak, like 10 times earnings was not cheap.
Yeah, I mean, pull up. Let's look at Exxon's P.
Yeah, sure. A little bit of ratio. All right, so I'm gonna skip 2021 because they report huge losses there. This is why PE kind of sucks. Yep. There we go. Okay, yeah. So like a PE of 14. Exxon traded at a PE of 14. But that was the trailing 12 months, so it was probably even lower. Like let me look at
forwards.
Yeah. There we go. Now we're in business. Yeah, Exxon traded at a PE of 6.5.
Let's throw price on there.
That is PE.
No, throw price in general, so you can show that it's.
Yeah, no, it's not good. No. Yeah, it's not gonna work.
You can do separate axes.
All right. Well, I don't want to figure it out on
all right. Point being,
it's that not good content to. Yeah.
Point being that cyclical industries
yeah
generally trade cheap when they're expensive and expensive when they're cheap, but we're still not sure whether it's going to be cyclical. Semis continue to rally after hours, up 5.33%. There is one company this week in the semiconductor complex that has not rallied. We talked about Cerebras.
Oh yeah.
Or Cerebras. I don't know how to pronounce it.
It's confusing because there's a private equity firm called basically something extremely similar. Cerebras.
Yeah.
This is Cerebras.
Cerebras.
Yes. This is the tech company. I mean, Max, they reported a quarterly revenue of 193 million, and they guided for next quarter's revenue to be 194 million. So basically flat quarter-over-quarter growth for an unprofitable company that just IPO'd. You can't have that and expect the stock to do well. It really is that simple. I mean, we could get into how okay, oh my God, they signed this huge deal with OpenAI. That was already publicly announced. And then today, Broadcom with OpenAI here, if could pull up the screen of Broadcom developed a chip. Here we go. I was wrong about this. It's not a Cerebras style chip. I just got confused. It is amateur hour by me, but I just thought that this was their mega chip. It's just the wafer. The chip is here. That's my bad. But yeah, so their biggest customer is now going with the second biggest semiconductor company in the world to produce a chip for OpenAI. And also, yeah, Max, that is something that I encounter a lot of semiconductor people who are of the opinion that the custom ASICs business, so basically like I design a chip for you, is a race to the bottom low margin business that's all, it's basically just like tech consulting, and what you're really selling is access to a line in the queue at the Taiwan Semiconductor fab.
Okay, so these basically that the ASICs guys are aggregating demand, and so they have power with TSMC.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, unlike an Nvidia, which has true pricing power and is really leading. Yeah, I have to say that I think Nvidia is one of the most underrated semiconductor companies. Which, if
yeah,
you know,
talk about cheap. What is it trading at? I mean, it's been trading down for the past.
I'm gonna guess 19. We'll see. What do you have a guess on 19?
Are we talking forward?
Yeah,
for 1 year forward.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll go 20 just to
20.99. Yeah.
All right, so 21 times.
And I don't think that probably didn't take into today's market action. So yeah, 2019. We nailed it. And for a company growing this quickly, yes, stop the share.
Well, look, what are the other things that could be happening with Cerebras is the IPO unlock. So I'm going to see CBRS unlock schedule. So, I mean, look, when you're dealing with new issues, there's, this is related to, there's a lot of supply. So, right, you have the initial IPO comes out, you have the amount that's floated that comes out, and you have all these other people, and some of them need to sell. So all that money that we talked about that's going to be going back into VC, perhaps, the market does have to absorb that over time. And, Cerebras is down 50% from its IPO, pretty much a straight line down since it came out.
But it rallied like so much on the first day. So I think you're counting 311 as the number from which it's down, which it's down 50%, 40%. But I think the actual IPO price was a fraction of 311.
Yes.
Yeah.
So if you got allocated in the allocation, but again, the market has to absorb it over time. And many of the people who, the lockup people that I'm talking about, don't get to sell into that amount. Only a certain percentage of the shares get allocated at that level. So yeah, maybe we're back down to what the actual, let me see what this.
Yeah, I will say, I'm not going to pretend to understand the technology of it's a chip on a giant wafer. Instead
so it's 185. So we're now below, it's now underwater from the IPO price.
By a few bucks, yeah.
By a few bucks.
Yeah. But in aftermarket hours max, it's $185.06. So it's above water by 6 pennies.
Okay. All right. So IPO investors in Cerebras are up 6 cents.
That's great. But yeah, I'm not going to. So it's a giant chip, and they don't have to do the interconnects because it's just one giant chip. And I feel like I don't think Jensen was afraid of AMD at all. Maybe there were some investors who thought he was or should be, but I don't. I think Cerebras, people talk about it as if it could be an Nvidia killer in just a different way. That, like, when I talk to AMD bulls, I could just tell it's not going to happen. But like this because they're trying to do the same thing as Nvidia, Cerebras has a different strategy.
Okay, well,
and that is how Nvidia killed all its competitors. Is they invented a new technology, the GPU. Like, is AMD going to do, look? Of course, AMD is going to grow their revenues and profits a ton, but like, are they going to catch Nvidia? I don't think so. I haven't thought so, and that's been correct. With Cerebras, they have a different strategy. They invented a new type of chip, just a giant chip. I don't think they invented it, but they were the first to use this that is actually at scale.
All right, so I'm going to make a call here. So we've got June 25th, 2026. So tomorrow, 15% of CBRS is unlocked. So that is directors, officers, and non-employee holders. And I did just use Caliban AI from 314 Research to generate this. So just so you know, I'm not like pulling it directly from anything. It does give me the source here. It looks like it is from the Cerebras source. And then the second trading day after Q2 2026 earnings. So basically there's tomorrow and then the day after that. So Thursday, Friday, guess what we get on Friday in terms of unlock?
How much?
16.7%
of the entire
of the float of the shares. So up to now, guess what has been traded?
5%?
15%.
15%. Okay.
15%. So doubles. The supply available to trade doubles in the next 2 days.
Of people who can sell.
That doesn't mean they will.
Yeah.
That doesn't necessarily mean they will. But if you are a a non-executive employee or a director and officer who's been working at the company who, maybe you've been borrowing against your shares, whatever. Like, I'm not saying that people are going to dump this thing or anything like that, but it's just natural to need some cash, right? I know fiat is garbage and all of that, but it's still pretty good.
Max, it is funny you say. First of all, I like this call. I like it better than the previous call when we had that huge sell off. I was kind of on the fence. This one, I'm still on the fence, of course, but like I'm definitely leaning your way. I mean, it's
also market is still down from that high. The market, not the semis. The market.
Okay.
Pull up the Qs. Pull up SPY.
When was the sell off? That Friday 7. That was June 5th, right?
June 2nd was the high.
Okay, yeah, but
my point is we have not retaken the highs.
Yeah. Okay, so but I'm saying from when you made that call,
we didn't
we
retake new lows. Yeah. I'm not saying we retook the lows. I'm saying after this, chances are you're going to get a chance to buy in lower. We still have not retaken the highs, resumed the upward move in markets.
Yeah.
To the extent that I would say that call is dead. And that window for that call was over 3 months.
Okay, well, we will see. Cerebras, yeah, it's interesting. I've listened to the CEO. He's an interesting guy. Of course, this is so class. Like I'm not even hating it. It's just kind of funny, honestly. Of whenever a company has an issue, the journalists write a story and they put a photo of the CEO looking a little goofy. Like this guy, the CEO looks way more like better and charismatic than this photo, but like because it's a negative story, it's like
we have to give him, give him soy face or whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
YouTube.
Yeah.
Well, it does help with the clicks.
Of course.
It helps with the clicks.
I get it.
Maybe he should sign some women's chests, and they'll use that photo instead.
I think he needs much higher revenue before he can do that. Well, I like the old. I guess I won't say his name, but a very well-known investor said to me, he's like, "Do you think would Jensen be signing women's, tops if he wasn't confident about revenue?"
So you're saying there's alpha in that?
I mean, it clearly was right. Yeah.
But at the same time, you have these other CEO indicators, like people love to talk about the wig indicator. Like if a CEO can't like gracefully accept the fact that he's lost his hair, that's a bad sign.
I think that's not like how many CEOs wear wigs. That's, probably 2 out of 500.
Let's just say it's not a good sign. They don't make it to the top of the heap.
Yeah. I think, I think, Cerebras is interesting. It's obviously a high risk play. I think there's a lot of value in the semi-cap equipment companies like the ASMLs of the world. And today I just was looking into the Chinese supply chain. So companies like AMEC or ACMR or Naura. I don't own any of these companies, but like, Dylan Patel, some semi-analysis was like China is going to be a huge producer in memory. It's like, I don't know, but buying stocks into companies that sell to the company that's going to produce memory so much probably doesn't seem like the worst idea.
Is that because you can't buy the Chinese listed shares of the actual memory producers?
Well, the Chinese memory producer CXMT, it has an IPO yet, so it's about to IPO.
Okay, so we can't buy it yet. More IPOs coming.
Yeah, and by the way, there are some interesting ETFs. I'm not gonna like plug some ETFs if we're not getting paid to plug them, but like there are some interesting ETFs of Chinese semiconductors. I could think of 2 in particular, but they do own the companies that I would want to own and that are actually like selling the real stuff.
Interesting. Well, Jack,
but we don't. I don't give too much free press.
All right. We'll leave it right there. We'll be back tomorrow. Back to you guys in the studio at MTS.
Welcome back, everyone. Good afternoon. It's morning here in the Melbourne studio. It is what you would call a miserable day. I think it would probably pass for a lovely day in San Francisco. Everyone told me the weather was nice. Everyone told me it was nice. California, it's a nice place to live. I arrive in June in the middle of summer. It's like overcast constantly. What are you talking about? The weather is terrible in San Francisco. Maybe it's good later in the year. I don't know. But I was disappointed this June. I have a fantastic guest, a repeat guest now joining us. I didn't kind of realize this the first few times we spoke. I knew he was kind of in some remote area of Europe. It's all the same to me from down this end of the world. I'm hearing now you're practically calling in from the Arctic Circle. Welcome, Zach Corman of Embroidery, a cybersecurity firm that he can't tell us anything about, which is always very sexy. But he's also a commentator, a kind of talking head, a member of the cybersecurity community online in a way which is very interesting. Thanks for coming on the show, Zach. It's a real pleasure to have you back.
Yeah, great. No, thanks for having me. And you say from the Arctic Circle, it's very hot in Europe right now, and we haven't discovered air conditioning. So we don't have that. So it's
that's a long running joke. Actually, it's a long running joke, and it always surprises me how true it is. You charge for water in cafes, and you haven't discovered air conditioning.
No, yeah, it's not a joke at all.
But there's actually like an ideological opposition to it. When it's not like just like haven't quite got it, like haven't discovered it yet is an understatement. When you talk to Europeans about air conditioning, it's kind of like you're talking about like grinding up puppies or something.
Yeah, it's like if I pitched the idea of getting an air conditioning, people would be like, absolutely unacceptable. How dare you?
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. Why don't you just get your own coal burning power station and put it in your backyard? You war criminal. It's crazy to me because it's like we need to rebrand air conditioning for Europeans and call it like something different.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's like the reverse sauna. It's a sauna, but it just makes your house a little cooler. And they'll be like, oh, wow, incredible technology. Zach, I could just riff with you all day, but we need to talk about we talked a few weeks ago now, maybe even more than a month. I had a series of people on my show to talk about cybersecurity generally. The context, of course, was Mythos. It was Anthropic saying they had discovered a Balrog deep within the mountain. And they couldn't show us because it was too sexy, it was too cool. And then they did release Fable 5. There was a brief window in time where we could all access superintelligence for $200 a month. And of course, the US government couldn't let us have nice things, so have taken it away. But there's a whole, even though I talk about it a lot, there is actually a whole ecosystem outside of Anthropic. There's another company you might have heard of called Openai. They have something. So Zach, take us through what is happening. What are you thinking about in the space? And has there been, what has the news been over the last few weeks since we last spoke?
Yeah, I mean, so you mentioned like Fable 5, how we all got it for a brief moment in time. I mean, I would say everyone got it except for cybersecurity. Fable 5 came out, and of course, the first thing you do is if you say the word cyber, it's like you are you are a war criminal, you have violated the law, and I am going to send the police to your house. So we never got it, right?
You get it,
yeah, that was not available to us normal cyber people.
Good.
I think
you've had it too good for too long.
Exactly. We've been living the good life. But then you have, fortunately, OpenAI is like really bad at naming things. And so as a result, like they have Mythos, but it's just called like GPT 5.5 Cyber New Daybreak OpenAI release 9. And then as a result,
V3,
exactly. As a result, the government's like, well, it would just be absurd if we had to explain to people that that's dangerous. So that's fully available to basically everyone. And it works, basically as far as, I can't tell you for certain because I've of course never been able to use this.
They won't let you use
thing.
Fable.
Right. But the benchmarks look fairly comparable. I've heard some rumors like it's actually not quite at the same level in chaining together attacks, but like you can kind of imagine. And also importantly, from the perspective of, I would say that one of the big differences that has been discussed is like maybe Mythos is better at chaining together vulnerabilities for like an amateur. But if you're like good at what you do, you can probably just use like even GLM 5.2. I found to be extraordinarily capable at cyber capabilities. So you kind of still have the same capabilities generally available, just not through Anthropic, which I love because I just love that they, I think the last time I was on this show, I was saying how like, well, if they're, they just want to, play a dangerous game and talk a lot of shit, like let's see what happens. And
look, there was a bit of there was a bit of Schadenfreude when the export restrictions were announced, and there was a lot of people kind of crowing online, like, "Oh, okay, well, you asked for it and you got it." And I'm like, look, I'm kind of sympathetic in a low stakes way to all that because I think it's kind of funny and there's like some good dramatic irony there. But it's not how let's just say this. It's not how I want to see policy made. It's not how I want to see these things done. Even though I might find it lightly amusing from the outside, I can maintain my principal position that this is maybe not how we should go about all this. But you make a good point. So GPT 5.5 final, definitely the final draft, V2, 3, cyber. It's pretty good. And particularly if you are, I mean, a lot of the really scary benchmarking for Mythos preview and probably Mythos 5.2 is like, hey Mythos, here is a code base. Do whatever you'd like, spend as long as you want, crack it, and we'll come back and chat in 48 hours. And so you see these like, and on those benchmarks, Mythos, definitely has a commanding lead on like Opus 4.8. It's like, better than 5.5, but only by small amounts at the end of the process. It's not a crazy step change. But what you're saying is when you can sit with a model and say, I have a rough idea already of where I'm trying to pen test here or what I'm trying to look into, like let's kind of go step by step and kind of build up to a vulnerability. That's where the sub-frontier models perform closer to comparably, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, so if you're going through the process of doing this type of work in practice and you're like a skilled bug bounty hunter, which I wouldn't claim is like me by any means, but the type of work that I'll typically do would be like breaking out of sandboxes is something like I've done a decent amount of work on. And, for that, I did actually get past at least the initial guardrails on Fable at one point, like effectively jailbreaking it to get through. And it did not one-shot any of my sandbox escape tests itself, right? Now, maybe Mythos would have, maybe, of course, with enough iterations, it would have. But like I found, for example, GLM 5.2 did an amazing job of it, especially when you're like guiding these models. So if you know how to guide the model to the right things, it comes up with some really great work. And I think, so the quantifiable difference between these models is like, I mean, it's like if you think that one is going to end the world but the other one is safe, like you're just making stuff up. Like that's just not the real world. Like they're not far enough apart to where you need to make one of them a war crime and the other one can be freely available tomorrow, right? That's like not real. Unless you're in the US government and you're listening to this, because although, you might have a principled stand on this, I have no such principles and I'm perfectly fine leaving that thing banned, I mean, if you're in the US government, Mythos is scary and you cannot let it back out. Like,
it does have a scary name, folks. They call it Fable. It's scary. Yeah. You should keep it scary. Yeah, totally.
Yeah. So that's kind of where I am.
Go ahead. Yeah, and you should explain for us a little bit as well. If someone is just tuning into this, if they've kind of not been paying a lot of attention, talk us through. There's OpenAI has this program called Daybreak. It might be seen maybe as a counterpoint to Anthropic's Project Glasswing. Talk us through what is Project Daybreak and how do you just see what is the daylight between these two companies and their offerings in the cyberspace?
Yeah. So one thing that's nice about dealing with OpenAI is that they're run by ruthless operators who will like do anything to land on them, which is kind of what you want. I think you guys had a different person on MTS who kind of made this point very clear, was like, OpenAI might be run by psychopaths for, all I care, but at least they're like the psychopaths you can predict. They want money, they want to win, they want to succeed. Okay, cool. Whereas, one thing that's kind of scary about Anthropic is like, to some extent, they're like really true believers and ideologues. And so with OpenAI, what they've done is they've come out with like the perfectly positioned marketing angle on the whole thing, which is they're pitching this thing in as like, Daybreak is for defenders. We're here to help. We'll help. I think their phrasing even was like, patching. It's like really great at patching vulnerabilities, which is like a really funny way of like, like saying like we're really good at finding them, but like but we're really good at fixing them too. Of course, the capabilities here are the same. Like I don't believe for a second that they've made a better or a worse version of either thing here. I think it's just they have pitched it very much as like defenders need good tools for fixing cybersecurity, and we'll help provide those. Whereas like obviously Anthropic's angle has always been like Mythos will go and break into the NSA tomorrow and there's nothing you can do about it. So they've done a really good job of their like value proposition and pitching it forward. And that's been super well received from like cybersecurity people. Like suddenly cybersecurity people are like very pro OpenAI, right? Because they're just like, this was kind of a relief to get like this messaging of like, yeah, we'll help you fix some bugs. And you're like, oh, cool. That's all I really needed. Whereas like Mythos is like, I'll ruin your world, I'll end everything. Oh, by the way, if you want to fix bugs, we can do that too, but only if you're in our group, right? So I think their positioning has just been so much better from like a public, marketing perspective, which I love.
Yeah, there's this interesting thing like, there's an interesting thing that Anthropic does in their comms. Far be it for me to criticize. I'm sure they have some absolute weapons on the job. But it's like, they do this thing where they're like, now, we shouldn't freak out about this. There are lots of pros and cons and risks, and we need to manage it all. And then after the prevaricating, they say, but Mythos is going to break into the NSA, and it's going to steal all the state secrets, and it's really scary, and we can't let it out of its box. And I was also sitting in the park eating a sandwich when it told me that it could break into the NSA. And so it's like they have this thing where they actually do, if you kind of read all of their, an entire post, if you sit down and read 2,000 words they've written about a product release, they do have some quite reasonable things in there. And they do say, like, oh, look, it's not, it is a step change, but it's not a crazy break off the curve step change in cyber capabilities. Other models can do this pretty well. We need to be balanced about the risks and benefits. But they say it. And then they say the headline piece that everyone quotes, which is like big scary model in the cave.
Yeah. And I mean, I think this is because there's not enough crazy. So like the problem that Anthropic has is they have to hire talented people to run this company. Yeah. And there's not enough talented people who have also drinking enough Kool-Aid to where they like are that committed to some of the insane positions. So the red team at like the cybersecurity red team at Anthropic is legitimately great. Okay. Like by all accounts. And they, they know what they're doing. And they also largely, I'm not going to out anyone, but I get plenty of likes on my posts on Twitter from plenty of Anthropic cybersecurity people. Okay. And, because they're sane people. And so they have these, I fully agree. If you read they did this really great post where they broke down Opus versus Mythos in terms of which vulnerabilities it can find and which ones it can't. And they're able to show like how, what was interesting about it is it was like one of these first moments where you have this graph that kind of reveals both that Mythos is great, better than Opus at least, but also that there are still vulnerabilities that it was unable to create a POC for. And so that's like a very real level of, that's like a very real finding that I think, of course, but then the headline is something like it's 900% better than Opus. Cause like you just, and I'm like, okay, well, cool. But obviously they're playing two different games. And that's why the government should absolutely continue to keep them banned just until someone
just until they crack it. I don't know. I'm sympathetic. I am sympathetic because I'm like, they're really trying to be on. I believe there are people out there who are like, they're running this as a scare campaign to sell more Opus subs. Maybe, I don't know, but I think they genuinely believe it. I think they are genuinely principled people, and the problem is that they just haven't quite cracked that. Like, that's not how the rest of the world is used to receiving communications from technology companies. And so they are kind of interpreting it through a different lens than it's being spoken and written through. So I want to switch tracks here for a second. Let's talk for a second, Zach. Now, when we talked a few months ago, it was before the safeguards were placed on Fable 5. It was before some of the conversation had continued on Mythos and advanced AI capabilities. It was before much had been made of 5.5 cyber and these kind of things. And, the conversation was like around specifically cybersecurity and AI has changed a bit in the last few months, I think. take us through like how are people in the cybersecurity community feeling about AI capabilities, and has there been any pushback against this desire to centralize and control specifically the cyber capabilities?
Yeah, I think that a lot of people didn't, especially if we go back to when we talked last, people didn't view Glasswing as like categorically evil as it is, in the sense that they were kind of like, okay, this is just a funny marketing thing that Anthropic's doing, and we can all clown on them for it. But I think there's this broader concern now, especially since the US government stepped in and like was like, okay, this is illegal, which is that like the frontier access to frontier models matters, right? Like I firmly believe that like access to AI, equal access to AI is like an important principle that we should like want to achieve. And actually I'll give like even like Anthropic and Dario would agree, like in principle, if we separate all of the other concerns, like first level thinking is that like access to AI should be equal and available, right? And then you introduce all these concerns. I think that now we can see that like that is not the path the world is on. Okay. So like if you think that even with like we joke about it, but like I do believe that OpenAI has had some very serious discussions about how can they name the model in a way that won't get banned, right? And that means that like as capabilities advance, the odds that we all get them at the first stage is like much lower than it used to be. Like I don't think there was a phased rollout of Opus 4.8, at least by any public way. I don't think that will be, it looks like cyber capabilities will be gated. Okay. And they will be gated, and they will potentially be gated by governments, but they'll definitely be gated by the companies, themselves. And I think that is a lot of people are starting to call out directly that that's a huge problem. Okay. Like that is not good. And a lot of people in the cybersecurity community kind of say like, that is not a strategy for safe cybersecurity. A good cybersecurity strategy is not, what if we didn't give the scary model to people and we only kept it for a select few? To many people in cyber, that's very much like a security by obscurity policy that's trying to say like, what if we kept the secret algorithm and then no one will be able to do the danger? Like, look, these capabilities are coming, like these attacks are coming, these these models are going to be available, especially as we have China pushing some really great open weight models. We need to prepare for them. And this is the point that I make on this, which is like organizations on cybersecurity do not, there are no such thing as being proactive. Okay. They react to immediate threats and nothing else. So if you say, let's hold off Mythos so that people can prepare, ain't no one preparing. Okay. They're going to go like, okay, cool. We have another 6 months. We'll wait till then. And then when Mythos like becomes widely, you get like an open weight Mythos, they'll go, oh shit. So I don't think there's any strategy that says, let's hold off these models. That is not a cybersecurity strategy. It's just using cybersecurity for like some broader purpose here. Like it's not helping cybersecurity. No one is benefiting from these models being withheld.
So talk me through, kind of like steelman it for me, Zach, right? Like what is the case for what Anthropic is doing? And then like, why exactly do you think it's not quite right?
Yeah, so they're like and I had this whole debate with this person about this who like hour-long debate on the topic. The position is basically that like these capabilities are crazy, and they are, okay? And that as a result, if you were to just release them to the public, the problem is that our software is shit. And so you can easily use Mythos to crack all this shitty software. And then, sorry, I don't know if I'm allowed to say bad words.
Go ahead.
Here, but okay.
Say the bad words.
Yeah, so crack all the shitty software. And then what happens is some of that happens to like run our electrical grid or hospitals or banks. And so like some bad things could happen. And you've brought down the cost of, you've made it much easier for people to do this. So you can just be like a kid in some, third world country that can now suddenly hack like our, sensitive systems, right? And the argument therefore being like, that's bad. So we need to use the models in advance to close all of those holes before we make them available so that, or before someone makes them available, maybe not Anthropic themselves, but maybe like a Chinese lab does it, before, so we can prepare, right? That's, I think, the strongest position for it, which is that if you just let them out in the world, you would get chaos. I don't believe this at all. Like, I just think that like you get what you get. Like, if that's true, that it will cause mass chaos, you're going to get that, whether it's today or in 6 months, you will get that, because there's no amount of preparation that can like bring us ready for that level, that point. Many of the companies that we're talking about are like not even in Glasswing. So it's like, you're not even able to use them to protect. But also, and just like, most importantly, like, I don't believe it's not okay. People just imagine there's like these hackers sitting around and that there's no other calculus besides like their, technological capability. Like, part of the problem would be like, if enough people tried to take down our electrical grids, like, we can just like send a drone or something. Like, there's other factors that like, there's like other things that like play into it. Like, maybe the government gets their government is like, okay, guys, you crossed the line. We're not gonna. And you see this playing out in other contexts. There's a great story about these scam groups that are in like Myanmar, or I don't know what the appropriate term for this country is anymore. If it's Myanmar, I'm like not that familiar.
It's not Burma. I think it's Myanmar. I think you're right.
Okay, yeah.
You nailed it. First
okay, yeah. And so, and they basically have all of these scam centers, and this has caused a huge problem for like Thailand. That like, okay, that has all of these like, basically people were like, they're basically getting kidnapped from Thailand to go be brought into these Myanmar scam centers. And then like at a certain point, this became an issue where like Thailand started cutting electricity to Myanmar and stuff in order to get, and you see that these factors of like how the local groups will respond outside of the cyber question. Like, it's not about the cyber capabilities. It's just like there are other reasons why hacking does and does not happen in certain contexts. So I'm not like, I sit around going like, it's not just a factor of the model. And so I think I posted this just, maybe a couple hours ago, before with ChatGPT, when it first came out, everyone's like, oh yeah, all the copywriters, they're cooked because I can see it's good at writing words. And like, most copywriters still have jobs. Right. It's like, we're bad at predicting the consequences of a capability. Like, just because you see the capability of cybersecurity doesn't mean that cybersecurity is cooked. Right. It's like, okay.
Right. And the equilibrium is different, right? It's like hard to predict where the equilibrium is because there's reactions on both sides. And I think there's like a perfectly reasonable case that says, like, we just to be extra sure, we should do a little hardening for a week or a couple of weeks, right? But I think the point is there's diminishing returns to that kind of, to the kind of holding the capabilities back. But as the longer you do it, the larger the risk is, right? Because the larger the overhang between public and private capabilities.
Yeah. And like, also, it's like, you're not going to be able. And so that's the thing. I don't have a big objection if we're talking weeks. Because I mean, I imagine all of the models kind of had a couple week overhang as well, because you give the access to Theo first so that he can make sure his video comes out and says it's the greatest model ever, right? It's like, not I'm sure they have like
they should do that, dude. They should do that.
Keep going, guys. So it's I'm sure it happens, but of course, when we're talking like, you're gonna never get this model because it's too scary, like, come on. Like, and I know for a fact, like, I can tell you from groups and chats I'm in, like, you think the only bad people who, there's the story of Mythos got in the hands of one Chinese threat, no, this thing got shared around, like handed around, like a lot of people had access to Mythos that probably shouldn't have. It's very clear. And so like, you're just being silly then. And I can tell you that a lot of startups got access to Mythos. I had one firm asked the Anthropic CISO whether I could have it, and of course they watched my videos and immediately said no. And so true story, by the way. And you see that like, it's kind of becomes a silly gatekeeping exercise of like, who gets it, who doesn't get it, which, and it's like, it's not a security issue.
Sure. And critically, like, maybe there were some people who got access who shouldn't have, like, maybe, every civ leaks a little bit, but the world's infrastructure didn't fall over during that 2-week period when some slightly fake on paper startup had Mythos access and was, poking around on the internet. I want to switch tack for just 1 second here, because I think that's that's a really interesting conversation. But it just occurred to me, you're in Norway. The export restrictions mean that people in Norway, people in Europe, people in Australia couldn't get Fable even if they wanted to, even when Anthropic makes it available again if they do. How do you feel about the conversation about sovereign AI capabilities?
Oh yeah, love this topic. So
Yeah.
I'm American, which makes this, as an American citizen, which makes it kind of funny because of course the first step to this is like when it becomes available again, can I use Fable, but like, do I have to lock my computer up at night so that
Yeah,
my
dude.
girlfriend can't touch my computer, right? Who's a Norwegian citizen. My 7-month-old baby, is she allowed to use it? Given she's a dual citizen. My company, which is a Norwegian registered company, like, can I use Fable but not for that company? I don't know. But then you get to this really interesting question. So however they work out these rules of like sovereign AI, of like, okay, so in Norway, we have infinite cash, right? Like because of oil, right? I mean, we just have an unlimited pool of money that we exactly. And one thing I find very funny as an American in Norway is that like a bunch of Norwegians who are like on the tech scene, which is like all 5 of us, they'll say things like, they'll try to they'll be like, we need to recreate the circumstances that lead to America winning, of like good investment and blah blah blah, like all these, we should attract talent. And I'm like, no guys, you're never going to be as good as America at doing the American thing. Like we are America's world champs at being America. What you should do is go spend a cool $50 billion right now from your multi-trillion-dollar investment fund to buy up GPUs. And when I say that, I get a huge negative reaction from them, that they're like, you can't just spend your way out of this problem. And I'm like, actually, I bet you can. To a degree, you can, and I think you can see this with like, I mean, Elon Musk went and bought up a bunch of GPUs, and that turned out to be a brilliant idea because then he's now lending them out to Anthropic. I just see no reason why Norway can't take a 50 billion off the top, buy up a bunch of GPUs, and just like say like, haha, now, because we're building data centers anyways.
Sure.
Why not build data centers owned by Norway? It's a very Norwegian approach to it. If like we're good, Norway runs state-run enterprises. Like we have our oil, like all of these things are state-run enterprises. Why not have a state-run data center? Like we're not terrible at it.
Yeah, and you're actually good at it. That's the thing. A lot of state-run enterprises are not great. The Norwegians have kind of cracked it by being Norwegian about it. Look, I think that's a great point, Zach. And I think more to the point. Like my feeling about this is just how many? What's the population of Norway?
Like 5.5 million.
Yeah, it's like six blokes. Like Australia's like 30 million people. It just doesn't matter how much money you throw at it. It doesn't matter how nice you make the community. It doesn't matter how good you are at creating an ecosystem of VC firms and startups. You just do not have the talent density to make a frontier model. And if you're not going to make a frontier model, you may as well use GLM. What are you wasting your time for building a sub-frontier model? There are plenty of those already. So I'm 100%. That makes perfect sense to me, Zach.
Yeah. Just give me some GPUs, so we can,
Just give me the goddamn GPUs, put a little salmon on them, and we'll go from there. Zach, it's been an absolute pleasure having you on the show. Now, people can find you on Twitter. People can find your company, even though you won't tell us what it does, embroidery.com.
.io.
.io, excuse me. Hell yeah. You can start with the IO. We'll come back for the com. Thank you so much for joining us, Zach. A real pleasure. We'll have to have you back on.
Yep. Thanks for having me. It was great.
Big shout out to Zach. Thank you so much, and we'll see you again. welcome back, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today. We have another fantastic guest. I spoke recently to Josh from FAI about quantum from a policy perspective, and we thought it would be very interesting to get someone who is closer to the technology itself, and of course, a very interesting guest for many other reasons too. Now we have Pranay Narang joining us here. I couldn't imagine a better guest to have this exact conversation. Very, very exciting. I should say before we get stuck into the conversation, Pranay, as well as being, and I'll go through her accomplishments in just a moment, is also an avid climber, and she's joining us from Peru. The connection, and I don't know if it's on the Australian third world end or on the Peru end, but the connection is a little spotty. We're going to do the best we can. If you see my slack-jawed face staring blankly at the camera, I am just politely waiting for the bits to travel all the way from across the other side of the world. Now, without further ado, very, very excited to have you on the show, Pranay. Now, I'm not going to be able to touch, I think, on all of your accomplishments because that would take us right to the end of the show. But most relevantly, you're a professor at UCLA and you have been a kind of leading scientist for a long time on quantum materials, on quantum information, on a big part of the kind of quantum world, which is outside of just the regular kind of quantum computers that you hear about a lot. You were also the US Science Envoy for Quantum Science and Technology, so you've had a role in the White House, and at the same time, you somehow find time to invest at DCVC, a kind of hard tech focused venture fund, if I'm getting that right, based in the Bay Area. So a true kind of big hitter. Welcome to the show, Pranay.
Thank you so much for having me on, and thanks again for accommodating the Wi-Fi here. It's been a really exciting week in quantum. The executive orders, the tech advancements, and the announcements we've seen from the companies, and I'm excited to dive into all of those things here with you today. Fantastic.
Well, why don't we start? Explain, we've talked a little bit from a policy angle on this show, but maybe just start from the beginning. Talk us through what do the executive orders say and why is it significant?
Right. So there are two executive orders. One that's I'd call the offensive. Let's think about how we can scale this technology, how we can build this technology here. And that includes, by the way, quantum computing, that includes quantum sensing, quantum networking, and quantum in space. The second executive order is more focused on how do we protect against threats that existing and future quantum computers pose to our data, to our privacy, to our encryption. So I love the fact that the two executive orders came out simultaneously, and it's a complete strategy. It demonstrates that the administration thinks about quantum very deeply, has engaged a whole of government approach. Kind of saw that announcement from the Oval Office, the president signing the EOs, and everyone who was represented there. Private capital was represented there, companies building some of these technologies, and everyone from DOW, DOE, commerce, just kind of that. This is the all-star team, and we are here to make quantum an American technology.
Very exciting. So a lot of the focus, as we talked about just before we came on the show, a lot of the focus has been on the quantum computing side. That seems to me, in my very basic understanding of the technology, to have a range of applications. There is, of course, the cryptography side, but there's also some stuff in bio and a bunch of different modeling stuff that quantum computers allow you to do much more computationally efficiently than binary digital computers. There was also, you mentioned quantum sensing, quantum networking, and quantum in space, which it just sounds like we're shooting buzzwords, but these are real technologies, Pri. Can you take us through, what are they doing? What is the significance of the quantum in front of those technologies?
Absolutely, and more regularly than classical computers. And that's something that's gotten a lot of ink in the press. That's something that you might have read about in your favorite magazine out there. And when you think about quantum sensing, it is, how do we go beyond the limits of classical sensors? And this is something that you can mathematically probe as well. There are sensors that go beyond the standard quantum limit. These could be single sensors. These could be based on some of the same technology that the qubits that make up computers are based on. In this scenario, that really and all things that allow you, effectively coupling to the environment, GPS, that's something that's called out explicitly as well in the EOs, has national security implications. And of course, the networking a fabric that allows you to share large distances, small distances. You think of it as distributed computing. Large distances, you could think of it as a true, a general network, and eventually something that resembles a quantum internet. So these are exciting technologies, and they sound like science fiction. I'd say 10 years ago they probably were science fiction, but today, we're seeing them come to life. And what we're seeing in this EO is that there's this synergy between what the government can do and what private capital and what private industry can do, and working together also with the national labs, kind of coming together to bring these technologies to life.
That's super interesting. And just for the audience, there was a few connection issues in there, but I still think we got kind of the the heart of what you were saying, Pri. So,
gosh.
We'll see how we go. I think it's still very interesting, even if we miss the odd word or two. I want to kind of go more specifically now into the companies, the technologies, the products involved here. I think the EO is very exciting. The EOs, the two EOs, are very exciting for what they say about the government's commitment to the technology, the national security implications, of course, and the desire to kind of onshore those supply chains domestically within the US. I think that's very interesting. But take us through, what are some of the companies in the space that you're excited about? What are the technologies? And give us some timelines, because I'm a old millennial. I'm used to seeing quantum in the news, but they don't let me use quantum Twitter yet. So what are the timelines we're talking about here?
Okay. So one of the best things in the EOs here is that a timeline is spelled out, right? And it's not a timeline that's a roadmap from one company or one national lab. There's a specific 2028, we'll have a scientifically relevant quantum computer. And we anticipate that before the end of the decade, we'll have a fault-tolerant quantum computer. What is not specified, and this is really important, is which modality, which type of qubit this will be based on. And if you think about the types of qubits, early days, and I've been in this field long enough to say this, the question used to be, which type of qubit will win? Let's figure that out before we think about scaling. We are now far past that, and that's important because we realize that, whether it is a neutral atom-based quantum computer, something like atom computing's work, or trapped ion like Quantinium or IonQ's work, or PsiQuantum doing photonic qubits, and of course, IBM and Google that are going the route of superconducting qubits. Each of them have a shot at goal of getting to that fault-tolerant quantum computer before the end of the decade. And they all have slightly different milestones in there, what will they demonstrate, in their own roadmaps. But calling for a scientifically relevant quantum computer by 2028, really important. That is where we start to see the kinds of algorithms that have been promised for a long time actually being these devices be scientific. What I also find very exciting here is that within the supply chain and within the conversation around how do we build these technologies, the government is investing in fabs, is investing in foundry level capabilities, and those capabilities are across modalities. So you see that with global foundries. Global foundries can work with silicon spin qubits, companies like Quantum Motion, or they can work with trapped ion folks like Quantinium, or on the superconducting qubit platform. And that's really, really important because there are some things that are common across different types of qubits. I can dive into some technical detail here. Cut me off if it's too detailed. But
No,
things
please.
like measuring the coherence time, doing metrology on these qubits, thinking about how you do cryogenic packaging, how you do photonic packaging, how you think about the interconnects, how do you do all of this in a way that resembles and leverages the semiconductor manufacturing that we're used to for our conventional classical devices. So I think that this is all capability that's being set up. And will be very important as we think about that first fault-tolerant quantum computer.
That's super interesting, Pri. And you have this background that stretches, from academia to venture. Obviously, there's this policy angle as well. Do you think in this case specifically, in the case of quantum specifically, I mean, the role of government in like kind of supporting the transition from research to industry is particularly important? Or, is this a model that could apply in other sectors for other technologies? How do you think about that?
Right. So this is a technology that is important to national security. This is a technology that's important to the entire compute stack that we have access to.
Right.
And I'll make another athletic analogy here and say that there's no, second place prize here. You want to be there.
Right.
We want to have the first fault-tolerant and government on what is that goalpost? What do we need to achieve by 2028? What are the algorithmic benchmarks? And there's a lovely program, the DARPA Quantum Benchmarking Program, which has been very focused on, you can claim that you can run this algorithm, but how do we verify that? How do we know that, the claims that you're making are, based in the laws of physics? So, it's really, I think, relevant that this is all called out in the EO. I'd say this is perhaps the most technical set of EOs that I've seen from the administration, or any administration for that matter. And that recognizes that you got to get the science right. You got to translate the technology. And to do all of that requires, different mechanisms than the ones we've seen in other technologies in the past. And of course, we want to learn from any of the errors made in the early days of AI to, of course, not have that happen here.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. And I cards on the table. I'm like a boring neoliberal. Industrial policy makes me a little squirrely. But I think like the case that you make here, right, which is like, there is a long run risk capital that the government is very good at providing. There is a kind of public benefit here, and a defense, national security is one element of that public benefit that makes a strong case, I think, for the state involvement. And as you said, then there's the mechanism design question of like, how do we make sure all of the mechanisms we're designing from the benchmarks are being put together by DARPA to the funding mechanisms themselves are like, as effective as they can be, and ensuring the capital is allocated effectively. So that makes a lot of sense to me. I want to switch track here for a second, Priya, and get a little bit to this second defensive executive order. One of the things, the thing that comes up when you Google this, right, is like collect now, decode later. This is a tactic that an adversary might use, a state-level adversary might use, where you collect a bunch of data which is encoded in non-quantum resistant cryptography, and then in anticipation of one day relatively soon, having quantum computing that you can use to crack that encryption and read a kind of big store of data that you've collected during that period. Do you have any anything I've gotten wrong there, Pri? Anything you'd like to add to that? Anything you find interesting about this risk? And are there steps being taken to kind of do what they can to address that? Yeah.
Sooner, and that's going to be really important. Now, we've seen advances in neutral atom quantum computing in particular, where, depending on who you talk to, they're credible threats to ECC 256 or those resource estimates, of course, are, it's a moving target from a science standpoint, but, 2 to 4 years is not that far out, especially if you're talking about the ways that we encrypt effectively everything ranging from our currency and our communication and everything else. So I'm really glad that defensive EO also, is live and again has concrete deadlines. So it's no longer, we'll get to it when we do. It's more, here's when you need to get to it. Here's what the resource estimates show from, recent scientific publications, including, by the way, a paper came out from Google that got a lot of attention around, what would be a reasonable set of qubits as well as gate operations to pose a credible threat to RSA.
And then if I understand correctly, that research that Google released was then improved by some kind of open source researchers who were able to kind of move the benchmarks even further. I might be getting the details of that wrong, but I kind of remember seeing that come out and being like, oh no, this is happening.
Yeah, absolutely. It's happening. And I think that, the phrase that our friends at DARPA use is technological surprise. And I think that there is great opportunity for technological surprise here. I think that comes from, the step changes, and I'm using my hands to describe this. I know you can imagine that, right? So
yeah.
Step changes are really codes realize, oh, hey, I can do these error correcting operations on far fewer qubits than people had in surface codes. Of course, this new kind of codes, QLBPC. So that got the estimates down from, oh, you might need 10 million qubits to maybe 100,000, and now depending on who you ask, 25 to 50,000 neutral atom qubits ought to be enough. Okay, and this is where it really gets into some technical debates, very fierce debates. What do you mean by ought to be enough? Is that going to be something that takes a month to run? Is that useful? Or is there a way to think about this algorithm differently? So long story short, I think we're going to see more technological surprise there. We're going to see more interesting scientific publications. And I think what's truly, a little bit scary here is that there might be stuff that's not being published that we don't know about quite as
that's a good point.
Broadly. That also presents.
Yeah, that's very interesting, Priya. I think that's a very that's kind of like a nice way of kind of describing the conundrum facing everyone. And technological surprise is a great term. Now, if you haven't noticed, if you've just kind of tuned into the show, you might have noticed Pri's camera is off. She's intrepidly calling into the show from Peru. I hear the food is really good in Lima, but I think Pri is out in the mountains. She's adventuring. So we've cut her video just to kind of see if we can improve her connection. And it does seem to have cleaned up a little bit. So just for your information, Pri, it's all going very relatively smoothly on our end. I might finish now with a kind of final question, which is just an invitation, Pri, to talk about anything you think I haven't asked about, anything that's interesting in the space to you, anything that you are personally focused on, either from a research perspective or an investment perspective that you think is interesting and more people should know about.
Is very exciting, and not just because it's two buzzwords, but actually, when you think about quantum sensors or a network of quantum sensors launched into space. By the way, we have launched quantum devices into space, right? So the work that has happened at the Jet Propulsion Lab, it's one of the NASA labs, has really been around, the most precise sensors that you can launch. Some of them are based on cold atoms. So I think there's a real excitement around, what are the capabilities that you could gain if you could combine these two technologies? What are the capabilities you gain in sensing, in navigation, timing? What is the capabilities you could gain in communication? And of course, some of that is also relevant for other aspirations that NASA has. The types of quantum sensors that we might see deployed eventually. Technologist in me looks at everything that's happening in quantum and says like, whoa, this is, why someone gets into tech, where you literally get to, make all of these science fiction ideas come to life. But I think if you were to watch an area that over the next 3 to 5 years is going to be really, talked about much more, it's that intersection of quantum and space.
Quantum and space. It does sound a little like if I was to be making fun of San Francisco, I mean, for a long time it was like, crypto in space or something like that, but quantum in space. But you make a very good case, and it does have a kind of an internal logic to it. I saw, and this might be a very silly question, Pri, but I saw someone talking, about some of the cooling challenges we face on Earth. They're either harder or easier in space. I can't remember. Or is there some kind of technological advantages to putting the sensors in space?
I'd say there's a capability advantage. I would not worry about the cryogenic piece so much. I think that is a challenge, but it's an engineerable challenge. And I'd argue that it's a challenge that we can solve here on Earth. And eventually, of course, when we're thinking about launching quantum sensors into space, the form factor there is quite different from quantum computers. And I think it's going to be a while before we think about launching a quantum computer into space. But sensors we've already done. So, that's exciting.
Fantastic. Might creep up on us a little faster than we're expecting, Pri. I sometimes think. Thank you so much for coming on the show, and thank you for calling in all the way from Peru. I hope the rest of your trip there is fantastic. Where can people find you before we say goodbye, Pri? Where should people find you?
Connect on LinkedIn. Happy to connect on X, or drop me an email. It's just my first name dot my last name @gmail.com.
Fantastic. Really, really great conversation. Thank you so much for coming on the show. And I think we'd love to have the opportunity to have you back on, because there's so much to talk about here. And it's a very, very interesting and dynamic space. We'll say goodbye for now, Pri, and we'll be back in a few minutes with our next guest.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. A truly stacked roster today. I say that every day, but it's true every day. Shout out Gavin. He does a lot of our booking. He's an absolute weapon. We've got a great guest up next. The reason for the long pause was because we were in the waiting room talking about fatherhood, talking about parenting, talking about children, and it was too much fun to stop. But we're now going to have to put our serious hats on and talk about crypto. I don't think anyone has ever said that sentence before, but we're saying it today on MTS Live. We are breaking new ground. We've got Robert Hackett joining us here. Now, Robert, you're the head of special projects and editorial at A16Z Crypto. You host, or you're a co-host of the Web3 podcast, and you have a background before that as a journalist, as a writer, so kind of a deep bench here. It's a real pleasure to have you on the show today. Welcome.
Pleasure to be here. Thanks so much.
Again, I was saying just before the show, his camera and background setup is destroying me right now, dude. The tasteful Roman helmet, the two high-end speakers, the blur. It's too much, man. It's too much. Welcome to the show, mate. How are you?
Good. Doing great. Great to be here.
Just chilling out, just hanging out. Now, what I thought we would do...
my Roman helmet.
Hanging out with my Roman helmet. It's just between me and my Roman helmet. Where I thought we'd start is there's been... You had this thread around DAOs and DAO governance and what went wrong and where the potential is for things to go right in the future. I should just remind our audience, if you haven't thought, if you followed the advice, who gave the advice? Was it it wasn't David Sachs, it was someone else who said, if you're in crypto, pivot to AI. And it was like 2023, and he top-ticked it perfectly. If you followed that advice and you haven't been thinking about crypto for a while, DAOs, decentralized something organization. What have I got? What's the middle letter, Rob?
You're pretty much there. The middle letter actually is very important, especially now when we consider
autonomous.
The failure of DAOs in the previous. Yeah, you got it. I was belaboring the point. I was giving you some time to get there.
You were doing your villain monologue, during which I was able to remember that.
That's right. Autonomous, which, given everything that's happening in AI right now, that's where a lot of the emphasis is. And
hot word.
Maybe in the past era, people cared more about the decentralized part. Okay, we did that. Things were decentralized. Maybe we need some more of the autonomy. Because it turns out when you let people, when you rely on a million people to make decisions every day, to wake up, read proposals, read white papers, vote on things, parameters of protocols, turns out that is really annoying and hard work, and people don't really get jazzed up about doing that every day.
Yeah.
So
I was going to say, I had friends involved in some DAOs, and you said they were quite focused on the decentralization. Maybe they should have focused on the autonomy. My friend said things to me like, maybe they should focus a little bit more on the organization. You should tell us, Rob.
Hey.
Explain to me, if I haven't thought about DAOs for a while, what is a DAO? How do they work in the previous era? Where do you think the problems were, and what does the kind of current state mean for them?
Yeah. So, I'd say the funny way that people would describe a DAO in the past era, when we're talking about past DeFi and NFT booms, crypto summers, people would talk about it as a group chat with a bank account. That was sort of like the base level to describe what qualified as a DAO. But they had higher aspirations than that. And the higher aspiration was, hey, maybe you could have an internet native organization where you have people all over the world coordinating via decentralized protocols. And instead of having this sort of like clunky paper-based, legal, whatnot, corporate system, maybe you could have a system that kind of just like hums along, it runs, it shares its equity and ownership with the people who participate in it. And you could get this sort of like glorious nirvana utopia where you get, all this shared ownership and such in a new type of organization that wasn't possible before the internet. There were problems with that vision. That was
comic timing, absolutely unmatched. Take us through, because like naively, there's a lot about crypto which is very interesting to me. One of the elements is, and this is a specific example of it, there's a kind of Coasian purity to the DAO.
Ooh,
which
I
is
like where you're going with this.
Do you see what I'm saying? We're internalizing a lot of the frictions of running a firm. We are decentralizing the decision-making process, tying it into all the things about markets that we love, that are really good at allocating capital and decision-making power. So the promise to me is, again, naively, quite strong. Where did it go wrong?
I love that you brought Coase into this, and Coase's theory of the firm. Corporations are all about internalizing transaction costs. And yeah, one interesting thing is, what if you had an organization and you made it much more easier to kind of move in and out of it? You know, you could have members sort of more liquid labor forces going from place to place and kind of contributing value wherever it's most demanded. It's this really cool pivot on the idea. But what ended up happening is that things got bogged down in all of the decisions that need to be made. You know, one reason corporations are so effective is because you have management at the top and they call the shots and they might listen to feedback. They've got a board they have to answer to. They've got shareholders they have to answer to. But at the end of the day, there are executives, managers who decide what is best for the company on behalf of everybody else. And they have a fiduciary duty to do that. So having having a level of centralization can be quite effective for an organization. Whereas
so one of the things
your friend said focus more on the organization part. Yeah. Then when you have decentralization, things get disorganized.
And the kind of central problem there, Rob, correct me if I'm getting this wrong, but the central problem is when you have decentralization, you need mechanisms for decision making. One kind of common method for decision-making in decentralized organizations is you try and have something that's like quasi-democratic, but it has a market element to it. So rather than one person, one vote, you have something like $1, one vote, or something like that, where there's an economic element to the democratic decision-making. Anyone who has ever been involved in trying to get a group of like 10 people to decide where to go to dinner knows that there are actually really big frictions when it comes to decentralized decision-making authority. And it seems to me that it's very difficult to engineer a set of mechanisms to make that friction go away.
Agreed.
No comment. No comment. But tell us, why are things different this time, Rob?
Yeah, things are different for a few reasons. One is that the technology has gotten more sophisticated. That's the primary reason. I mean, things that had to be decided on previously by a whole bunch of humans putting their heads together, banging them against the wall, can now be taken care of by machines. And there's multiple levels to this. One is like the decentralized blockchain protocols have gotten a lot better. Block space has expanded a crazy amount. Now there's tons of it, whereas before it was a scarce resource. It was constrained, and you had to sort of like make very particular decisions about how to best use that resource. Now there's just so much of it; it's extremely plentiful. So that's less of an issue. And then the other part is AI is now able to digest and ingest tons of information and help people make better decisions. It's completely game changing. I mean, one way to think about it is like, people have talked about self-driving cars for a very long time. I just got back from San Francisco and took my first Waymo ride. I mean, I'm late to the game. Other people have done this, but for me, it was totally miraculous, this experience. And that's something that simply was not possible a decade or so ago. People found out that last 10%, they solved 90% of the problem, and that last 10% was super persistent. But now they're on the streets. They are bringing people to those dinners that they can't decide which restaurant they want to go to with their friends. So it's just a totally different world that we live in now. And that's why I say maybe focus more on the autonomy now in the word DAO, decentralized autonomous organization. Maybe that autonomous should be leaned into more. Let the machines take care of the stuff that humans, frankly, don't want to deal with.
So there strikes me there's a little bit of a potential contradiction here, because the promise of DAOs, the promise of crypto in general, is kind of decentralizing authority. The nature of AI right now is extremely centralized, and it seems to be getting only more centralized as we move forward. You can imagine, you can kind of like stretch the imagination a little and talk something about, so like decentralized compute and kind of running open models on decentralized compute. But like, how do you get around this central tension between OpenAI controls what GPT does, and they can block you from the API, and a DAO wanting to operate in a completely decentralized fashion?
Yeah, there are really interesting dynamics at play here.
Great question. Next.
Yeah, no, I mean, I would say generally one thing we've seen is like, and just to echo what I mentioned before, corporations are very, very effective at what they do. That's why, they've been so successful over the past 100 and some odd years. It's
Right.
because they get shit done. And they get shit done very effectively, cost effectively, and they can move fast and nimbly. And for new technologies, that's extremely important to be able to advance a technology and diffuse it out. There are so many people in the world who are benefiting from the diffusion of that tech. There is decentralization happening with that regard. But I do believe what you're saying. And in fact, I wrote a piece about this recently called the what did I call it? The race to AI ownership or something like that. Anyway, people want to be owners of this technology. They don't just want to be users. And I think if you can find a credible mechanism for that to happen that doesn't include crypto, my ears are wide open. I'd love to know what that could possibly be.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good point.
I mean, it's been tried. It's been nonprofits and such, but then like these companies need to raise tons of money, and it requires capital to scale and to attract the best talent. And to do that, like, corporations have been very effective.
And it's worth saying, like, one of the things that crypto as a sector was enormously successful at doing is kind of operationalizing decentralized computer infrastructure. I mean, like, all of the crypto mining rigs and all of the crypto mining companies that turned into hyperscalers, it's not an accident, right? They were really good at kind of coordinating, and it's not completely decentralized. The actors are not individuals plugging in GPUs. It was corporations that were engaging with this extremely decentralized market. And some of the criticisms eventually became, look, this is actually not that decentralized because we have very concentrated compute. But the framework there actually seems to be quite plausible.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think when you look at what's going on in AI right now, I don't know what's going to happen, but I like to look to history for examples of how things played out. And you could look back over the course of computing history, and at one point in time, IBM was the only name in town, and they had mainframe computers, and they were big and they were expensive, and only some really, universities and big businesses and governments could afford them. And if you looked at the trajectory of computing over the intervening decades, it was just sort of crashing price and more people gaining access to it. And I think we're kind of going to see that play out right now. There's a few big, AI leaders, big labs that are pushing this technology forward, but I would expect a lot more decentralization to happen over time. History doesn't repeat, but it rhymes, that kind of thing.
Yeah. I think I find that plausible, but I'm not sure about the time horizon. You kind of look at, they're all, no, very interesting. So I want to switch tack here for a second, unless maybe I should give you a final opportunity. It does seem, you're at A16Z Crypto, you're thinking about these things, you're writing about these things. Are there ideas you're particularly keen to hear more about in the AI DAO space? It seems fruitful to you. Is there anything else interesting in that space you want to mention before we move on?
I think one thing that's worth getting into that I didn't mention is also that because of the way that government was handling this stuff, it was very difficult to come up with a legal structure that accommodated this new kind of decentralized organization. There are now options available that allow DAOs to organize. By the way, this is brand new in the past couple years. So past the boom in all the DAOs, there are structures now available that let people who are part of DAOs pay taxes, be legally recognized in the US, be able to appear in court and defend themselves. And most importantly, before, if you were in a DAO, you were subject to unlimited liability, you know? Now there are, which is not great. So that if one reason why DAOs failed, that could be a reason. Now there are legal vehicles available to people, namely this thing, and it's a wonky word, decentralized unincorporated nonprofit association, DUNA for short. Anyway, it's a really cool tool in the legal tool belt that solves some of these issues. So if somebody sues you and you're a part of a DAO, like nobody can appear in court and represent you, so you lose by default. Now you have an option like, oh, we can actually defend ourselves, and not lose everything, all of the money and whatnot to my name. So that's these are important innovations, and they happen gradually.
It's really interesting. It's been very interesting to watch there's a very kind of libertarian, a kind of cyberpunk element to the crypto community that was present particularly early on, and it's kind of waxed and waned in its influence in the space, but it's one of the areas I find most interesting. And it's been kind of fascinating to watch that engage with the legal and social structures that you want if you want these kind of decentralized organizations to be able to participate in the regular economy. And I don't mean that as a criticism. I actually think it's like making those trade-offs, making those kind of trying to formulate methods which are both ideologically consistent and functional. I think it's been really interesting, and now a lot of that groundwork has been laid. It'll be interesting to see what people do with those in the next wave of innovation in the space. I want to change tact here for a little second because we talked about how DAOs didn't maybe quite meet their promise that first go round. Something that really did, in a way, surprise me was how successful prediction markets have been. And it's to the extent that it's easy to forget that they are a product of the crypto ecosystem. Take us through the last kind of couple of years in terms of prediction markets and where you see them right now.
Yeah, I mean, I know a lot of people who got into crypto specifically because of prediction markets, because there was such cultural overlap and there were so many people in crypto trying to make prediction markets. Like a bunch of people I know who have been in here the longest, it's these markets that got them involved. And finally, they're taking off. I mean, just the past 3 weeks, open interest across prediction markets we broke records for 3 weeks in a row, basically. Volume is at an all-time, weekly volume is at an all-time high. And it's really remarkable. Yeah, I mean, this stuff it's popping off.
Yeah, it's popping off. It's a good way of saying it. And it's interesting. I mean, I find, there are some criticisms of elements of the way that prediction markets have ended up operationalized. People kind of worried it's just like legalized sports gambling and whatever. I think there are some kind of relatively valid concerns there, and how you work that out, I think, is a question for each jurisdiction. The kind of high level utility of prediction markets seems very hard to disagree with. I think being able to see some of these, who cares who wins a particular basketball game, but being able to watch a kind of live read of the market for various kind of political races or various kind of events with geopolitical significance, it's the way that injects information into the economy, I think, is actually has become underappreciated as these companies have started to succeed.
Completely agree. Social media has allowed everybody to share an opinion, whether it has any foundation or basis in reality or not. And prediction markets kind of ground things back in a reality, a shared reality, a consensus. It forms it gives you an X-ray as to the global consensus on the probability of any given event. I mean, it's a remarkable tool. If you think about it from the crypto in me, from the Austrian economics perspective, you have you have this ability to source information from people's minds all over the world. Like, how do you get information out of people's minds and into a usable form that other people can take advantage of? A prediction market is an incredible tool for doing that. There are people all over the place that know things that I don't know, that you don't know, and they have an incentive to share that with the world.
And it's really interesting. I just looking up this book that I was thinking of. Did you ever read Radical Markets by Eric Posner and Glenn Weil?
I'm familiar with it, but I have not read it.
So it was a rude question to drop you on the spot, but I remember reading this book on a bus.
It's next up on
when
my
it would
list.
Come out. Yeah, but you better, it better be now. It was published in 2018 or something, so it was a fair way into the crypto, the kind of growth of crypto as a sector and a technology. But it was just this like super interesting kind of exploration of the way that markets could be used in a bunch of different spaces. And I think like, the way that prediction markets function, where they surface this information, and it's not even just like the headline price. The headline price is interesting, but even watching it move around, I think, contains a great deal of information about how a body of people is updating based on new information that's becoming public or not public. And I think that is like super interesting, and I think we haven't quite fully taken advantage of the potential there. So that's something, I don't know, I'm very interested to see where that goes. Do you have any thoughts on the kind of the future of prediction markets, where it's going, what you're interested to see happen, Rob?
I'm tracking this trend. Again, it's hitting all-time highs very regularly, these markets. Full disclosure, we're investors in Kalshi, so I'll throw that out there. I won't make any...
Not financial advice.
Not
don't
financial
you
advice.
go and...
Exactly, yada, yada.
Do not trade the high school basketball game markets if you are not.
That's right.
Yeah.
One thing that I'm personally quite interested in, as somebody who's like distinctly not a sports aficionado, more of a bookish type. But one thing that excites me, as you can tell from my having read all these books you've mentioned. One thing that's personally exciting to me is that even if sports are a draw for some people to get involved in prediction markets, it gets them involved and interested, and then participating in other areas that they can, again, contribute the unique information that only is bottled up in their mind and that they can supply to the market. And we're actually seeing this. The non-sports trading volume on these venues it's doubled in like the past month to, an incredible amount, like $4 billion, I want to say. And yeah, again, that's non-sports volume. So there have been tons of sporting events. We've got the World Cup happening right now. There was the Knicks game, the Stanley Cup.
Yeah.
Tons of sports going on, but you're seeing that liquidity, you're seeing that interest overflow into other areas, whether it's US-Iran negotiations, oil prices, whatnot.
And that's something, in the pure kind of like crypto libertarian mindset, all information is valued how it's valued on the market. But I kind of see the kind of public benefit of things like the markets around the Iran negotiations, around oil price, different opportunities for companies to hedge, different exposure to different things using prediction markets. The public benefit of that seems like quite like rock solid to me. And so I'm quite interested to see how that evolves over the next few years. Final, coming towards the end of our show here, I'm sure, you've got very important things to do. I'd like to understand a little bit before we go, where are we at on the kind of regulatory space, on the policy space? Is this something you're following in? Is there kind of like big landmarks to look forward over the next few months? What should we be paying attention to in the policy space, Rob?
I love that you asked this question, because there is a very important bill that is being haggled over in the halls of Congress called the Clarity Act, which would provide a great deal of what it's named, clarity, to the industry over how these specifically crypto assets, how they should be managed, regulated, who should oversee them, what the rules should be. And without some rules in place like that, there's nothing stopping another FTX style disaster implosion. There needs to be guardrails, there needs to be rules in place. And without them, like these markets are substantial. They're worth trillions of dollars. There is a lot riding on this stuff. It's not like a small little weird phenomenon anymore. These are like global, massive markets, and they require regulation and rules just like other markets do. So that's really important. And, again, there is a lot of discussion over making that happen. And everybody just, at least on our side, it has their fingers crossed and hopes that reason will prevail.
Look, yeah. Look, don't bet on it, Rob. Don't go. Put your
Yeah, I
life
mean, you can
savings
check
on the
you can
market,
probably check the odds.
but it does
if you
seem
wanted-
to be, there's been a there's been a bipartisan push from various angles. I think in a perhaps it's perhaps a little backwards, but it's like when crypto markets themselves are very frothy, it seems a little bit harder to convince lawmakers, policymakers, people who are kind of removed from the sector itself, that this is a very serious industry with lots of money on the line and whatever, because it's just like some guy with a monkey profile picture is messaging me about it. It's not a serious industry. But there is actually a chance here. People say this. Yeah, well, we've all been there. But people have said, said this before, but during the kind of the cyclical downswings in the crypto sector, there is a bit of an opportunity to build the foundation, the kind of regulatory foundation, the institutional foundation. We've talked about this with DAOs, and it seems true from a regulatory perspective as well, for the next stage of building products for people that they love that solve problems for them. So maybe there's an opportunity here.
Absolutely. And there's tons of institutions that are seeing this as an infrastructure upgrade, the long-awaited infrastructure upgrade that they have been waiting for. Even just this week, Intercontinental Exchange, owner of the New York Stock Exchange, inked a deal with a crypto exchange, OKX. And that's just one example of something that happened this week. There are all of these deals lined up. There's capital on the sidelines just waiting for the green light to deploy and to honestly to modernize, to get the financial system up to date with a modern software internet experience that it should be, instead of an antiquated, clunky paper-based 70s era kind of situation that we have inherited.
Yeah. And that's a good point as well. We didn't even touch on this. We'll have to have you back another time. But it does seem to be that, crypto is being deployed as a kind of back-end solution to finance, to fintech, in a way that people used to kind of speculate about, but now it's actually, now it's happening. And people like Visa and of course Stripe and stuff are making quite real investments in the space. It seems to connect into some of these questions about the potential for agentic commerce and agentic finance. So there's a lot to keep an eye on here, Rob. Any final thoughts from you? Anything you want to shout out before we say goodbye?
I will just say thanks for having me on, Gabe. It's been a pleasure, and I'd love to chat more at the next opportunity.
Hell yeah. And where can people find you now? You are on X, you write for A16Z Crypto. People should check that out if it's something they're interested in. Where else can people find you, Rob?
That's right. Primarily X, rhackett, RHACKETT. That's my handle. Find me there. Give me a shout. I'll holler back.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for coming on the show, Rob. A real pleasure. I need a helmet in my background for next time we talk, so I don't feel like I've been so completely mogged. A real pleasure. We'll say goodbye for now, and I hope I'll get you back on the show, Rob.
Alrighty. Be my pleasure. Thanks, Gabe.
Thanks, mate. welcome back, everybody. Great show today. I just felt like I had a lot of fun. I hope you enjoyed it. We spoke to Zach Corman, now an absolute friend of the show. We spoke to Praneha Narang about quantum, which was an excellent conversation despite some connection issues. I hope you folks at home managed to see a bit of that one. And then, of course, we finished up talking to Rob Hackett from ACCZ Crypto and, about the promise of DAOs, about where the prediction markets are at. And I thought that was a really fun conversation as well. Absolutely stacked today. I'm going to take a quick second to thank our sponsors. We're very grateful to them, of course. They make it all possible. And then I might just kind of have a little riff, and then we'll wrap the show fairly shortly because we just had so many good conversations today. It's hard to top 3 back-to-back guests like that. So I should say, of course, I've been using this line for the past couple of days. My voice still a little croaky, but also Praneha's connection from Peru a little dodgy, and I wonder if we could go back through and solve it with 11 Labs, AI that communicates at human level across every channel and modality. 11labs.io/MTS. If you've ever had a play around with it, we did a drop a few weeks back where you could have a play around with some of their models, and it was great. It was really, they're very, very impressive. I think we're going to see a lot more from voice models in the coming months and years, and I think it's a very exciting modality. Now, if you were trying to listen to that chat that we just had and take notes for your future DAO project, you probably could have done with Granola, the AI notepad. Try it once and never go back. Granola.ai/MTS. And of course, this is basically the only thing keeping my voice working at all is this fantastic mug from Kong, the AI connectivity platform. They do mugs, but they also connect your APIs, LLMs, agents, and systems with serious security and governance. Go to konghq.com. Now, if I have been playing around with the models quite a bit recently, there's a few things I'm trying to solve at home. If you're vibe coding slop at home, that's fine. You can do that. You're allowed to do that. You're allowed to vibe code yourself a little sloppy app, and it doesn't matter. But if you're in the enterprise, you need something designed for the enterprise, and that is Blitzy, autonomous software development for enterprise code bases, shipped 5 times faster with blitzy.com. Really great stuff. All right, so I'm going to take a little pause here, and what we're going to do, I just want to kind of think out loud a little bit about the fantastic series of conversations we had today. I thought it was really, really good. And I just want to return a little bit. I think it was unfortunate the connection with Praneha was not perfect because it's very interesting. We've spoken a few times now about the quantum executive orders that are coming out from the Trump administration. It's quite interesting to me. I really some of the sophistication being shown by members of the administration, by officials within the administration, when it comes to the kind of technology, the EOs that are particularly focused on what you might call a kind of tech-focused industrial policy, and not just in terms of kind of throwing large amounts of government cash around, but in terms of getting the regulatory conditions correct for some very fast advancing technology. It's very impressive. And when you speak to people from the world of AI, they're impressed, I think, by the sophistication of the AI EOs, even if they don't exactly agree with where they've landed. And when you speak to, quite consistently, when you speak to people who are interested in quantum, we had, of course, Josh from FAI on the show a few days ago now to talk about these EOs on the day they were released. When you talk to people who are experts in this space, Pri, of course, has a PhD, has a PhD in quantum technology. She has a long-running investment role focused on hard tech, including quantum, and she's also worked on quantum technology for the White House. Really deep sophistication. And her comment on the executive orders was, wow, they're really quite technically sophisticated documents. And that, I think, is quite interesting to see. There's long been a criticism of government that they are slow to understand technology. And I think if you were to just naively approach, if you take on face value everything that is spoken about the Trump administration, even if you go back to Trump 1, it might surprise you to see that this Trump administration has managed to put together such sophisticated EOs in the tech space. I think it speaks to the bench of talent that they have in these roles in the White House. I think that's really interesting, and I think it's something to keep an eye on. It'll be interesting to see how this plays out. It'll be interesting to see how, of course, the export restrictions on Fable play out, but they certainly have a great deal of talent in the administration right now focused on advanced technology, and I think that's quite exciting. So it'll be interesting to see where all that goes. And I thought that was a great conversation with Pri. Let me have a think about that, because I think it's a shame about her connection. We'll have to have her back on, but maybe we could write something up as well, because it's a very interesting space, and I'd love to get her thoughts in longer form there. Now, the conversation I had with Zach was a bit of a throwback. We had a series of conversations a few weeks ago now in the lead up to the Mythos release, the Fable release, about what advanced AI capabilities mean for cybersecurity. And I think it's fair to describe Zach as a bit of a skeptic. He was a little bit skeptical about the capabilities that Anthropic were ascribing to Mythos. I think it was interesting in our conversation today. He was like, no, look, actually the capabilities are very good. Capabilities of Mythos are good. The capabilities of ChatGPT 5.5 Cyber are very good. Even some of the open source, open weight Chinese models are unusually good, have become unusually good at some of these cybersecurity tasks. And so that was really interesting to see where his views have updated. But there's also this broader question, which goes back to our very first conversation we had with Brendan from Crossbow Expo, about the ways in which the AI conversation rhymes with conversations that were had about responsible disclosure back in the day. It rhymes as well with conversations about fuzzes, about software designed to make cybersecurity, or to perform tasks in the cybersecurity stack. We had, of course, the curator of Pessimist Archive on yesterday talk about Satan from 1995, which was some cybersecurity software designed to freak everyone out. In a way that some people have accused Mythos of being designed to freak everyone out. And I have to say, it's kind of circling back around to this original conversation we had with Brendan. I think there is some cause to hold back on the technology, to be cautious about the way in which it's released, about ensuring that key architectural technology of the internet that's very exposed is given an opportunity to harden itself against advanced cyber capability with the models. But it does really seem like that there is a rapidly declining benefit to that decision to hold the models back. And part of that is because open source and more openly available models like GPT 5.5 and the GLM models, it's partly because they are so quickly matching the capabilities, or approaching, even if they're not matching the capabilities of models which are being held back under safeguards. And it's partly because, as Zach said, the teams which are most proactive, which are most likely to harden their software, do so really early on. And I think there's probably a stock of vulnerabilities that are just out there that are just not going to get fixed, regardless of how long Mythos is held back. And the only thing that's going to make those people motivated to do so is a bit of a live fire exercise. So I'm very appreciative of the kind of mix of challenges that the leading labs face in making decisions and communicating their decisions around cybersecurity. I think we've seen the whole saga around the Fable 5 export restrictions downstream of this conversation not going to plan. The Anthropic was very clear. We've put safeguards on cybersecurity. It seems like Amazon may have managed to get around in some way, maybe trivial, maybe serious, those safeguards from a cybersecurity perspective. They raised that risk with the White House, and the White House said to Anthropic that they needed to pull the model until they could be sure that the cyber safeguards were strong enough to prevent America's strategic rivals from using this technology in a way that might harm US strategic interests. And that conversation didn't go very well for whatever reason, and the result was that Fable was had a export restriction slapped on it. So I think it's very important. This conversation I had with Zach was maybe about some sort of idealized policy approach to cybersecurity, and the result of that conversation. My takeaways from that conversation with Zach and my ongoing conversations with Zach and other cybersecurity experts is the tangible policy benefits from holding back advanced AI models with cyber capabilities are less than you might expect naively. And the concentrated risks that holding them back creates are also important not to understate. Now, that may be the policy, that may be the kind of ideal theoretical policy position, but we've also seen that the political element of it is quite considerable. And I don't mean that in a dismissive way. I'm not saying there is the real truth of AI capabilities and then there is this fake politics nonsense that gets in the way. I think the way that you communicate about advanced technology to the people who are in charge of regulating and ensuring the safety and security of, in this case, the US and Americans, that is not a trivial point. It's not trivial to get that correct, to get that balance correct. The consequences are very real, and they should be real because with policymakers, actors within the administration, officials, they're all operating under conditions of uncertainty. It's very difficult to make ideal decisions, and there is some very reasonable and understandable risk aversion built into the system. So I hope that's kind of cohering into an argument for you folks, but I think the first question is, what would the ideal policy approach to advanced cyber capabilities within these models, what would that look like? That is in some ways the conversation that Zach and I had today. And then there is a separate question, which is, given that that is the ideal policy approach, what is the communication? What is the engagement with government and officials? What is the engagement with the broader market, the democratic base? What does that engagement need to look like in order to bring the outcome as close to the desired and optimal one as possible? And that is not, what I want to stress here is that is not a trivial problem. And I think if you look at this simply as Anthropic or OpenAI or Google or whoever is not approaching this in the policy optimal way because they're idiots or because they're selfish or because they're self-interested, there may be elements of that. I can't say. There usually is. But that is not the overall and final conversation. And I think there is another question that needs to be asked, which is, what is the right way to navigate towards the desired policy outcome, given the democratic environment we face, the political environment we face, the regulatory environment we face, and all of the uncertainties that are wrapped up in that. So that's my little piece on that. I think it was a very interesting conversation with Zach. I love talking to Zach, and I'm looking forward to having him on again. I think that's just kind of like elucidating my own thoughts on how this all hangs together, on how it relates to the Fable export decision, on how it might relate to future decisions by OpenAI or Anthropic or Google to release their models or hold them back, and how to manage that with the cyber security angle specifically. And I think, by the way, it's worth saying, I think that we are about to have a very similar conversation around biological capabilities. We saw this already with the safeguards that were put on Fable around the bio stuff. If you had ever worn a white lab coat in your life, the moment you said hi to Fable, it would knock you back down to Opus 4.8. And I think quite reasonably, people are a little jumpy around bio risk in a way that they are not around cyber risk. So I think the getting to the ideal policy prescription with bio is more complicated than with cyber. Maybe not that much more complicated, but the political decisions, the political communication, the democratic communication that's going to need to happen around biological capabilities is going to need to be even more finely titrated than the cybersecurity one. We've seen that first cybersecurity conversation didn't go to plan for Anthropic. OpenAI, I think, has managed to get away with it a little bit better, perhaps for some of the reasons that Zach talked about in our interview. But I think this is going to be an even greater challenge when it comes to the bio capabilities. So that is something to watch and think about. And I need to find the right person to come on and talk about that, because it's a sensitive topic, but I think it really bears going deep on what that might look like, what the ideal policy position might look like. Yes, but also how do you communicate that? How do you make sure that policymakers and officials and the people, quite broadly, are comfortable with the decisions that private companies are making about releasing models or holding back models with very advanced biological capabilities that could, in circumstances, maybe very rare, very, very unlikely, be used in a dangerous way. So that is another conversation I'd like to have, and I think it's going to rhyme quite closely with the cyber one. I'm going to finish up here by thanking a few more of our sponsors. Again, I think what we do here is very exciting. I love to get to do it every day, and I'm very grateful to them. Now, we're just talking about OpenAI and their work with GPT 5.5 Cyber. Here is a technology that OpenAI also uses: Merge. Build once. Connect to every API, tool, and LLM. OpenAI, Dropbox, and Ramp use Merge to get AI to production faster. If they do, maybe you should too. Merge.dev/MTS. Now, I'm here in Melbourne. I'm back in the Melbourne office. And a big shout out to our sponsor, AdQuick, who managed to shoehorn Melbourne into one of their early pieces of ad copy. I'm very grateful. I always will be. AdQuick, make your brand a billboard. Out-of-home advertising as easy to scale as digital. Go to adquick.com. And finally, Macroscope, AI code-based understanding for engineering leaders. Macroscope.com/MTS. I know there are a few engineering leaders out there who watch this show. We're very grateful, and you should check out Macroscope. They do great work. So thank you so much for joining us on this fine day. It's slowly clearing up outside in Melbourne. I hope it's been a lovely day in San Francisco, and God forbid on the East Coast. A real pleasure to have you all joining us here, and we will do it all again tomorrow. Something to look forward to. Farewell for now.